age of. And if you think about the late great Mike Hendrick, with that rather sort of rocking approach, and sometimes you think that the delivery stride looks a little bit too long. When he's bowling really well, it can look a lot more comfortable. He's bowling over the wicket in bowls to Cushy, who plays it out into the covers. Fielded there by Ricardo Vasconcelos, rather, doing his save impression. And there's no run. It's unusual to see Vasconcelos, of course, not in the slip cordon. Usually in red ball cricket, he'll be in there at first slip, but Will Young, who is captain in the Royal London cap and indeed in red ball cricket now for Northamptonshire as well, after Vasconcelos stood down recently. Here's White. And again, bowls to Cushy down the leg side, clipped away for 4. He got some bat on that, yes he did. So first boundary of the match. And not a great delivery from Jack White, just straying onto leg stump, and Cushy just able to whip it away down to fine leg for 4. So he's off the mark, and Essex are 5 for no wicket in the first over. Remarkably, David, this is the first time these two sides have met in a List A match for 8 years.
Well, I was about to say, I think that was probably the last time I've been to Wantage Road.
Well, you're very welcome back. Here's White. And again, bowls to Cushy, and again clips it away on the leg side. It's going down rather square this time, just behind square. But they'll get a couple more runs. Takes Cushy up to 6 and Essex to 7 for no wicket in the first over. Well, if it's as good a game as that one was, where Essex chased down, 312 to win with 3 balls to spare, then we're in for a good day's entertainment. One survivor on each side in the two teams today of that match 8 years ago. As White to finish the over. He's in, bowls to Cushy. Appeal for LBW, not out. Suspect he might have got a bit of bat on that because White strangling the appeal. End of the over, so 1 down, and Essex are 7 without loss. 6 of those to Furrows Cushy and 1 to Josh Rymel. Yeah, Tom Westley on the Essex side, who took wickets in that match, got a 4-fer, and Rob Keogh for Northamptonshire. It's extraordinary. Gives you an idea of the turnover of players in county cricket. That 8 years on, of the 22 players playing, there are only 2.
Yeah, Essex themselves, certainly in the one-day game, are in a bit of a transition stage at the moment. Lots of young players featuring for them. Bit of a pre-hit, actually, I think, for Anthony McGrath and the team, because they're trying to develop this new ethos, a new set of players. Very, very attacking lineup. And as you saw on Friday, where they really failed, but it can come off as well. Here comes Buck up to the crease, right arm over bowls to the right-handed Rymel, and that's a dot ball into the offside. Yeah, lots of players that have been given licence to hit out, but it's a fairly solid and quiet start so far. Not too many shots being played in anger. But yeah, lost quite heavily on Friday. The rain affected, no result on the Tuesday.
Yes, that's a long trip to go for if any Essex supporters went all the way up to Sedbergh School to see the match washed out.
Here comes Bucking again, up to the stumps. Bowls, always bowled him. Was that an inside edge onto the stumps?
Chopped on, I think, yeah.
Rymel goes, cutting, trying to cut hard through the offside, inside edge onto the stumps. And the first wicket goes in the second over of the match. Rymel is out, and Essex are 7 for 1. Rymel with a score of 1 off 4.
Yeah, replay coming up here, David. With slow motion replay today. All mod cons for Community Day. Yeah, outside the off stump, just went for the square drive, thick bottom edge onto his stump. So can think himself a little bit unlucky on another day, and certainly any Northamptonshire supporters were up in York. Will Frayn, who batted so well for 140 odd, but early on he had a few inside edges that just missed leg stump. Sadly for Josh Rymel, that one didn't. And as you say, Essex 7 for 1.
Nature of the game these days, especially the way these players play. They've got to have the freedom to be able to hit out, and unfortunately sometimes that means you're going to have dismissals like that. But a little bit too close to be cutting. But like you say, if luck had gone his way on any other day, that might have scooted down towards fine leg for runs. But as it is, Rymel goes for 1 early on in the Essex innings. Essex 7 for 1, searching for their first victory in this competition.
Yes, I think I don't know whether any thoughts given to whether there likely to be any changes in the Essex side for this one. I think the only one maybe that Northamptonshire might have considered was one of the wrist spinners for the other. Alex Russell played up at York, didn't bowl badly. There might have been a thought that Freddie Heldrick, who's the left arm wrist spinner, bowls the Chinaman, whether he might have come in for today, but they're persisting with Alex Russell, which I think is probably fair enough. It would be a bit harsh to leave him out after one game.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same for Essex, bearing in mind they didn't play the first game. It'd be harsh, albeit they did lose quite heavily to suddenly change the side completely. So Buck coming in to the stumps now. Right arm over to the captain, Wesley, right-handed bat, and he leaves that alone outside the off stump. 2 slips in for Wesley, a backward point. There's a wide third man. There's a short cover. There's mid-off, mid-on, man at mid-wicket, and fine leg as well.
Proven performer Tom Wesley, who feel this will be, Northamptonshire will regard this as a really big wicket. They could get him early on. I think they would be highly delighted.
Buck turns to come in again under pretty much clear blue skies. Beautiful afternoon, morning so far, and that's a full and left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. It's not very often you get 2 teams playing against each other in pretty much identical wickets.
I was just thinking. When I saw them coming out, I thought just had to stop for a moment. I thought, who is actually batting here? Because, as you say, they are identical strips pretty much, and because they don't have in cricket, they don't have the luxury of the away strip, so I haven't got anybody playing in sort of pink and yellow, which would probably help matters a wee bit.
Buck strides in with number 11 on his back, bowls, and that's just slightly back of a length. It's defended down towards third man. Open face of the bat for a single. So Wesley off the mark. Essex are 8 for 1. Long old day for the umpires out there as well.
It is. It is going to be a warm one. Their forecast, I think, is up sort of mid-20s, which compared to what we had during the last match that was played on this ground, which was the championship match against Lancashire, when of course we had the shortened day because of the 40 degrees. It was a wee bit warm in here then, even with the aircon.
Buck moving in again to Cushy, and that's just worked away into the leg side. Mid-on comes running into field, and another single to the total. 9 for 1. That's the end of the second over of the Essex innings. And Ryan Walt, the man to go in that over. The ice cream vans are out, which is good to see. They'll make some decent trade today. I see a taco van in the distance as well. I do like a bit of Mexican. Yeah,
the taco van. I think the curry is here as well. So all culinary life is here at Wantage Road as ever.
What's pleased me, I mean, as I said, it's been about 8 years since I came here. Not much has from the mind's eye that I can see at the moment. Not much has changed because this building was here. I know we swapped ends in terms of commentary, but everything else seems pretty much the same.
No, that's right. I think there's probably a few. The seating will have changed colour because we did have seating that was all different colours, and we had some blue seats and some yellow seats. They're now all white. It does make the ground look a little bit more complete. Throws Cushy on strike, drives nicely through the covers, runs for him here as Jack White just over pitches outside off stump. Tumbling stop by Rob Keogh at mid-off, and they're able to come back for a couple of runs. So Cushy up to 9 and Essex to 11 for 1. Yes, it looks a much more complete ground, I think, than it did before that. You have everything the same colour. It is also very good to see so many people in today and others still coming in through the gate. White in again, bowling to Cushy, who's in behind that, pushing it up towards Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. If you want to get in touch with us, then please feel free to do so. Always very good to hear your thoughts and comments. Probably easiest via Twitter, which for me is at oldmanrad with 2 Ds, and at Digger Cricket, isn't it, I think, for David? If
it is, yeah. I don't really use Twitter that much. Essex.sport@bbc.co.uk.
Okay, well, you got options. Outside the off stump, punched off the back foot by Faraz Cushy. More runs for him here. Sprawling stop just in front of square on the offside by James Sales, but 2 more runs to Cushy, who goes into double figures, 11 to him, and Essex up to 13 for 1.
Sorry, shows how long it's been since I've actually done the commentary. It's actually bbcsexcricket@gmail.com.
Ah, right,
is
okay.
is the email address. Yeah, so if you want to send us some emails, absolutely get in touch. Helps the day go quicker as well.
It does, yeah. Please do get in touch and let us know what you think. Is White in again, and that's a lovely straight drive from Cushy. Again, he's just been over pitching a wee bit this over. He did on the first ball, and he did again there, and driven with perfect timing and balance straight back past the bowler for four. It goes into the covers, the tarpaulin in front of the sight screen, just in front of the Spencer Pavilion, the far end of the ground, David Cable end of the ground, and that shot takes Cushy up to 15 and Essex to 17 for 1. Yes, it's people who like to watch cricket from the white seats at the front of the Spencer Pavilion may be a little bit disappointed today because they won't be able to see a thing because the sight screen's in front of them. Here's White in again, bowls to Cushy. He's pushing forward out into the covers. Fielded there by Emilio Gay, who's come out of the slip cordon into short extra cover. So Northamptonshire down to just the one slip now. Will Young, who's in there at first.
Last time I saw Cushy play in this competition was the back end of last season up at Durham, and he got 100 in that game. Looked the real deal, actually. He's made a good start today as well.
That was a beautiful stroke, the straight drive. Here's White in again to him, outside off stump. He's trying to play the same sort of stroke that got Josh Rymel out, and this time just doesn't time it, gets a thick bottom edge, runs out to the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 17 for 1 Essex. Tom Wesley's made a single. For us, Cushy's made 15. We've had 3 overs. The man out, Josh Rymel, bowled by Nathan Buck for 1. Playing on. Yeah, I was just looking back through my notebook, David. He, for us, Cushy played against Northamptonshire in the championship match down at Chelmsford earlier on, and yeah, made 30 in the second innings. Played really nicely in an effort to try and save the game, which in the end was successful thanks to Paul Walter and Matt Critchley and others. And yeah, it looked a very, very promising young player indeed.
Back in again, bowls, and that's cracked away through the offside, but as a fielder there, it's a short cover. It goes straight into his hand. That must have stung his palms because it sounded beautiful off the bat from Wesley, but straight to the man on the bounce, standing at cover, and there is no run. He's a nice looking player, is Cushy, 15 off 11 so far. And he's incredible. I mean, it's not been that long since this sort of new breed of cricketers seem to be coming out, certainly in the one-day game, where they just like to play their shots, and fearless as Buck in. That's on the pads of Wesley, and he whips that one down towards long leg for a single. 2 to Wesley. Essex 18 for 1 in the 4th over of the innings. We're online, bbc.co.uk/sport, and head to the cricket section. And there's live feeds up as well if you want to go. I think you can go to the BBC, the Essex Cricket website.
Yeah, or the Northants one. It's on both. So yeah, plenty of ways to keep up with what's going on.
And here comes Buck again, striding in up to the stumps, bowls right over to the right-handed Cushy, and again picks that fielder out at cover, drives nicely, but straight to the man inside the 30-yard circle. 2 men outside the circle are long leg and sort of a wideish third man.
Northamptonshire supporters will be relieved to know that Wendell is here with his flag in front of the small scoreboard over to our right. No Northamptonshire match will be complete without Wendell and his flag, and he's here today.
Bucket again, bowls to Cushy. That's wide, that's cut away. Is that stop? No, it's gone straight through the man at backward point and away for 4 runs. That was too wide from Buck, and it was leapt upon by Cushy, who smacked it away past the fielder, gave him absolutely no chance. And another boundary to Cushy. He goes to 19 off 13, and Essex are 22 for 1.
Yeah, Northamptonshire will be mindful, David, of what happened down at or up at York in their first match in this competition, when they allowed Yorkshire really to get off to a flyer, and they finished up piling up 353 for 5.
Just the one slip in now as Cushy faces up. That's on the pads this time, and the bowler's straight again. That's whipped away. I think that's going to go for 4 as well. Yeah, it beats the fielder at long leg. Bit loose, these last 2 deliveries from Buck. Too wide of off stump on the first delivery, and trying to readjust, just pushed it too far onto the pads of Cushy, who cashes in, and he goes to 23 off 14. Essex are 26 for 1.
Yes, apart from the wicket of Josh Rymel, that had just an element of fortune about it as far as the bowlers were concerned. It's been just a slightly ragged start by Northamptonshire, hasn't it? They haven't really concentrated on one particular area, been a little bit full, a little bit wide at times, and Essex batters and Cushy in particular have been able to cash in.
Nathan Buck strides in again, bowls. Oh, that does beat Cushy in a half-hearted appeal for caught behind. I think that cut him in half a little bit, jagged back. Keeper ended up taking it slightly down the leg side, but the umpire is unmoved, and that's the end of the over. A profitable one for Essex. Cushy 23 off 15, Wesley 2, and Essex after 4 overs are 26 for 1.
Yeah, obviously they've got the feed in, they've got the commentary feed down there, and they heard what we were saying, and we thought we've got to try and bowl a slightly better line, which was certainly the case for that last ball of the over. Should mention the umpires. As David was saying, we're in for a long day in the sunshine. We've got David Milnes and Simon Widdup today. Alex Swan, the match referee, well known in these parts, of course, is former Northamptonshire and Lancashire batter. I say it is really good to see representatives of the recreational game getting those awards there today. They'll be having a good day out. Here's Jack White starting his third over from the David Capel end, bowling to Tom Wesley. Pushes it out into the covers, Vasconcelos fields. And there's no run. Yeah, people being honoured for their contribution to Northamptonshire recreational cricket, so various categories, and they will be presented at lunchtime. So when we've got the winners, we'll obviously maybe just talk a little bit about those during the second innings. I think Will Young is actually going to be doing the presentation. Here's White in again, bowls to Wesley, who takes 2 steps down the pitch and whips him away over mid-wicket for 4. Well, there's a stroke of confidence and authority from Tom Wesley, and the outfield is so quick here at Wantage Road, David. I think it's been a couple of weeks since we were here, but in that time you can see we've had so little rain in this part of the world.
And again, I reckon even 5-6 years ago you would not have seen that shot 5 overs into a game in the 50 over competition. There is just no way that would have been played, but yeah, just skipped down the wicket and just whipped it away, and it's forced a field change.
So now they've got the man, yes, they've now got 2 back on the leg side, man just in front of square at deep square and a long leg, and third man has come up into the ring, Alex Russell. Here's White in again, bowls to Wesley, who has a little flirt at that outside the off stump, trying to punch away off the back foot. A little bit firm-footed, beats the outside edge and goes through to Lewis McManus. So good response from Jack White. This is the 53rd list A meeting between these two counties. Fair to say Essex have had rather the better of them. Going way back to 1969, they've won 34, Northamptonshire 15, 1 tie, a couple of no results. Here's White in again, bowls to Wesley, clips that one away down to long leg, should be just a single, and there is. Nathan Buck comes in off the boundary to field, and Wesley up to 7, and Essex to 31 for 1 after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Now for Cushy, Alex Russell started to hurtle back to third man and then realised that he's actually got to stay up in the ring because they're keeping the 2 men back on the leg side for Cushy. Deep square and long leg. Here's White in bowl short, and Cushy goes for it. And if he'd made contact, I think that would have gone into the old bowling green. As it was, he didn't make contact. It goes through to Lewis McManus, stays at 31 for 1. But as David's been saying, there is no shortage of commitment and intent.
I think I would have torn a muscle if I'd have tried that myself. He absolutely threw everything at that.
Yes, that was kitchen sink, dishwasher, washing machine, rice cooker, everything. Here's White in again, bowls to Cushy. This time he just forces off the back foot up to mid-on, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. Jack White takes his Steelbacks cap from the umpire, and with 5 overs gone, Essex are 31 for 1. For us, Cushy 23, Wesley 7, Josh Rymel the man out for 1.
What the pitch has been like at Wantage Road this season?
Pretty good, yeah. Yes, they've had a little bit more pace in them. Sometimes in the halcyon days of the 1990s, and Alan Lamb suggested famously that the only way to improve the square would be to put a box of hand grenades under it. There's certainly a bit more pace about them this year. The T20 pitches here were extremely good and were very high-scoring games as a rule. So interesting to see what we get today.
Nathan Buck in right arm over to the right-handed Wesley, who drives nicely through the offside. It won't be the man at mid-off, though. It would just be a single, just wide to his left-hand side. Throw comes into the wicket-keeper. 32 for 1 in the 6th over.
Yes, it was that stat that of Northamptonshire's 6th highest T20 scores in 20 years of the competition now. 3 of them were on this ground this season, which gives you a reasonable, and they were all sort of, well in excess of 200 in 20 overs.
So the pitches are getting flatter and better to bat on.
Yes.
Here comes Buck in again, up to the stumps to Cushy, who drives off his toes, again up to the man at mid-off. Shy comes in at the stumps, but Cushy makes his ground easily. 33 for 1, and Cushy goes to 25 off 19. Can we expect a bit of turn?
I don't think it's going to do a lot, to be honest, David. I'd be very, very surprised if it just doesn't look that there's quite a bit of grass on it, and it's always dangerous to judge a Northampton pitch by its colour. But there's a little bit of grass on it, but I can't see it turning a lot, to be honest.
Back in again to Wesley, who drives off the front foot, and again the man employed is the man at mid-off, and there is no run. 33 for 1, Wesley 8 off 11, Cushy 24 off 18.
We were just talking before we came on air, David, about the various away trips that are coming up, and after today, tomorrow I shall be travelling down to the Isle of Wight, where Northamptonshire are playing on Tuesday. First Northamptonshire visit there since 1938, so that might be quite entertaining.
Back in again, number 11 on his back, bowls full, and Wesley just defends into the leg side. Short mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. 33 for 1. Yeah, lovely part of the world, Isle of Wight. Again, I've not been there for the best part of 30 years.
I think it's been about the same as when we used to go on family holidays down to Bournemouth, and it was one of the excursions that you used to go on the old Shamrock and Rambler buses, wasn't it? Nip over and get your little glass lighthouse full of coloured sand from Alum Bay. Slip coming out and going into the ring, so close catches have now disappeared.
There's a man at short, extra cover and short mid-wicket as Buck bowls. That's leading edge down towards the man at mid-off, but again, he's sharp, Wesley, and he gets through comfortably for a single as the Shy at the stumps comes in. 34 for 1, Wesley 9 off 13, and Essex are managing to rotate the strikers well nicely here. They are. No, it's been a very positive start, I say, apart from that little blip with the loss of Josh Rymel early on. These two have played with terrific intent. It'll be interesting just to see if there is anything in this for Alex Russell, the leggy, but I suspect it probably won't be. Buck up to the stumps again, bowls to Cushy, pulls that way in the leg side. There's a fielder employed, but it's over his head. He's caught that beautifully, Cushy, right out the middle of the bat. Initially, the fielder down at the deep backward square leg looked as if he might be interested, but the ball just kept travelling and sailed over his head for 6 runs. Lovely shot by Cushy, clearly in a bit of form. 30 off 19, and Essex are 40 for 1 at the end of the 6th. Yeah, well, a gorgeous stroke, and it was Alex Russell down there at deep backward square, and as you say, he thought for a split second he might be in business. They've pulled the rope in. The pitch is a little bit over towards the east side of the square, the scoreboard side. So the boundary rope on the west stand side has been pulled in, probably about 10 yards in from the front of the stand. But it's not a short boundary by any stretch of the imagination, and I think even if there'd have been the full extent, as I say, it landed probably about a yard in front of the advertising board. So terrific shot. What a start from Essex. Cushy in particular. This is Tom Wesley on strike now as Jack White bowls to him, and he pushes that out into the offside, where Will Young, having vacated first slip, is now in there at short extra, and there's no run. So Northamptonshire now going with a backward point and a short third man, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, and then the 2 men out on the leg side, deep square and at long leg. Here's White, and again bowls to Wesley, who whips that one away over mid-wicket. First bounce for 4. Just waited to see the umpire signal because I lost sight of it for a moment, but then it just bounced in front of the rope, in
front of the old scoreboard. 4 more runs to Tom Wesley. He goes to 13 and Essex to 44 for 1 in the 7th over. I suspect we could, by the early indications, see a few runs scored today, I think. David, it looks a pretty good pitch. It's coming on nicely. Wesley strike again as White comes in and bowls to him down the leg side. He'll have to bowl that one again. That's called a wide. One more onto the total, 45 for 1. Also, of course, a full programme of these Royal London Cup matches being played today all around the country. So, of course, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere. See, Durham have made a bit of a sticky start against Middlesex at Chester Street, already 2 wickets down, 16 for 2 in the 6th over. Here's White in again, bowling to Wesley, who flicks that one down to long leg, just a single. Buck Fields in front of the stand that's in front of the old bowling green, that's now the outdoor net area. Takes Wesley to 14 and Essex to 46 for 1.
Get the feeling the bowlers might already be thinking to themselves, where am I going to bowl this where I'm not going to get hit for a boundary?
Yeah,
looks an absolute beauty, this pitch.
It does, doesn't it? I think there's going to, as I say, I would imagine we're going for quite a high scoring game on the evidence of what we've seen so far. And this time, Cushy going for again another extravagant stroke. This time he just rather lost his shape. So I think he was aiming that over the offside, and it finished up going off an inside edge down to long leg, where Buck again is in business fields. Cushy to 31 and Essex to 47 for 1. He's just lost his shape a little bit there. He's played some absolutely corking shots today. The one down the ground, the straight drive, was just one right out of the top drawer. White from the David Capel end, far end of the ground as we look out from our commentary position, on driven by Tom Wesley. And the man at short mid-wicket, Emilio Gay, didn't move a muscle as it whistled past him to the front of the taco kitchen for 4, and that's the 50 up for Essex, 51 for 1 in the 7th over. Of those, Tom Wesley has made 18, Cushy 31. Just 1 ball to go in the 7th over.
Yeah, he's played 2 really nice strokes in this over. The one lifted over mid-wicket, and then that one just driven straight through mid-wicket. Both beautifully timed.
Here's White in again, bowls to Wesley, this time turns it off his hip down to deep square where there is a man, safe save out there, and keeps it to a single. Wesley nicks the bowling, 19 to him. Cushy's 31, 7 overs gone. Essex are 52 for 1. In the West Country Derby down at Bristol, Somerset 43 for no wicket off 9 after winning the toss and choosing to bat, and Durham have lost another wicket, 16 for 3 now against Middlesex at Riverside. At Beckenham, Hampshire are 37 for no wicket in the 7th over against Kent. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 18 for 1 off 7 against Derbyshire. Once again they won the toss and chose to bat. Warwickshire 35 for 1 in the 8th over against Surrey at the Oval.
Buck moving bowls to Wesley, who clips up off his pads. It's down towards mid-wicket. Deep backward square leg coming in. Oh, they think about a second run. Cushy sent back by Wesley. That was a good bit of fielding, actually. Tearing in from the boundary rope. The fielder managed to get there in double quick time and put a seed of doubt in the batsman's mind, but a single to the total. 53 for 1 in the 8th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Northants, and online, bbc.co.uk/sport. And obviously on the go as well, if you download the BBC Sport app. Here comes Buck. Bowls fall on the pads of Cushy, whips other way down towards mid-wicket. There's a chase on here for the fielder. It runs away for 4 runs, and that's what Andrew was saying. This outfield is absolutely lightning. He's just tickled that away through the leg side, and still the fielder had no chance of getting there.
It was quick here. We're talking about that championship match against Lancashire. When I say we had the 40-degree day, when we had the shortened day, and it was quick then. And it's obviously we've had no significant rain in this part of the world, as I know is also the case, of course, down in Essex as well. Very little significant rain since then, and it's even quicker. And you're certainly going to get value for your shots today.
Cushy rattling on here. He's 35 off 21, 57 for 1 Essex in the 8th over. as Buck comes in again. Just a word from his captain there, and he bowls full, and that's defended away into the offside. Problem is I don't know about the weather forecast up here, but down where I live in Essex, it's set fair for quite a long time, so not much hope of rain in the short term.
No, indeed not. And
which is lucky because I've got a leak in my roof. So,
well, it's good news for those who I'm sure will be also looking to be here on Friday when the cup holders Glamorgan visit Wantage Road, but not good for anybody looking to grow anything.
Here comes Buck. Bowls to Cushy, to swipe outside the off stump, and it goes through him to the wicketkeeper. And there's no run. Bit of a breeze here. You can see the two flags away to the left-hand side, just fluttering away on their poles. Over there, it's a lovely view as well, just with trees in the background. You see some big old houses as well, lining around the ground.
Yeah, one of those that had a ball hit into their garden by Chris Lynn during the T20. It was captured on the security camera, and the footage went all around social media.
Here comes Buck. Bowls again. That's off the back foot, crunched away by Cushy. That's stopped at mid-off, and it'll be a single to the total. Cushy goes to 36 off 24, and it's 58 for 1. Did it do any damage?
No, I don't think so. But our colleagues at BBC Look Easter then did a little piece about it, and they got the householders to present the ball, to return the ball personally to Chris Lynn, who went round to see him. So.
Can I have my ball back, please?
Well, it was exactly like that. It was in the course of the 8 sixes he hit against Durham in one of his several explosive innings for Steelbacks in the T20 this year.
Okay, change of field again. We've now got a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg outside that 30-yard circle. So I think the line's got to be a little bit straighter here from Buck, with the two sweepers on the leg side boundary. Here comes Buck, right arm over to the left-handed Wesley, who drives into the offside, doesn't time it, and short extra cover fields. And there is no run, and that is the end of the 8th over. Essex are rattling along at 58 for 1.
I'm not sure if there's anything, I must check this up, but usually on a Sunday afternoon, you saying about the trees just over to our left, David, that's Abington Park, one of the great lungs of Northampton, and they have a band concert usually on a Sunday afternoon. There's a lovely old Victorian bandstand that's just over the top of the trees there, and if the wind's in the right direction, you can sit here on a Sunday afternoon and hear whichever band is playing. Usually sort of the brass band, local brass bands. We've got a number of them. It certainly
looked lively when I went past there this morning. Plenty going on. I think there was some American football being played. Yeah, some people were playing a little bit of cricket.
It's an absolutely terrific facility. We now have a brains trust. In fact, we've got 2 of them because some of the Northamptonshire players not involved in this match and strength and conditioning coach Chris Lorcan are wandering around the outside of the boundary rope, and then we just had a little discussion at the far end, the upshot of which is that Tom Taylor is coming into the attack from the David Capel end. Long straight run, and he's in bowling to Feroz Cushy, and straight away short, wide, 4. Easy as that. Punched away just around about square of the wicket, raced away over the outfield, and all that Ricardo Vasconcelos can do is trot down to the advertising boards in front of the West Stand and retrieve the ball. Cushy to 40 off just 25 balls, and Essex to 62 for 1. Just to round up the other 2 matches that I didn't mention in that little roundup of the scores, Leicestershire 29 for 3 after being put into bat by Sussex at Hove, and at Scarbados Worcestershire 19 for 2 in the 9th over against Yorkshire.
I've never heard it called that before. That's brilliant.
Up at Scarborough, marvellous venue. Taylor in again, bowls this time a little bit straighter, but still worked into the onside by Cushy, and he's going to get an easy 2 as Safe Zabe has to make ground round the boundary in front of the scoreboard. So 2 more to Cushy, goes to 42, Essex to 64 for 1.
I've only been to Scarborough once for a cricket match, but it does really feel like when you go in there, you're stepping back in time.
It is wonderful. It's one of my very, very favourite grounds. We were there last year. I was hoping we might get there this year. We went to York instead, which was very nice, but wasn't Scarborough. Here's Taylor running in towards us and towards Feroz Cushy, who plays it down to backward point for James Sales to field And there's no run. Northamptonshire up at York, trying out 7 bowlers, Buck, White and Taylor, who we've seen already, and then James Sales, the other seamer, and then the spin, leg spin of Alex Russell, left arm spin of Safe Sabe, and a couple of overs of Rob Keogh's off spin. But so Yorkshire piling up 353 for 5. Northampton just fielding on that occasion. I think that was possibly the most disappointing aspect of that game. They made a terrific effort and finished just about 30 runs short. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Cushy, pushing forward out into the covers for Will Young to field, and there's no run. Yes, it was one of those interviews, David, did Lewis McManus, who batted beautifully, finished up with 82, and looked for a while as though he might take Northamptonshire, if not to the target, then, you know, very, very close to it. In the end, so they finished 33 runs short. But it was one of those where I was very grateful that he mentioned the fielding being below par, because it saved me having to do so. But he's an honest chap, Lewis McManus, and made the point himself. Here's Taylor. And again, bowls to Cushy short, and Cushy pulls, doesn't time it, just cloths it up to short mid-wicket, and a good diving stop there by Emilio Gay. Cuts off any possibility of a run, stays at 64 for 1.
Credit to these guys chucking themselves about in the field, because it's so dry out there. It can't be that comfortable when you're diving about. And
there's also the 2 of the strips, one on either side of the one being used, are covered in the matting as well, which always is horrible to dive on. And of course the wicket ends so dry and dusty. Now for the last ball of the over, deep mid-wicket, Emilio Gay is retreating out to the boundary, and backward point is coming into the ring. James Sales, Taylor in, bowls, punched back to the bowler, fielded in his follow-through, stopped in his follow-through, I should say, by Tom Taylor. Not fielded cleanly, but cuts off any possibility of a single. End of the 9th over. 64 for 1. Tom Westley is on 20. Feroz Cushy on 42. If you're just joining us, you're very welcome. Andrew Radd and David Brett with you today, bringing you this Royal London Cup match between Northamptonshire and Essex. Essex winning the toss, choosing to bat first and losing the wicket of Josh Rymel early on, bowled by Nathan Buck for a single, chopping the ball onto his stumps. That was 7 for 1 in the second, but since then Westley and Cushy doing an excellent job of rebuilding the innings. 64 for 1 off 9. And it is going to be Nathan Buck to continue as the man on the public address goes through just about every catering outlet on the ground, mentioning by name.
I mean, that last over felt like it was a quiet over, but still Essex got 6 runs off it.
Just that first ball that was short and wide that got what it deserved, really.
Buck bowls to Wesley. That's a thick inside edge, I think. I don't think it was trying to end up down there, but it's going to run away for 4 runs down towards fine leg. I think he was trying to drive that through mid-wicket, but it's taken a really thick inside edge. And again, just proof in the pudding how quick this outfield is. It's just raced away for 4.
Yes, the Nathan Buck's body language tells you all you need to know about that one. I think he just looks just a tad hangdog. He hasn't quite got that particular expression and body language off to quite the same tee that Ben Sanderson, his teammate, has, but he's trying, he's getting there.
68 for 1. Buck into Wesley. Where's that one gone? That's down towards mid-off, and there's no run. It's so bright here.
The white ball, I was going to say, is actually very difficult. It's so bright, it's quite difficult to pick up. I thought it was my ageing eyes, but if you're having the same problem.
Yeah, no, it's just getting lost in the sunlight, and obviously off the pitch because it's so parched out there. It's difficult to pick up sometimes, but that's ended up at mid-off, and there's no run. So Essex 68 for 1 in the 10th over. Wesley 24 off 22, and Cushy's playing beautifully, 42 off 30. It's Wesley on strike as the right arm over Buck to the right-handed. Wesley just guides that down towards the short third man area. It's fielded by the man at cover. And there is 1, 2, the total 69 for 1. Yeah, feels like it's going to be a long day out there for the bowlers. And if that was me, I'd just want to get through my 10 overs and then get back inside as quickly as possible.
Yes, I'm going to have a sit down somewhere. I think the West Stand, which is not always the most popular place in the ground to sit because it is side on, it's pretty full today, and I think people take advantage of the shade. But it's a really good crowd developing now.
Yeah, hopefully more will come in later. £2 you say on
Yep.
entry, so it's a bargain, and that one's defended up towards short extra cover, fielded, and there's no run. £2 for a whole day's cricket, you can't beat that.
No, I think it's absolutely terrific value. And what is nice, and I think again partly tied in with the awards, the Oscar awards that are being presented today for services to cricket. I think a few of the representatives of the clubs of the winners are in as well. I think they've made a bit of an outing of it, which is terrific to see.
Nathan Buck strides in up to the stumps and he bowls off the back foot. Wesley punches down to mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps. It's hit, but Cushy, that is, makes his ground easily. And he gets a single. Nice bit of fielding, though, from fielder at mid-off. Who is that?
Rob Keogh.
Rob Keogh. He had the full 3 stumps to aim at, but he hit them. But Cushy well within his ground. 70 for 1. Cushy's on 43. And Wesley on strike is on 25.
Yeah, Rob Keogh, actually this time last week was captaining Northamptonshire. On his own home ground at Dunstable when they had the warm-up match against Beds, which was a terrific game of cricket.
Buck in again, bowls to Wesley, turns it off his pads down towards long leg for a single. 71 for 1. And that is the end of the over. So 10 overs gone. Essex 71 for 1. Wesley 26 off 24 and Cushy flying along 43 off 32.
Yes, they played the end of the first power play, so 71 for 1. Terrific start, and interestingly, and Northamptonshire supporters won't probably want to hear this, but when you look at Yorkshire, up at York, they were just 53 for no wicket off 10 and went on to get 350. So Northamptonshire supporters will be hoping Northamptonshire can just claw this back a little bit. But yeah, they played Bedfordshire, and we saw an astonishing innings from James Kettleborough, 192 not out, which took Bedfordshire to within 7 runs of their target, around about, chasing 320 to win, finished just short. He made 192 not out, nobody else got 20. Here's Taylor in, starting a fresh over to Wesley, playing that out into the covers for Young to field, and there's no run, but it was on Rob Keogh's home club ground at Dunstable, and so he was captain for the day. Obviously a little bit of more protection now for Taylor. Now we're out of the first power play. He's got the third man, Alex Russell, is loosening up. Deep cover on the boundary in front of the west stand. Deep square and a long leg. Here's Taylor. And again bowls to Wesley, who drives crisply up to White at mid-on. But again, there's no run. Wesley 26 off 26 balls, but for us, Cushy's been the man to really set the tone for Essex so far. 43 not out off 32 balls. Terrific knock from him. A lot of signalling going on to the dressing room from Ricardo Vasconcelos and Lewis McManus. Here's Taylor in again, bowls back of a length, and cleverly played by Tom Wesley, just rides the bounce, opens the face, runs it down to third man for a single for Alex Russell to field. Takes Wesley up to 27 and Essex to 72 for 1 in the 11th over. So I'm talking about that match that the last time these two sides met in a list day match way back in 2014. Tom Wesley made 62, also picked up 4 wickets, and Essex victorious on the day in a very high-scoring match. Taylor in again, bowls to Cushy, this time just pushes it up towards mid-off, but Taylor himself fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. So will history repeat itself? Saying about Northamptonshire having won only 15 times in 52 matches in list day matches against Essex over the years. One of those, admittedly, was the 1980 Benson Hedges Cup final, which some of us still remember, with a match that was played on the Monday after it was rained off on the Saturday, and Northamptonshire winning by 6 runs. Another magnificent game. Here's Taylor, bowls short, and it's sort of flap hook by Cushy, it's caught, but it's not going to be out because it's been called as a no ball. And is he going to be run out? No, he's not. Well, that was almost a comedy of errors. Cushy going for the hook. It was sort of a bit of a flap hook. It went up in the air. It was called a no ball. It was caught at deep square by Safe Zabe. But of course, the no ball means it's not out. It also means it's a free hit.
Yeah, a great awareness actually by the fielder, because he could have run away celebrating there.
Yeah,
He saw the clear signal of no ball and then
chucked it to Lewis McManus. It was a good throw, and I thought for one horrible moment Tom Westley was going to be left stranded. It's now wiped the scoreboard out. The scoreboard can't it's back on now.
it was a toe into the bat, wasn't it? From Cushy. He was trying to pull it away.
He just didn't really get on top, but didn't get on top of it at all. Hence the fact it went straight up in the air. Now, the umpire's explaining, David Milne's explaining to everybody what's going on, who's allowed to field where. 76 for one. Here's the free hit, and it's sort of another flamboyant attempted drive by Cushy, but fielded in his follow-through by Tom Taylor, so no particular damage done. 76 for one it stays. Cushy on 45 off 35 balls. Cushy will feel that he's just missed out a wee bit, but he really has given Essex a terrific start here. Wonderful platform to build what they will be hoping will be a really substantial, indeed a winning total. Here's Taylor in again to finish the over, and that's driven up to mid-on by Cushy. Goes through for a sharp single, keeps the bowling, and that's the end of another over from Tom Taylor. Cushy 46, Westley is 27. Essex 77 for one off 11 overs. And just the three bowlers used by Northamptonshire so far. But I suspect it will not be long before we see some spin, and indeed we're going to see some now, because Alex Russell is coming into the attack from this indoor centre end.
Yeah, you said they used 7 bowlers in their last match. I'd be surprised, given the heat of today and the way the pitch is playing, that he doesn't get through perhaps just as many today as well.
Maybe looking to share the workload a little bit. Makes sense, wouldn't it?
I'm just noting how quick Cushy is between the wickets. He's actually lightning, isn't he?
Change of bowler to bowl for the first time today from the Lynn Wilson Centre end will be Alex Russell.
So Alex Russell. So I didn't check. What ends this end?
This is the indoor centre
Indoor
end.
centre.
That some people, older Northamptonshire supporters, will still think of this as the football end, of course, because it's where the football ground used to be. But yeah, this is the Lynn Wilson indoor centre we're sitting in now, and David Capel end at the far end.
How far is the rugby ground from here?
Well, you can just about see, if you go into the top of the old press box at the far end of the ground in the Ken Turner stand, you can see what the late Sir Terry Wogan used to refer to as the Northampton Lighthouse, the lift tower, and it's next door to that. So it's a couple of miles, just the other side of town, really. That's where the rain comes from. But I don't think we're going to worry about that.
I was going to say,
today.
yeah, we don't need to worry about that today. So Russell coming in from the indoor centre end as a bird flaps its way across the ground. Everyone's set, and here comes Russell in bowls, and that's driven down the ground for a single to long on. Score moves to 78 for one. Cushy's 47 off 37 deliveries. Slowed down just a touch, but still going along at a nice pace. Caught off a no ball in the previous over. A little bit of a field change here for Westley, who's on strike. There's a fielder going out to deep backward square leg. Mid-wicket is moving around, straighter. There's a long on. There's a deep cover as Russell bowls off the back foot. Wesley punches. That was an awkward stop, actually, at short cover there, just kicking up off the matting of the covered pitch, just on the offside. Did well not to take one in the chin there. I think there's only 4 men outside the circle, is there? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, just 4 men outside the circle, as far as I can see. There's a Russell bowls. That's off the back foot, crunching away into the offside. 1 bounce, 4 runs. The man at deep cover couldn't get there. Nice pick-up from Westley. Slightly off balance, but managed to get enough bat on it. And there's a big gap there in that outfield, just from square all the way round to long on. Whereas if you clear the infield, you've got a pretty decent chance of getting 4.
The cry of catch it, I think, was extremely optimistic.
Yeah. Yeah, the man at deep cover is going to have to do a lot of legwork to have caught that. As Russell bowls, and again Wesley, same shot, this time a little bit straighter over the man at mid-off. He's taking on the bowler here, trying to hit the spinner out of the attack, and another 4 runs.
That was a better stroke, wasn't it? He was more in control and just hit it straight down the ground over mid-off, straightish mid-off, first, possibly second bounce over the rope for 4. That was a lovely shot from Tom Wesley.
Yeah, looked a bit more controlled, that one.
Yeah, and now of course we have the man back. Man suddenly finds himself back at long off, so long off back, long on back, and deep extra cover out and deep square out.
Wesley faces Russell again. This time just got turned around a little bit there. I think the leading edge there, just straight back to the bowler. 86 for 1, Wesley 35 off 31. As Russell 61 on his back, he's got a towel out the back of his trousers as well, and that one's just turned off the pads down towards deep square leg for a single. 87 for 1, and that's the end of the 12th over of the Essex innings. Remember, Essex won the toss and elected to bat. Wesley 36 off 32 and Cushy 47 off 37.
Yeah, it's been a steep learning curve for Alex Russell this year. Talented young leg spinner, has been playing national counties cricket for Herefordshire, and Northamptonshire like the look of him. He's had some early season games in the second 11, as a result of which he's been given a contract, and made his first team debut for Northamptonshire at very late notice up at Old Trafford in the T20 earlier this season, and picked up the wicket of Liam Livingston in his second over, which wasn't a bad scout, bowled very well up there. And yeah, Northamptonshire have high hopes of him, but obviously still learning. And on a flat pitch in these sort of conditions for a young leg, it's a tough learning curve. Here's Taylor starting another over to Tom Wesley, who's played that crisply to backward point, but James Sales. They
just need to be given time and confidence to keep bowling.
I hope they will be, and I say Northamptonshire with 2 wrist spinners in the squad, Alex Russell and Freddie Heldrick. Russell preferred today. Freddie Heldrick played in most of the T20 games with some success, and I'm sure he'll get a go in the competition. Obviously 8 group matches, of which for Northamptonshire this is the second and the third for Essex. Here's Taylor, and again bowls to Wesley, plays it way off the back foot through extra cover. It's going to be just a couple of runs as Emilio Gay is quickly to the ball, sends in his return to the keeper's end, and they're through for 2 more runs. Tom Wesley to 38 and Essex to 89 for 1. Mentioned the other matches being played, of course, in the Royal London Cup today, with a full programme all around the country. Must mention also what's happening in the Commonwealth Games in the bronze medal match involving England's women against New Zealand. Not going terribly well for England at the moment, as Taylor comes in, bowls to Wesley, runs it down to backward point, Sales fields, and there's no run. England posting 110 for 9 in their 20 overs, and New Zealand are 54 for 1 in the 5th over, so they need another 57 to win off 93 balls. So you'd think at the moment that England's women are going to finish without a medal. But we shall see. Still a lot can happen. Here, barely a cloud in the sky. Wish I could say it was always like that at Wantage Road. It's been a bit like that this season. Short again, pulled by Tom Wesley for 4. Just behind square. There's 2 men out. There's a deep square just in front of square and a long leg. Nathan Buck. And it bisected the 2 of them. Raced away for 4. And Wesley goes into the 40s. 42 to him. And 93 for 1. Essex, after winning the toss and choosing to bat on Community Day. There's a few empty seats in the banks of seating, the old man stand between the new pavilion and the signal box. Here's Taylor, and again bowls short. This time Wesley thought about the pull. No ball called. So that's also signalled as 1 for the over. And Tom Taylor still thinking that this is a batter's game, as I suppose it is. 95 for 1 in the 13th. I think the reason that there's a few empty seats there is that it is in full sunshine It's going to be very, very hot sitting there at the moment, hence the popularity of the West Stand today, where you are at least under a bit of cover. Here's Taylor. And again, bowls to Wesley, much better delivery. Round about the line of off stump, maybe just a touch outside, pushed up into the covers, and there's no run. Not completely behind the line here, obviously. We're at a sort of finish third man. Fortunately, we do have the advantage of stream camera, which is behind the arm. Taylor slightly wearily at the back of his mark, comes in running towards us and bowls to Tom Wesley, who's defensively forward, playing it back down the pitch, where Taylor just leaves it to Will Young, coming in from the covers, and that's the end of Taylor's over. So 13 gone, Essex 95 for 1. Faraz Kushi is 47, Tom Wesley is 42. Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in about 3 or 4 minutes, so perhaps I'll do the next over, Dave, if that's all right, and then return it to you. For now, though, it is going to be Russell to continue, and I think you made the point, David, that they're obviously going to be looking to not let the young spinner settle, which is entirely good tactics, you would have thought. Conceded 10 off his first over. Taylor's gone for 20 in 3. So it's been a tough start for the Northamptonshire bowlers so far. Jack White 4 overs for 32. Nathan Buck 5 overs, 1 for 33. Taylor 3 overs for 20. Russell 1 over for 10. About to start his second. Bowling to Faraz Kushi, who drives down the ground, but Ricardo Vasconcelos comes off the boundary at long off to field. And they settle for a single. Kushi to 48. Essex to 96 for 1. Still a few more spectators making their way into the ground. Russell prepares to bowl to the Essex captain, Tom Wesley, and forces Wesley into a defensive push back down the pitch. Russell fields, and there's no run. Saying around about 2,500 advance £2 tickets sold, but I think there'll be a few more than that in today, just turning up on the day. Plus, of course, all the members and shareholders and so on. A couple of runs there for Wesley as he on drives, and it means a long run round for James Sales, fielding down below us at long on. So Wesley to 44. Essex to 98 for 1. Bit of a race to the half century between Faraz Kushi and Tom Wesley. Here's Russell in again, bowls to Wesley. He's going to pick up another single as he drives pleasantly out to deep cover. Safe Zabe comes in off the boundary to field. And one more onto the total. 99 for 1 Essex. Wesley to 45. Russell in, bowls to Kushi, forces off the back foot. This time he's going to get just a single up to James Sales, coming in off the long on boundary. Just milking the spinner nicely at the moment.
100 runs for Essex Eagles.
Yeah, I think we had spotted that. Hundreds up on the scoreboard. 100 for 1 in the 14th over. 1 ball to go of it. Kushi now on to 49. Here's Russell in again, bowls to Wesley, who's playing defensively up on the offside, fielded by Will Young, short extra, and that's the end of a rather tidier over from Alex Russell. At the end of it, Essex are 100 for 1. Kushi is 49, Wesley is 45. My apologies, David, because he got through that over so quickly. You could have carried on, but Alex Russell taking a page out of the Simon Kerrigan playbook and getting through his overs very quickly. Now there's a bit of a break in play because the two Essex batters are having a little bit of a breather and a drink. And umpire Milnes now having a chat with Rob Keogh, Jack White and Tom Taylor. Essex 12th man in his fetching red bib as opposed to the Northamptonshire 12th, 13th men in their green ones. And I have to say, David and I we can discuss this when David's back with us after the BBC Radio Northampton update, that there's a certain amount of comment on social media, those who are watching, I think, the stream, about the clash of colours, the fact that obviously there's no away strip. So both counties are in identical coloured shirts. It is going to be Tom Taylor to continue. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 20 so far, just about starting his 4th over from the David Capel end, bowling to Feroz Kushi, who pulls away for a single. It's just going to be 1 down to deep square, but that brings him his 50. Well batted, Feroz Kushi, 50 off 40 balls. Acknowledges the applause from around the ground. Congratulated by his captain, who comes down the pitch and gives him the obligatory fist bump. Kushi, 50 off 40 balls. And Essex 101 for 1 at the start of the 15th over. Brings Wesley on strike. We'll be hoping to follow suit shortly. He's on 45. Taylor bowls to him. He drops that down. They go through for a quick single. There's a certain amount of hesitation, but they saw that James Sales had a long way to come in from the edge of the circle at backward point. 1 more onto the total. Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton. And Essex going well after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. They're 102 for 1 in the 15th over. Their captain Tom Westley is on 46. Feroz Kushi on 50. Just the 1 success for the county's bowlers so far. Josh Rymel was out in the 2nd over, chopping on. Wide ball from Nathan Butt, got a bottom edge into his stumps. He was out for 1. At that stage, Essex was 7 for 1. But since then, this second wicket pair have repaired the damage, and their partnership so far worth 95. We're in the 15th over. Essex 102 for 1.
I hope you don't mind. I just have to turn off the air conditioning. I was feeling a little bit cold.
I don't blame you. It's very efficient. And as I say, on the 40-degree day a few weeks ago, we were extremely glad of it. But there was one occasion during a T20 game against Yorkshire here where we put it on and it was so cold that we were sort of hunting around for sweaters and things. It does its job, but it's not quite that hot today, thankfully. Here's Taylor running in again to bowl to Kushi. Drives pleasantly up to Keogh at mid-off, but there's no run. 104 for 1. We're in the 15th. Kushi already to the half-century mark. Tom Westley not far off. Yes, David, there's even a little sort of cartoon has been posted, I see, by the Northamptonshire comms team about accusing Essex of forgetting to bring their away kit. But
I was going to say, because the T20 kit is like an orangey red. I don't know what the rules are, why they couldn't wear the red top.
Here's Taylor in again to Kushi, who works it out into the onside out towards deep mid-wicket. A little bit of a fumble out there from Sabe, uncharacteristically. They've come through for a couple.
I'm going to put the mockers on this, but it's all looking very, very simple for Essex at the moment. There's not too many alarms, is there? Just
knocking it around very nicely. 54 to Kushi, 106 for 1. 1 ball to go in the 15th over. Say Northamptonshire with plenty of bowling options. We mentioned they use 7 bowlers up at York, and I think David's got a very good point that it may be that they're tempted just to share the workload a little bit on a day like this, but whether Rob Keogh's off spin will get another look, I'm not entirely sure. Here's Taylor in, slower ball, well bowled, and it beats the forward defensive stroke of Kushi. Not too much has gone past the bat so far this morning, but that one did go through to Lewis McManus. 15 gone, Essex 106 for 1. Tom Westley is 46, Feroz Kushi is 54.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to email us. What was your Twitter handle, Andrew?
It's at oldmanrad with 2 Ds.
And you can get in touch with us on Twitter as well. Essex going along very nicely. Just that early wicket of Josh Ryman, who must be sitting up in the pavilion now, thinking he might have missed out on a potential big score today, because this pitch looks an absolute beauty. Both teams got a bat on it, so Northampton will have plenty of opportunity themselves in their innings. Cut-off time for the Essex innings is currently 2:30. Alex Russell continuing from the indoor school end, bowls, and that's pushed out into the offside down towards deep cover by Wesley for a single. He moves to 47 off 45 for him, 54 off 44 for Coochie, 107 for one. Essex are in the 16th over. Russell in again, full this time, punch back to the bowler on the bounce, nicely taken. I think that stung Russell's hand a little bit there.
It did.
On the bounce, so definitely not out. Coochie still on strike as Russell tosses this one up, and that's driven out towards deep cover, who fields and throws in a single to the total, 108 for one, and Coochie moves to 55. Essex at the moment got to be eyeing up somewhere around that, well, 300, 350 at least.
Yeah, must be.
There's Russell in again with that towel flapping about off the back of his trousers, bowls, and that's pushed away by Wesley for a single. He moves to 48 off 46, 109 for one. Just happy just to milk the bowler at this moment in time and then pick off the boundaries when you get a bad ball. Russell winding up again. He's in, over, bowls, and that's driven down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Is there a fielder back there? I can't quite see. No, it's gone for four. It was beautifully struck. Beat the fielder that is out in the deep there, but he had absolutely no chance. The ball just, again, flew away over the outfield. 4 runs to the total, 113 for one, and Coochie 59 off 47.
As you say, you use the word easy, and that's what it really does look at the moment.
Here comes Russell again. There's a century here for the taking for at least one of these two that are currently got themselves set. That's a clip down towards cover for a single. And Coochie moves to 60, 114 for one. And that's the end of the 16th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Northants.
Yeah, thanks to Lee at Wadey Cobbler, who's saying cracking crowd in queues was stretching into Abington Avenue, which you don't see too often. And obviously holding up a little bit was the security checks and whatnot, just to make sure that nobody's bringing anything into the ground they shouldn't be, which obviously does delay people getting into the ground. I noticed that when I was just popped down earlier, but it is a very, very good crowd, and just goes to prove that people will come and watch these younger players, particularly. It's an exciting Essex side and some talented young players in the Northamptonshire squad as well. People will come and watch it.
I mean, lots of things have got to come together to get people in to watch it, but I mean, pricing has got to be the main point. I mean, we're talking about cost of living crisis all the time, but
absolutely.
I mean, £2 is an absolute bargain.
Well, it is, and as I say, it's good to see A, so many people in, but B, so many young people in. So you've got a lot of younger cricketers around the ground, would-be cricketers.
I don't have the data, but if you did sell tickets slightly cheaper and you got the crowds in, then perhaps you'd probably make up the money on merchandise and food and drink and everything.
Absolutely, I think there's some very sort of cricketing activities around the ground as well. So yeah, absolutely right, David. And I think it is very, very good to see the ground looking healthily full for one of these 50-over cup matches on a not an out ground, but on a headquarters ground. Here's Safe Zabe into the attack with his left arm spin for the first time today, and his first ball driven down the ground by Feroz Coochie for a single, fielded by Jack White in front of the members in the Spencer Pavilion at the far end of the ground. Coochie to 61, Essex to 115 for one, so Northamptonshire now turning to spin from both ends. Round the wicket comes Zabe, driven by Wesley, beats the dive of Tom Taylor at short mid-wicket, and they're through for another single. Wesley to 49, Essex to 116 for one. Safe Zabe bowling flat left-arm spin, I think is probably the best description. And that's a very quick ball that gets an edge and is running away for four, and that gives you an idea of how quick his left-arm spin is sometimes. It's a quicker ball. It was an attempted cut, found the edge, raced away to third man, almost as though it had been off a seamer. Coochie to 65, 120 for one. Agadoo? What on earth?
Playing all the classics.
Absolutely. 65 to Cushy, 120 for 1. Next ball forces a defensive stroke from Cushy back down the pitch. Fielded by Zabe off his own bowling.
It's quicker delivery. He's almost like medium pace,
It
isn't
is,
it?
yeah. Very much so. Here's Zabe, and again, another quicker ball, and forces Cushy onto the back foot. Drives up to Rob Keogh, coming in off the boundary at long off. Through for another single. Cushy to 66. Essex to 121 for 1.
They're going to have to go through their variations because there's nothing in this pitch.
No, I think it's, as we were saying, almost from ball one, I think we could be in for a high-scoring game here today. Here's Zabe. Holds that one back a touch, but Wesley pushes it into the covers for Young to field. End of Safe Zabe's first over, 121 for 1. 17 overs gone. So around about a third of the way through the innings. 49 to Tom Wesley, 66 to Feroz Cushy. I mentioned up at York, actually, when he came into the attack, David, that Safe Zabe, when he was playing club cricket for Northampton Saints here in the Northamptonshire League, he would bowl a lot of overs and would just bowl those sort of little darts, and particularly in club cricket he was almost impossible to get away and just return some very, very economical figures, but obviously slightly different at this level.
Yeah, it looks like the plan at the moment here with the spinners on both ends to get through as many overs as
Yeah.
possible, as quickly as possible, and hope that Essex can't get them away and suddenly those overs are gone and they slip a little bit behind. But at the moment, Essex rattling along, 121 for 1 in the 18th over. That's pushed down towards long off for a single by Cushy. He goes to 67 off 53, and it's 122 for 1. Russell continuing from the indoor net end. Russell skipping in again. Bowls to Wesley, who turns it into the leg side. There's no run there. There's a short mid-wicket in play. And a dot ball. Sal's going through a few warm-ups just down in front of us. Just trying to keep himself loose, I think. There's a Russell bowls. That's pushed into the offside. There's at least one there. They might think about coming back for 2. Yep, they will come back for 2. That's nicely placed by Wesley, actually. There's 2 fielders out there in the chase, but it was just too far to the left of the fielder at deep cover, and it brings up Wesley's 50 as well. He's 51 off 50 deliveries, and Essex are 124 for 1. It's a nicely constructed innings so far from Wesley. We've seen the full gamut of shots into the leg side, drives through the offside, down the ground as well, and just nurdling the ball around the ground. He's 51 now as Wesley pulls away to the leg side. That was more of a swipe this time. Doesn't get all of it. Fielder down at deep backward square comes around to field, and it's just 1 to the total. Didn't time that one. Just lost his composure a little bit. 52 off 51, and it's 125 for 1.
Just looking at Essex's list A second wicket record against Northamptonshire. A couple of decent players involved in that one.
Here comes Russell again and fires that one a little bit quicker. It's guided down towards short third man for a single, 126 for 1.
Graham Gooch and Mark Waugh put on 206 for the second wicket.
Yeah, they weren't bad.
No, half decent players. Here at the county ground at Northampton in 1992.
Russell winds up again, gives this one some air. Cushy frees his arms and drives it out towards deep cover for a single, 127 for 1. And he's getting through the overs. That's the end of the 18th.
Mind you, that was an extraordinary match. It was a Benson Hedges Cup match, group match. I must have seen it, must have reported on it. Essex were all out for 264, of which Graham Gooch made 119, Mark Waugh made 100, and the next highest score was 10 by the present Essex Chief Executive, John Stevenson.
That's what I love about cricket. You do get some matches where there's just complete anomalies.
Yeah, and 11 extras. Nobody else got into double figures. And Essex still won by 66 runs. So thanks largely to the bowling of Peter Such. Picked up 4 wickets and 3 for Don Topley. Here's Safe Zabe starting his second over from the David Capel end round the wicket to Wesley, who works it into the onside. There's a man there at short mid-wicket, Tom Taylor, who fields and there's no run. 127 for 1. Into the 19th over now. Zabe flights that up a little bit more, on-driven by Wesley up to Jack White out there on the long-on boundary for a single. Wesley to 54, Essex to 128 for 1.
I think he's just called for some new gloves. Must be hot and sweaty out there.
Certainly must. Is Cushy on strike. Drives, reaching for that one a little bit down the pitch, fielded by Zabe. James Sales certainly going through his warming up routine, so I imagine we'll see him into the attack in the not too distant future. Zaben again bowls to Cushy, who drives up to long off. Only a single. Rob Keogh out there in front of the Ken Turner stand. One more to Cushy, 69, and Essex to 129 for one.
Sales really loosening up now.
Yeah, I think he'll be on soon. And that's, again, flat delivery from Zabe, worked into the onside by Tom Wesley, but again, just one run to be had. Takes Wesley to 55, 130 for one. Just 3 off the over so far, 1 ball to go. Can Safe Zabe get out of it? As he would hope. Zaben again, driven pleasantly, but it's only going to be a single up to long off, so better over that from Safe Zabe. A little bit more control, which Northamptonshire generally have been looking for this season, and this morning rather, and haven't really found to date. 131 for one at the end of 19 overs. Wesley is 55, Cushy is 70. The partnership is worth 124. And 31 overs remaining. The rate now is just a touch under 7 and over.
Yeah, I just thought in the last couple of overs, the spinners had just got hold of the Essex batsmen there, so I'm quite surprised they gambled here a little bit. Back to pace.
They have gone back to pace, and Alex Russell out of the attack, and it's going to be James Sales, who, as we've saying, has been going through the full range of his warming up exercises, not quite in the same spectacular fashion as Rob Keogh. I fully expect to see announced as one of the Strictly Come Dancing contestants when they seem to be announcing them all at the moment. But Russell's bowled 4 overs for 29, so he's been going at 7.25 and over. Not as expensive as Jack White today. It is indeed James Sales coming into the attack. Sales bowled 4 overs for 27 up at York. No, go on.
I was going to say 4 fielders out. Deep square leg, a fine leg. There's a third man and a deep cover.
Yep, and Sales running away from us.
And he bowls, and that's on the pads of Cushy. Just turns it into the leg side. Just lost his timing a little bit here, Cushy. He was flying earlier.
Yeah.
Mind you, still 70 off 58.
Settle with that, wouldn't you, really? But no, you're right. I think Northamptonshire have they've obviously got plans in place, and just seem to be a little bit slow to execute. But now, yeah, they've had a better 10 minutes, haven't they? Really?
Yeah, it's gone a little bit quieter. We're in the 20th over now as Sales, number 5 on his back, bowls to Cushy. Right arm over to the right-handed Cushy, and that's a diving, tumbling stop at short mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. So just a moment of serenity for Northants. That's been choppy waters for the last 17, 18 overs, but it's calmed down a touch. As we were saying, Wesley 55 off 55 and Cushy 70 off 59. They're still going great guns as Sales bowls. That's cracked away straight back to the... Oh no, it's picked up at short cover that time. And there's no run. Again, it's just the way cricket's changed. You start looking at it, you know, Wesley strike rate's 100, Cushy's, 110. And it still doesn't feel like it's quite enough. Used to the fireworks that we've seen from England over the last 5-6 years. But there's plenty on the board, 133 for one. There's that one's attempted pull into the leg side. It comes off the body of Cushy. I think that's going to be leg buys. Let's see did he get any bat on it at all? Yes, he must have got a little bit of bat on that. Didn't sound like it, but
umpire Simon Widdop, I thought, was teasing us then, because I thought he might just be about to give the pre-signal for a leg by, and then decided against it.
Do you think he was thinking about it and then decided against it? It didn't sound like there was any wood at all on it. It may have come off his gloves, perhaps.
Possibly, yeah.
132 for one. Cushy on 71. Wesley on strike though. Right arm over to the right-handed Wesley as Wesley bowls. That's edgy, but down towards. Third man for a single, man at backward point had no chance there. 133 for one. Apart from the catch from Cushy off the no ball. Can you remember another chance?
Nope. No, these two have played really well. Haven't given Northamptonshire a sniff, really.
Cushy on strike as Sales winds up again. Up to the stumps, bowls to Cushy, who drives down the ground. That's a nice shot. That should be 4 runs. Yep, beats the fielder at mid-on. Slightly over-pitched from Sales, not too far, but almost like a flamenco shot, that one from Cushy. Just whips it past the stumps at the non-striker's end and down for 4 runs. And Essex go to 137. 137 for 1. And that's the end of the 20th over.
It's interesting that you sort of saying about how Northamptonshire have had perhaps slightly better 10-15 minutes or so, but in terms of the scoring rate, Essex scoring 71 off the first 10 overs, including the wicket of Josh Rymel, and they've scored 66 off the second 10 overs, and as you say, they've really not given Northamptonshire a sniff. And now with 30 overs to go, 9 wickets in hand, they've got a wonderful platform, and it's hard to, what is difficult, and I'm saying about all the high scoring T20 games that Northamptonshire have had this year, it's slightly hard to know what a par score here is, but I imagine it's a pretty high mark. Here's Zabe starting another over from the David Capel end, concedes a single as Wesley drives that up to Keogh at long off. Takes Wesley to 58, 139 for 1.
There hasn't really been that many reckless shots.
No.
And they've sort of played within themselves, so it does feel like there's more runs out there to be had.
Here's Zabe. Round the wicket again. Flighted up, driven by Wesley, and that's gone a long way. To be precise, it's gone into the seats at the front of the Spencer Pavilion for 6. Clean as a whistle. Lovely shot by Tom Wesley. And goes into the... I beg your pardon, it was Cushy, wasn't it? I do beg his pardon, and yours. It's gone into the seats for half a dozen. Takes Cushy to 81, 144 for 1. Cushy on strike again. Flighted up, big filthy full toss, and that's going to go... Oh, he's not going to be caught off the full toss, is it? It's a great effort by a fielder out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he's just about managed to keep it in. It was Ricardo Vasconcelos out there, who's probably the shortest man in the Northamptonshire side. And it looked for all money as though it must go for 6. And in the end, he just managed to get something on it, palm it back inside the ropes, and he saved 5 runs there.
Yeah, I had 2 things on that one. That should have gone for 6, but
Yeah, it was
as
a filthy full toss, wasn't it?
Beautiful bit of fielding, though.
Next ball to Wesley is driven up to extra cover, fielded by Young, and there's no run. So it was...
He was arching his back over the rope there.
For Cushy, who would have been thinking this should go for 6, then he must have thought, have I picked the man out? And in the end, he got just a single for it, driven by Wesley up to extra cover, fielded by Young, and there's no run. So Cushy now on 82, Wesley 57, 145 for 1. That was a wonderful bit of fielding out there by Vasconcelos. Short of a length, just back of a length from Zabe. Quicker ball again, punched up to Will Young at short extra, and that's the end of another over. 145 for 1. Cushy is 82, Wesley is 57, 21 overs gone. I hope Vasconcelos hasn't hurt himself over there. He's just holding his back a little bit. I think he's okay. I suppose the other thing is, if it had been one of the taller men, if it had been Nathan Buck or Jack White or somebody, it probably would have been a fairly straightforward catch. But he did so well to, just watching on the replay, did so well just to keep it in the playing area.
Yeah, an amazing effort. Yeah, Cushy just whacked himself on the pads at the end of that over.
Yes.
I think he thinks he should have got the full maximum for that one. But just mistimed it as Sales bowls. That's clipped away into the leg side. It's hit firmly, but straight to the man at mid-on. And that's Russell doing the fielding down there, and there's no run. It was an effortless 6, the ball before that, though, wasn't it? When he just got down on his knee and just picked it up over the man at long on. Beautiful bit of timing. Here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Northants, if you want us online, you can download the BBC app as well. Here comes Sales again. Turn off the pads into the leg side. And there's going to be a couple of runs here as Cushy charges back for the second. Wesley, his captain and the older of the two, just almost struggled a little bit to get back. He did make his ground in the end as a throw came in. It was a good throw out from out in the deep mid-wicket there, but Wesley just got back. Remember, you can also go to the respective Essex Cricket and Northants Cricket websites. You can actually watch the live feed with our commentary over the top. Here comes Sales again, skips into the crease, bowls, and on his toes, Cushy just pushes it down into the offside and short cover fields. And there's one to the total, 148 for one. And Cushy 85 off 67. So just as I said, he looked like he was slowing down. He's picked up the pace again. As Cushy. But Wesley's on strike. He's 57 off 60 so far. He waits for Sales to bound in. He does now. Pulled away to the leg side. It was uppish for a short amount of time. That's going to race away. Should be 4 runs. Just slowing up slightly. But the fielder's in chase. And he's going to get there just over the rope in time.
Teaser.
Yeah, just 2 or 3 strides short of stopping that from going over. There's the fielder out there. So 4 runs to Wesley. He moves to 61. It's a long old day out in the field there for those fielders.
Yes, it was one of those you could always see it was just about going to beat Emilio Gay. I think you had a long sprint round from deep square. Just got there ahead of him. Nasty one for the fielder.
Sales in again, and Wesley down the pitch this time. Sales sees him coming, just drops a little bit shorter, and Wesley just can only push the ball out into the offside, and it's fielded at short cover, and there's no run.
New Zealand's women have beaten England by 8 wickets with 8 overs to spare in the bronze medal match at the Commonwealth Games. So that one's well and truly done and dusted. I'll go through some of the other Royal London Cup scores in a second.
Sales in again, bowls to Wesley, who drives nicely, but picked up on the bounce at cover. And there's no run. That's the end of the 22nd over. Essex going very nicely at 152 for 1.
Yes, at Chesterfield Street, Durham have recovered a bit from that very poor start. They're 80 for 3 now in the 21st over against Middlesex. At Bristol, in the West Country Derby, Somerset made such a poor start in that competition the other day. They're struggling again with the bat again today. 101 for 5, Somerset against Gloucestershire. At Bristol, at Beckenham, usually quite a quick scoring ground. Hampshire 128 for 1 in the 23rd over against Kent. At Old Trafford, where Lancashire are playing Derbyshire, Lancashire 67 for 4 in the 21st over. At the Oval, Warwickshire are 92 for 3 from 22 against Surrey. At Hove, Leicestershire pause as Zabe starts a fresh over, flighted delivery and Cushy on drives for a single. Up to Jack White coming in off the long on boundary. Takes Cushy to 85 and Essex to 152 for 1. Leicestershire 69 for 7 against Sussex. Here's Zabe again, full toss. Is he going to be caught? Oh, he's dropped. He's dropped. It was a full toss. Tom Wesley lacing it up towards long off. And it's been put down by Rob Keogh, of all people, one of the best fielders in the side, indeed one of the best fielders in the game. That's just gone down. Wesley survives. He goes to 62. 154 for 1. And as we set up at York a couple of days ago, Northampton's fielding being found wanting again. Driven this time by Cushy. And just to add insult to injury, that has gone over the top of Rob Keogh for 6. And Safe Zabe will not be happy man at the moment. And you can quite understand why. Takes Cushy into the 90s. He goes to 92 off 69 balls, 160 for 1. Wesley has dropped 1 ball. Cushy hits a 6 off the next. The partnership goes past 150. Here's Zabe. And again, balls to Cushy, who plays it up towards mid-on. Zabe comes across to field off his own bowling. Basis that nobody else is going to do it. He might as well do it himself. 160 for 1, 2 balls to go in the over. Zabe round the wicket, bowls to Cushy, who's defensively back down the pitch. Zabe fields. Stays on 92. Zabe between the umpire and the stumps, bowls down the leg side, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. Signal as a wide.
Nice take by the keeper.
Very nice take by Lewis McManus, who had the bails off in a flash as well. 161 for one. Zabe in his 4th over, 0 for 28 so far. Should have had a wicket this over. Here's Zaben again, driven by Kushi up to Keogh at mid-off, or long-off really, coming in off the boundary. And that's the end of another safe Zabe over. He's bowled 4 overs for 29 now, and at the end of 23, Essex 162 for one. Kushi is 93. Westley, who should have been out in that over, is 62, and the partnership now worth 155 for the second wicket.
Too many more disheartening things on a day's cricket when it's boiling hot sunshine, you're toiling away to create a chance, and a relatively simple catch goes down off your bowling, and the very next ball gets clubbed for 6.
No, it's just not at all what you want. It's just extraordinary. As I say, Rob Keogh has taken some wonderful catches this year and drops an absolute sitter.
Sails in, bowls to Kushi, who's on his toes, just pushing away into the offside. It's fielded at cover and there's no run. We've had an email in from Michael, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, if you want to get in touch. He says, afternoon, presumably this is from an Essex point of view. This is better. Wesley made a mistake bowling at the 2 o'clock start in the last match. Yeah, it was a bit of a hammering for Essex on Friday as sails in, bowls to Kushi, again off the back foot, just punching down the ground this time towards cover for a single. Score goes to 163. Kushi goes to 94. Michael says he thought Nick Brown might get a chance, given he scored some good runs lately after 2 quite difficult years. And Nick Brown seems to have turned a corner. Yeah, I'm quite a big fan of Nick Brown, but he has struggled recently. COVID years haven't been too kind to him on the batting front, as that one's cracked away into the offside, mid-off field, and there'll be a single to the total. Wesley goes to 63 off 65. Essex are 164 for one. And he just finishes by saying some good youngsters, though. Yeah, Essex really trying to develop these youngsters, certainly over the last couple of years. Certainly last couple of COVID years that have been affected. They've been trying to put as many youngsters in as possible, and they've been doing a pretty decent job, actually, as Kushi cuts away into the offside. That's fielded, tumbling stop at backward point, and there's no run. And again, it's just giving the youngsters the chance and the confidence just to play their game, and hopefully it will pay off for them.
And it's another reason why I think this competition does get a lot of support and interest, in that it is an early opportunity often to have a look at some of these younger players.
Sails in, bowled, pulled away to the leg side. Nice shot by Kushi. No point moving the fielders there. That's going to go away for 4 runs down towards Cow Corner. A nice pick up, and the obligatory boundary is scored off the over. Essex go to 168 for one. Yeah, obviously when the 100 came along, there was a lot of people that were up in arms about the fact that it's going to be a one-day competition in name only, and pretty much it will just be reserve teams out there. But I really enjoyed it last year, just seeing some of the new talent come on.
Likewise, this is where James Sales made his first team, debut last year, and moved on from there.
Sales in again, bowls, and that's a short delivery. That's going to be called a wide, surely.
Yep, no ball.
No ball. Went sailing miles over the batsman's head. So 2 runs to the total, 170 for one. Yeah, and you do wonder if the 100 wasn't about, and this was, well, I know it's a fully fledged one-day competition, but like in the old days, whether some of these youngsters would have got a chance.
No.
Here comes Sales, right arm over to the right-handed Kushi, and that's bowled, and Kushi scrambles on his knees back to his crease as the throw comes in from Sales, and there's no run. End of the over, Essex 170 for one. And we have had, how many overs? We had 24.
Yes, because Essex would have lost, obviously, rather more players to the 100 than Northamptonshire. We've just lost 1 at the moment, although, as we know, that can change, because players do tend to get plucked out of their county sides to go and help out teams in the 100. But Northamptonshire only have Josh Cobb away at the start of the tournament at any rate. And Essex, I know, will have had rather more than that. Obviously not available.
No, we don't have too many. I think Dan Lawrence is the only one that's been picked up. Don't think there's too many others that come to mind.
Well, it's going to be Alex Russell, who's coming back into the attack. Bowled 4 overs for 29 from this end, from the indoor centre end. He's going to be switching to the far end, the David Capel end. Bowling his leg spin. Bowling to Tom Westley, who's on 63, who's driving past tumbling Will Young at short extra, out to long off for a single, fielded out there by Safe Zabe. Westley goes to 64 and Essex to 171 for 1. There's long off, long on, deep cover and a deep square in front of the burger stall. Russell comes in and bowls, loses the towel out of the back of his trousers, undeterred, continues with the delivery, and it is driven by Feroz Kushi up to long off for a single, takes him to 99 off 79 balls, 172 for 1. Tom Westley on strike to Russell, who drives, again is going to be another single up to long off. One more to the total, 173 for 1, Westley to 64, Kushi's on 99. Talk him through, David.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, as Russell comes in here, bowls right over as Kushi whips this one away into the leg side, a fist punch as well as he runs down towards the pavilion and a jump in the air as well. He acknowledges the crowd, acknowledges his teammates, and Kushi goes through for another well-constructed 100. 100 off 80 deliveries as Essex go to 174 for 1. And just that one chance where he was caught off a no ball, gets a big hug from his captain. And Feroz Kushi, that's another 100 to his name. A very, very, very talented youngster.
Yeah, wonderful innings from Feroz Kushi and plenty of power to add. As they say, 174 for 1. Westley on strike. Russell making a full start, goes back to his mark. Comes in again, bowls to the Essex captain, who's whipping that one away just behind square. Long chase round there for Ricardo Vasconcelos. And fields it in front of the main scoreboard, and they come through for a couple of runs. Takes Westley up to 67, and Essex to 176 for 1. Still barely a cloud in the sky. It really is a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Northampton. Russell in again bowls to Westley, who's caught at short extra cover. And Northamptonshire have caught one at last. And Will Young takes the catch. And Alex Russell has the wicket. And that partnership, long partnership for the second wicket, is over. And Essex are 176 for 2. And Westley goes for 67, caught by Will Young off Alex Russell. The partnership with Westley and Kushi worth 165 runs in 23 overs, but it's broken now. Players will have a drink as well. Essex 176 for 2, and well played, Tom Westley.
Yeah, he's played a decent innings there. It was a lovely sharp catch as well, down low to Will Young's right. I was about to say just before that, as Russell was coming up to bowl to Kushi for his century, it's just, as a fielding side, it's keeping your chin up and knowing that a chance should eventually come, and then just being aware and keeping concentrated to take that chance when it arrives. And that's exactly what Will Young did. It was sharp, away to his right. It was a difficult catch, but he took it well, and it sent Westley back to the pavilion. But halfway through, Essex in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, stand 169 in 23, so they'd settled for that. And yeah, a little bit of a sort of mini huddle there with the Northamptonshire fielders, and you sort of understand why. I think Will Young will just be saying, I'm sure, pretty much what you said there, David. They just need to keep the chins up, keep working hard, and you imagine chances will come. The problem before was that obviously the most conspicuous chance did go to hand and was dropped. I would not classify the one down on the boundary earlier with Ricardo Vasconcelos as a chance. I think that was just an extraordinary bit of athleticism really to keep the ball in play. But it's been a little bit scruffy for Northamptonshire as it was up at York, but now they've got a chance just to regroup. Grant Rolofson is the new batter at the crease.
Well, thank you for Richard for emailing in bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. I was hoping someone would correct me. Essex have actually lost quite a few players. It shows how much attention I've paid to the 100. So they've lost Lawrence Critchley, Rossington, Pepper, Sam Cook and Paul Water. Obviously, Alistair Cook and Ben Allison's injuries, and the squad does look a little bit thin, but at the moment they're going great guns. I'll get back to the second part of your email in a minute, Richard, as Sales bowls. That's driven on the bounce back to the bowler, and there is no run. That being said, it's great to see the youngsters getting a chance. So, yeah, Cushy looks a classy batter. He does look great out there today. And Richard's been saying all year that Jamal Richards should be given a go. Come on, Essex. BBC Essex BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Sorry. And your Twitter handle, Andrew?
At oldmanrad.
And off the back foot, that's just carved down towards deep cover for a single by Cushy. He goes to 101. So Essex have lost plenty of players. My apologies for that. But these youngsters are doing a very, very good job for them out there today. Albeit on a flat pitch, but you've got to cash in when the going's good. There's plenty of times when you get on tricky pitches and scores are going to be hard to come by. Didn't announce a new batsman. Rolofson is the new batsman. Just getting his feet moving at the crease. Sales waiting at the top of his mark. And he comes in now. Low stance, Rolofson, as he drives away through the offside, almost in a crouching position. Remember when Owen Morgan almost used to basically sit back on his heels? That's pretty much how low Rolofson's getting out there. And that one finds the fielder, so there's no run.
Yeah, good record in South African domestic cricket, isn't he, Grant Rolofson, mostly for Dolphins and KZN Coastal.
Sal's in again. That one's pushed away into the offside. Oh, thank you very much. That's some water delivered. That's very, very kind.
Yes, it's much needed as well. It's getting quite warm in here. It's the danger if you put the aircon on for too long, then you need a jumper. If you switch it off, then you tend to be quietly brazing. So it's finding a happy medium.
Here comes Sales into Rolofson, who defends into the offside, and again there is no run.
And unfortunately, I left the trademark cardie at home today, so I just assumed it wouldn't be needed.
Yeah, it's a very efficient air conditioning unit you've got in here, which is, like you say, good on blistering hot days, but it does get a little bit nippy quite quickly. Here comes Sales again. That's defended down towards third man for a single. So Rolofson off the mark. What number has he got on his back there? Number 2, 02.
02, yes, according to the Essex website, which I was consulting diligently last night. Well, 178 for 2 off 26. If you want to get in touch with us, always very good to hear from you. And should have mentioned also, of course, that that wicket for Alex Russell was his first in List A cricket for Northamptonshire, so well done to him. Good catch as well. Good low catch by Will Young, setting the example. 178 for 2. Chance now for Northamptonshire just to get a little bit of a grip on proceedings. But for us, Cushy's still there on 101. He's watching from the non-striker's end because Grant Rolofson is just marking his guard, preparing to face Alex Russell, who's about to start his 6th over, 1 for 35 so far for the young leggy. From the David Capel end, bowls to Rolofson, who plays that away through mid-wicket. Couple of runs for him here, long chase around the boundary. But cut it off, just in front of the old scoreboard. And 2 runs to Grant Rolofson, who goes to 3, 180 for 2. A lot of people deciding that although the official lunch break isn't for about another hour and a bit, next ball from Russell brings Rolofson forward, playing defensively back down the pitch. What is it now, 1:45, and the cut-off time is around about 2:30, so 1 hour and 3/4. They've decided that they're going to have their lunch now. Short of a length, Russell, punched away off the back foot by Rolifson for a single. Goes out to Emilio Gay coming in from the boundary. And one more onto the total. Rolifson is 4 and Essex to 181 for 2. Here's Russell in again, short, and Cushy cleverly just waiting for it, punching it down the ground towards long on, fielded out there by Jack White in front of the Spencer Pavilion. One more onto the total takes Cushy to 102 and Essex to 182 for 2. Thank you, David. A glass of iced water, which is very welcome. Rolifson on strike. Russell bowls short and smashed very hard by Grant Rolifson on the bounce to short extra, where it's fielded there by Will Young, who immediately shies at, well, not shies at the stump, sends in a return to Lewis McManus just to let the batter know he's there. Russell in again, driven down the ground by Rolifson, but he's only going to get a single as it goes out there to save Zabe on the long off boundary. So another fairly tidy over from Alex Russell, buoyed by that wicket. 183 for 2, Essex off 27. Rolifson is 5, Cushy is 102. Cushy closing in on his highest one-day score, which I think is 109 against Durham last year. So not too long for him to go, but Russell, see, just finding a little bit of confidence in picking up that wicket. And I thought that was, apart from that, the short ball that he got away with, which was hit very, very hard at Will Young. I think it was generally a better over from Alex Russell.
Yeah, Rollison's got a List A average of just shy of 43, strike rate of 80. It's not too bad. Sales continuing from the indoor school end up to the stumps, bowls right arm over to the right-handed Rollison, who drives down towards deep cover for a single. 6 off 10 so far for him, and Essex are 184 for 2 in the 28th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Northants. Remember, live feed as well at the respective cricket sites with our commentary over the top. Plenty of encouragement out there for the wicket taker Russell. Long sleeve shirt on, but Sal's bowls. That one's carved down towards deep cover, who's employed again. And they're going to come back for a second. Oh, they're going to mix up in the centre of the pitch. So Shy comes in and he should have been miles out, but Sal's misses the stumps and Cushy almost ran himself out there. Rollisson not interested in coming back for the second run. Sold Cushy down the river. Has he injured himself a little bit, or was he just taking a breather? I'm just wondering if he might have turned his ankle a little bit.
Yeah, it was a difficult one for James Sells, because having taken the ball some way away from the stumps, he then had to sort of throw off balance. But I think if he'd hit, he would have been out, but he didn't, so he's not.
Yeah, Cushy well short of his ground as Sales in now, bowls to Rollison, who tries a big swipe into the leg side. Not quite finding his timing so far yet, and that one is fielded on the bounce by short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Still 185 for 2. Probably should have been 185 for 3 with that run out. I'm just wondering if he's done himself a little bit of a mischief here. Cushy keeps grabbing that right leg, and just as he turned, he might have tweaked something in his knee. Here comes Sales again. Bowls, that's carved away. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That's raced away towards the boundary. Just a little push outside the off stump. Bowled a little bit too wide from Sales and carved down backward a point on the offside by Rollison for 4 runs. He goes to 10 off 12 and Essex are 189 for 2.
I think that's timed as well as anything we've seen all day so far, and we've seen some wonderful shots from Feroz Cushy and from Tom Westley, but that was just sumptuous from Grant Rollison. Gorgeous shot.
Yeah, just literally looked up from the bat and suddenly it was at the boundary edge.
Lent on it.
Here comes Sales again. Bowls to Rollison, who tries to pull away into the leg side, toe into the bat, and it's to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just keep an eye on Cushy here. Seems to be limping a little bit.
Yeah,
I think he has tweaked something.
I think you're right. It's such a shame if he has done himself no good, because it was one of those misunderstandings. He was a long, long way down, and he almost ran one because he went halfway, then had to go out the other half back.
Sales again past the umpire, bowls, and that's full and driven down towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's just Sorry, there's going to be a single to the total. Just looking at Cushy as he skips through again. Again, he's just trying to stretch out that leg, isn't he?
Yeah, no, yeah, you're absolutely right, David. He's done himself not a lot of good, whether it's leg or whether he's just tweaked a groin or hammy or something, where he was just had to turn sharply. Hopefully, it's not going to incommode him too much because he's batted beautifully. And I say he's got a chance here to really make a big score. 103 not out of 84. 190 for 2. 22 overs remaining. Alex Russell about to start his 7th, 1 for 40. In consultation with his captain, Will Young. Noticeable, we're talking about the speed of the outfield here. Quite a few pictures posted around yesterday, including one, the match I was watching, that so many of the club grounds now, the outfield's just looking parched and just looking like the sort of semi-desert of the South African Karoo rather than eastern counties of England. But it is very, very dry in this part of the world at the moment. Now, Russell and Lewis McManus just tweaking his field a little bit. I'll tell you where he's got out in a second. Reverse sweep by Roelofsen, and that's going to run away for 4. Didn't get all of it, but got enough of it. And it raced away down through backward point for 4. And now Emilio Gay has got the delight of trying to extricate the ball from underneath the covers, which are parked down there in front of the ice cream van. So 4 to Roelofsen. He's 15, 194 for 2. He's got deep backward square, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's having a chat with somebody in the crowd. Deep mid-wicket is now being brought up into the ring. Long on is out. Long off is out. Deep cover is out. As Russell comes in and bowls to Roelofsen, who drives down to long off for a single. Goes to 16. And Essex to 195 for 2. Russell into his 7th over, 1 for 45 so far. Then again, bowling and hits Cushy on the pad. I think he's only the pad. They come through for a single, and it is indeed signalled as a leg by the umpire. So 1 more onto the total, and Frost Cushy's not moving as freely as he certainly was in the earlier part of his innings, and as David said, I suspect it may have something to do with that little sudden change of direction a moment or two ago to avoid being run out. Next ball to Roelofsen, played down to backward point where Rob Keogh fields, and there's no run. Brisk start from Grant Roelofsen, 16 off 17 balls for him. Russell is in, bowls, and this time Roelofsen's playing defensively back down the pitch for Russell to field his follow through, and there's no run. A few more spectators have filled into those seats out in the open between the signal box and the new pavilion as Russell's in again, bowls short, and it's pulled away to deep square, and he's going to be caught, and he is caught, and Russell strikes again. It was a little bit of a drag down, and Roelofsen trying to clear what is the longer of the 2 boundaries here, and he just got underneath it a little bit. It was a fairly straightforward catch for Ricardo Vasconcelos, coming in off the boundary where he did those heroics earlier on to save the 6. This time he takes the catch. Roelofsen goes for 16. It's a 2nd wicket for Alex Russell, and Essex 196 for 3.
Yeah, just throughout that innings, it just looked like Roelofsen was struggling with his timing through the leg side. He'd tried a couple of big swipes previously in his innings and never really quite timed it properly. And again, that one probably off the toe end of the bat, just looped up nicely in the air. And it was a relatively simple catch. So Essex's 3rd wicket down in the end of the 29th over. Really should have actually been put away for a 6. It was a bit of a loose delivery from Alex Russell, and he's picked up a cheap one there. And Roelofsen will be kicking himself.
There's not a lot of justice in this game. Sometimes is it? Actually, Alex Russell's bowled some good deliveries in the last couple of overs. That wasn't really one of them. But nevertheless, he'll take it. And as I say, I think for a young spinner in these sort of matches, it's very, very hard, and they deserve a little bit of luck sometimes if they get a wicket with not necessarily the best ball they've bowled. But 196 for 3 it is. Alex Russell will take it. 5 is figures now starting to look better by the moment. 7 overs, 2 for 45. Nothing much wrong with that. It's just over 6 and a bit and over for the young leggy. Picked up 4 wickets in that long Bedfordshire run chase in the warm-up match last week down at Dunstable on another very, very good batting track. So, in a little bit of form, 196 for 3. And it's Robin Das coming to the crease, 20 years old, to join Faraz Kushi, another one of the talented young players in this Essex side, on show today.
Played with, I saw him a couple of times in the T20, played with a lot of abandonment, so just throwing the bat at everything. Be interested to see how he plays in the slightly longer form of the one-day game.
A change of bowling from this end, from the Lynn Wilson indoor centre end. Tom Taylor coming back into the attack. Bowled 4 overs for 26 early on from the other end, from the David Capel end. Now switching ends to this Lynn Wilson indoor centre end.
So 30th over. Taylor coming in now. Right arm over to the right-handed Kushi. Works it down towards mid-on for a single. 197 for 3. Now, if the old rules still apply, it was double your score at 30 overs. So Essex should really be looking here towards the 400 mark. Whether they can do it or not, I'm not sure. Again, I'm slightly concerned about Kushi. He's not happy.
No.
It's the inside of that right leg, and I'm pretty sure it's the knee that got tweaked as he started to turn. And as our emailer was saying earlier, Richard, Essex can't afford too many more injuries. They're already a bit threadbare at the moment. Here comes Taylor up to start bowl to Das, who tries a drive first up, beats him outside the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper. Filled in for Das. There's plenty swarming around in that offside. There's a backward point. There's a man just in front of cover. There's a extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on and mid-wicket, all inside the circle. There's a deep square leg, a fine leg. And that is it outside the circle. Everyone else inside the circle. Here comes Taylor again. Sorry, there's a third man out there as well. That's pulled away into the leg side over the keeper's head, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Not exactly where Das was looking to put it precisely. A bit thinner than he hoped. He just helped it on its way, and very, very fine down for 4 runs.
Brings up the 200 for Essex. Their highest list A score, Essex against Northamptonshire, was in the match which was the last time these two sides met in list A cricket back in 2014, 315 for 6. Which was to win the match here at Northampton Royal London Cup 2014.
Taylor, number 12 on his back, runs in now up to the stumps, bowls to Das, who on his toes defends. One of the shorter players, Das out there, very low centre of gravity. He's 4 off 3 so far. Essex 201 for 3, no run off that delivery. Wind's picked up again. St George's Cross just tugging away at the pole away to our left-hand side. Queue starting to form for the food trucks out on the boundary edge. Taco Kitchen, I'm sure, is doing a roaring trade.
The old Ruby Murray is as well, by the look of it.
That's a punch down the ground. It's a lovely strike from Das. Well timed, barely put any effort into that, just leant into it and picked it up over the infield and away for 4 runs. Oh, what a beautiful shot that was. 4 to Das. He goes to 8 off 4, and Essex are 205 for 3. And I beg the question at the start of the over how attacking Das will be. Well, I guess we're seeing the answer right now.
I'll tell you what, David, this is going to be entertaining if he's going to play like this. The Northamptonshire batting coach Ben Smith and second team and also fielding coach Graham White both below us, just giving us a cheery wave.
Here comes Taylor again. Into Das, who defends into the offside that time. Kushi starts to come for a single, but immediately sent back, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 30 overs gone. Essex are 205 for 3.
Yeah, Ben Smith, of course, will be a familiar voice to BBC Radio Northampton listeners to cricket over the last couple of seasons. He was one of our regular summarisers in the last 2 seasons, and now finds himself at the sharp end as Northamptonshire's batting coach, doing a lap with Graham White and avoiding the temptation to pay a visit to the ice cream van. There's a bit of a queue there, which is going Good news for the ice cream ban, I'm sure. Now, Alex Russell to continue. 7 overs, 2 for 45 so far. Coming into bowl to Faraz Kushi, who drives and just jogs down for a single as it goes down to Jack White coming in off the long on boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion. Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two. 206 for 3. Kushi up to 105. Now Robin Das on strike to the leggy. Russell in bowls to him short, and he's pulled that. And has he picked out the man? No, he hasn't. And that's another, well, terrific acrobatic dive by Ricardo Vasconcelos. It went on the bounce to him, took off to his left, got a hand to it, but couldn't keep it inside the playing area, and it runs away for 4. So Das to 12, and Essex to 210 for 3. Short ball pulled away by Das, and for a moment I thought, no, he's got another one with the short ball. Not this time. Russell in bowls much fuller to Das, who drives pleasantly down the ground. He's going to get a single. There's once again more work for Jack White to do at the front of the Spencer Pavilion. One more to him. Das to 13, 211 for 3. Russell in again, bowls to Kushi, who lays back, cuts, and he's only going to get a single as Emilio Gay is quickly round to the ball. He's fielding out there on the cover boundary, ran round to deep backward point. Kushi to 106, Essex to 212 for 3. Here's Russell, again just short of a length, and Das steps back, punches away out to Emilio Gay again at deep cover. One more onto the total. Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton now. Essex 213 for 3, having won the toss and chosen to bat first in the 31st over, so it's been hard going for Northamptonshire's attack. Faraz Kushi is 106 not out, closing in on his highest list A score for Essex. Just been joined by Robin Das, who's moved on to 14. 3 successes for the county's attack so far, 2 of them courtesy of Alex Russell, who's picked up the last 2 wickets. Tom Westley for 67 and Grant Rolofson for 16. 6 bowlers used by Northamptonshire so far, 31 overs down. Essex 215 for 3. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton. 215 for 3 at the end of the 31st over, with Kushi on 108, Das on 14.
Yeah, only thing you missed there was just a little drive out towards the deep for a couple of runs. But just watching Kushi run between the wickets there, he seems okay when he's actually doing the running. It's when he actually stops that seems to be just holding his head to the sky and starting to rub his right leg. Keep an eye on that. Taylor bowls as Das carves this one down towards, lovely bit of timing, but the man at cover managed to pick it up on the bounce down right on the boundary edge there. It will just be a single to the total. 216 for 3. Das 15 off 9 so far. And we're into the 32nd over here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Northants, online as well, bbc.co.uk/ball, and on the app if you're out and about.
Ricardo Vasconcelos is having a very busy afternoon so far out there, isn't he? Filling himself to all parts.
He's certainly earned his lunch when he gets inside today. Here comes Taylor, bowls. That's a slower delivery. That's carved down towards cover again. Oh, there's a bit of a misfield, but it won't go for a boundary. And that's going to be just the 1 run, was that? I think they weren't going to go for a second, and then the misfield, but they didn't go on the misfield. So, yeah, Das goes to 16, and it's 218 for 3. Kushi on strike, just flexing his knee there. Taylor turns to come in again. Wind picks up as well. Taylor scoots across the turf up to the stumps now. Bowl that's pulled away to the leg side. Nice pick up by Kushi. That should be 4. It's going to run away easily. No fielders out there. Did wonder how he might play, because if he's got problems with his knee, it's going to be difficult with the flexibility to get to that. But he skipped down the turf and picked it up on the half volley.
Beware the injured batter, as they used to say, particularly when Gordon Greenwich was at the crease, and that's now Faraz Kushi's highest list A score for Essex.
114 off 91 deliveries, 222 for 3, double Nelson. comes Taylor again. Shirt pressed against his chest as he runs into the wind. That's pulled away to the leg side. That's up in the air. Will it be caught? There's a diving effort out there. It's going to go for 4 runs. It was dying on him the whole time. But Kushi now hitting out. And the fielder down there just couldn't quite get to it.
Yeah, Jack White, and he ran in, as you say, sort of stretched out a right hand, and that was the only way he could get to it. It was just if he just managed to get his right hand underneath the ball, but he didn't manage to, and it ran away first bounds for 4.
Seems as if Essex have decided this is the time they're going to attack.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for it now, aren't they?
Taylor, again, he's in the firing line at the moment. Cushy with that injured leg. He's swinging at everything. He swings again. That's pulled away. Is that going to be caught? It is, down at deep mid-wicket.
Will Young.
Didn't quite get it square enough, and Will Young, running round from a straightish mid-wicket, comes in to take the catch. And Cushy's innings comes to an end. It's been an excellent knock from the youngster. 118 off 92 deliveries, but he eventually perishes in the deep, caught by Will Young. And Essex are 226 for 4.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, it's a magnificent innings and very well played, but he's clearly not moving very well and struggling a little bit. So it's unfortunate that his innings is ended in that way. I think, as you say, he was just basically was going to do the sort of Gordon Greenwich approach and try and give it a big woomph, and in the end just picking out the man, and he's hobbling off and struggling a little bit, getting a very good and very well deserved ovation as he walks off from Northamptonshire and Essex supporters alike, and which he acknowledges very nicely around the ground, which is always good to see. And I know our BBC Radio Essex colleague Dick Davis will be very pleased at that, because I know it's one of the things that he's very keen on, but that was very nice to see all parts of the ground acknowledged by Faraz Cushy. Lovely knock, saying just unfortunate that he was obviously a little bit handicapped in the latter stages of it.
Yeah, that brings Buttleman to the crease, the wicketkeeper batsman. Essex clearly going for their shots though. Das isn't going to hold back, and Buttleman is an attacking bat as well.
This Robin Das is fun to watch, isn't he? I haven't seen a great deal of him before, but he's going to make a name for himself of that, I've no doubt.
Yeah, I've only seen him a couple of times, but he doesn't hold back with his shots. And clearly the 50-over game, he's going to play the same way that he plays his 20-over cricket. So, fielders coming in for the new batsman, Buttleman. Deep covers inside the circle. Just a fine leg and a deep backward square leg outside the 30-yard circle as Taylor comes in to Buttleman. Oh, that kicked up from nowhere. And Buttleman defends that right in front of his chin.
He does have, Tom Taylor, and we've talked about it frequently on commentary in the last couple of seasons. He has a serious effort ball, and often you will see him, hit the splice of the bat before the batter's ready, and he just has that little bit of extra pace that he is able to find, and I think that was a good example of it there. The final stats for Faraz Cushy's innings: 93 balls, 3 sixes and 12 fours. We say his highest list A score for Essex, beating 109 against Durham last season. And Northamptonshire, say from 176 for 1, Northamptonshire just pulled themselves back into this a little bit. They've picked up 3 wickets for 50 in 7 overs. So the scoring rate's still pretty good, and Essex are still going at just a tad over 7 and over, 7.1. But they have picked up 3 wickets, and as the coaches will always tell you, the easiest way of keeping the scoring rate down is to get people out. And Cushy is now gone. Hopefully, as I say, getting a bit of treatment, and do hope it's nothing too serious. But it's now going to be Robin Das facing the left-arm spin of Save Save, who's back into the attack. 4 overs for 29 before. And his first ball finds Das forcing away out to deep cover, where Emilio Gay comes in off the boundary to field, and they're through for 1. Das to 16, Essex to 227 for 4. The new batter, Will Buttleman. Still Emilio Gay out there on the cover boundary, long on the fence, deep mid-wicket on the fence, and a long leg on the fence. Here's Zabe forcing Buttleman onto the back foot. He punches it up to long on, where Jack White fields, and there's 1 run to Will Buttleman, who's off the mark. Essex 2-2-8 for 4. Zabe hustling in again. Bowls driven fiercely by Robin Dass, and that's gone away for 4. It beat Safe Zabe. Well, I think if he got a hand on that, he would never have played the banjo again. And it raced away to the boundary. James Sales coming round to try and stop it. No way he could. Dass to 20 off 11 balls, 232 for 4. Pulled away by Robin Dass for 4 more. This time behind square. That was a bit of a drag down, and Dass lightning quick onto it, pulled it away behind square, giving Ricardo Vasconcelos on the fence no chance at all. In fact, it was quite well fielded down there by the aforementioned Ben Smith, Northampton's batting coach, who's just about reached that point on his lap. Dass now 24 off 12 balls, 236 for 4. Robin Dass already hit 5 fours, and that rarity to Dass, a dot ball there, played to square leg. Here's Zabin again, held that one back, and Dass standing tall, punching it out off the back foot to Emilio Gay, coming in off the cover boundary. End of another over. Dass keeps the bowling. He's 25, Buttleman 1, 237 for 4, 33 overs gone. And it's going to be Taylor to continue, or is it? No, in fact, Alex Russell is coming back into the attack. So Tom Taylor, having picked up the wicket of Firoz Kushi, has been pulled out of the attack, and it's going to be Russell to return. He's just got 2 overs left.
Yeah, Dass really does have that full array of shots. The full 360.
From the Lynn Wilson Centre end will be
Leg
Alex
side,
Russell.
offside, even behind the keeper, as we saw earlier. So Russell back into the attack with Robin Dass in full attack mode as well. So I see he's going to set the field here. He's got deep backward square back, fine legs inside the circle as his 3rd man. Deep covers out there, just having a chat with the batting coach. There's a long on, and I'm assuming there's a long off outside of our field of vision as Russell bowls. A big sweep by Dass. It takes him on the chest, I think, and just pops into the leg side, and there's no run. But again, going for the shot. Doesn't care the fact there's a fielder out there specifically positioned to try and catch him out. He wants to try and hit this in front of the square or pull it very, very fine. This one's backed away towards the offside. He's pushed that away into the offside, and that's raced away for 4 runs. And we were talking about the timing of Rollifson earlier. That was timed probably just a little bit better. Just tapped it away backward a square, and it flew away for 4.
And the other thing to say again, David, is that you are certainly going to get value for your shots here, because the outfield is so quick. And it's it raced away down and beat even the tumbling Vasconcelos to the boundary.
Russell in again, Dass down the pitch this time. It drives down towards long off for a single. Attempted diving stop by Russell, but can't get to the ball. 1 to the total. Essex are 242 for 4, and Dass is 30 off 17. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to email us. As Russell bounds in again. Bowls to Butterman, who just steps back and drives into the offside, but can only find the fielder at extra cover. And there's no run. Russell back to the top of his mark, racing through his over here. Bowls to Butterman, who starts to lean forward, drives expansively, but again can only find the fielder at extra cover. That's playing a different game to Butterman out there at the moment. As Butterman taps the bat on the ground a couple of times, waits for Russell and defends back down the pitch. Quicker delivery, that one from Russell. And there's no run, and that is the end of the over. He's a busy bowler, Russell. That's the end of the 34th. Essex are 242 for 4.
Yes, he's a bit like Simon Kerrigan. Doesn't give you a lot of chance to expand and expound when you're commentating. Alex Russell, he's usually through his overs pretty sharpish. 16 to go. Cut-off time is around about 25 minutes to 3, so I don't think there's going to be any problem on that score. So he just 1:15. Northampton should have already used two spinners. A bit of a mid-wicket conference, because no one appears to be yet ready to bowl. So the batters are having a bit of a chat, and now Lewis McManus having a chat with Zabe, and it is going to be Zabe to continue. Hugely impressed by Lewis McManus, David. Obviously he's been with Northamptonshire this year, coming the start of the season on loan, has now been confirmed as a Northamptonshire player with a 2-year contract, and come back to that in a second as Zabe starts another over. Down the pitch, appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. Robin Das charging down the pitch. He'd come a long way down. He would have to be guessing, the umpire. And I think rightly saying not out. Stays at 242 for 4, but with a statement of intent from Robin Das, who drives, eludes Will Young at short extra and goes up to long off for a single. Das to 31. 243 for 4. John Sadler, Northampton's head coach, talked about Lewis McManus as being a leader, and increasingly on the field, I think, as he's settled into his role here at Northamptonshire, you see him having much more of a role out on the field and helping to set the field and so on. Next ball brings Buttleman forward, playing it up to short extra, Will Young fields, and there's no run. Very impressive cricketer, Lewis McManus. Buttleman on strike again, short and quick, cut away by Buttleman. He's only going to get a single, I think. Yes, well fielded by Emilio Gay, running round from deep cover to just behind square. Buttleman to 2. Essex to 244 for 4. 15 overs to go in the innings after this one. Zabin again bowls short, and Das has pulled it, going out towards deep mid-wicket. And again, a terrific effort by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is...
He's going to do himself some damage
He's going to do himself... You've seen some of the gymnastics on the Commonwealth Games in the last few days. Some of it's nothing compared to the amount of flinging around that Ricardo Vasconcelos is doing on that occasion in vain, because it goes for 4. Das to 35, 248 for 4. Zabe. And again, flights that one up, driven by Das. Aerial, is he going to beat the fielder? Yes, I know it is. He's just managed to pull it in. That's a really good effort out there by James Sales.
It's probably the longest boundary on
it is, and he just about managed to get a hand to it and drop it down, and then have to go back and retrieve the ball. While he was doing all that, they came through for a couple that brings up the 250. End of the over, 250 for 4. 35 overs gone. Das is 37. Buttleman is 2. 15 overs to go. Alex Russell's just about to bowl his last. 9 overs, 2 for 60 so far. From here, David, Essex has got to be looking at least 380, something like that, would you think?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, certainly with the way that Das is playing, keeping up that scoring rate. As you were saying, the best way to slow it down is taking wickets, but at the moment, each new batter that's come in has been freed up to play their shot. Yeah. So,
Robin Das in particular has been extraordinary. 37 off 21 balls. What an innings.
And he's played beautifully, striking the ball so cleanly as well. So, Russell going to continue from the indoor school end with that towel flapping out the back of his trousers. He bowls to Buttleman. Wild swipe outside the off stump. Good take by the wicketkeeper. Bails off, but Buttleman's leg firmly planted in the crease. And there's no run. Here comes Russell again. Bowls off the back foot this time. Buttleman can't beat the fielder. Getting a little bit frustrating from Buttleman's perspective. 2 off 9 so far. Just keeps picking out the fielders once he does manage to lay bat on ball. And while at the other end, he's seeing his strike partner score freely. Buttleman defends this time out towards cover. Just wonder if there's a big shot coming soon from Buttleman, or whether he can just hold his nerve, knowing that Das is scoring at an incredible rate at the opposite end. 37 off 21 for Buttleman. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment, though. Here comes Buttleman, and he drives down the ground for a single. That gets Das on strike. But he's only got a couple of balls at the most. 3 to Buttleman off 11, 251 for 4. Russell in again, bowls pulled away to the leg side. That should be 4. Just pitches and holds back a little bit, but easily gets over the boundary rope with 3 fielders in tow. And Das moves to 41. Again, another imperious pickup from Das. And you can see he's just putting the bowlers off their lengths at the moment.
Yeah, just dragged that one down a little bit, didn't he? Alex Russell having bowled a good little series at the front of the over to Will Buttleman. Just dropping it short. Das is so quick, pouncing onto that one, pulling it away for 4.
Das 41 of 22 here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Northants as Russell moves in again. Flatter delivery this time, pulled away, and it's the same result. It's going to be 4 runs. He's just picking off these deliveries now. This is incredible batting from the youngster. Robin Das, who came in, albeit Essex set in a very, very good position, but he has accelerated the scoring. He's 45 of 23 at the end of the 36th over. Essex at 259 for 4. And as Andrew was saying, got to be eyeing up close to 400.
Yeah, this really has been a terrific effort from Robin Das. Northamptonshire need to see the back of him and Sharpish if they're to regain a little bit of control here. The end of Alex Russell's stint, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 69. Figures just dented a little bit by those back-to-back boundaries. As we appear to have turned into a disco, so I'll just turn the effects mic down a little bit for the benefit of our listeners and for me as well. Haven't they got any Pet Clark or Matt Monroe or anything nice you can listen to? 259 for 4, 36 overs down, 14 to go. And Jack White is coming back into the attack. Was a bit costly in his opening burst from that David Capel end, far end of the ground, 4 overs for 32. So he was going at, even I can work out, 8 and over. We'll need to do something a little bit better than that now, but not an easy time come into bowl with Essex, say, building a platform for a very big total, and Robin Das flowing like the Nile. He's at non-striker's end though, because Will Buttleman's on strike at the moment as White comes in, bowls to him, and Buttleman plays that to backward point where Rob Keogh fields and there's no run. It is almost at the moment like 2 separate matches in progress where Will Buttleman, an aggressive player, but just still quite to find his touch and his timing. And at the other end, Robin Das is playing at least 1 shot a ball. Sometimes more than 1. Buttleman on 3. Faces Jack White and gets an inside edge as he was trying to play his way through the covers. Runs down towards Nathan Buck at long leg. And they're through for 1. Buttleman to 4. And Essex to 260 for 4. And as far as Essex is concerned, of course, the more strike they can give to Robin Das, the better. Buttleman rehearsing a nice lofted on drive. Robin Das on strike, 45 off 23 balls. Change in the field. 3rd man being brought up into the ring, Alex Russell. 3 men out on the leg side. And at least one of them is going to be in business as Das on drives. And he's only going to get a couple of runs. Tracked out towards the Taco kitchen van at deep mid-wicket. And Taylor fielded out there, and they're through for a couple. Das to 47. 262 for 4. On this glorious Sunday summer afternoon here in Northampton, Royal London Cup match. Big crowd in. Driven by Das, and he's caught at extra cover by Will Young. And he's hit that incredibly hard, and Will Young has made that look very, very easy. And I think he's sort of suggesting to the bowler Jack White that if he hadn't have caught it, it might have drilled a hole through him. But it's a second excellent catch from Will Young, who's setting by example. Das goes for a whirlwind, 47 off 25 balls. Jack White picks up a wicket, and Northamptonshire strike again. Essex 262 for 5. Crikey, hit that hard.
Yeah, you could see it on Will Young's face as well when he was just chatting to the bowler there. He was sort of wringing his hands out. That was absolutely flying. That was going all the way for 4 if he hadn't got in the way of it. But a beautiful stop. It's one of those ones that sticks or doesn't, and it just stuck nicely. It just puts Essex, well, they're 5 down now. How many overs? Just 13 overs to go. So have they got enough still in the batting locker to keep going
Well, that's the
without losing their wickets before the overs are out.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, I think obviously I haven't, as I say, I've seen very little Robin Das. You know much more about him than I do, and that's the way obviously he plays. And I mean, it was a terrific little cameo of 47 off 25 balls with 9 fours. But yeah, it's like you say, what Essex don't want to do is to just keep going full bore ahead, damn the torpedoes, gung-ho, and finish up being bowled out for 320 or something, which I suspect on this surface probably might not be enough. I think Northamptonshire would more than settle for that. I think they probably, if they keep them to 350, they would fancy their chances. Certainly when Yorkshire made 350 up at York, and they weren't too far away. So just need to be a little bit careful here. The new batsman is Aaron Beard, left-hander. So Jack White, having picked up his first wicket of the innings, 1 for 35 in his 5th over, which looks a little bit more respectable. But we are in the 37th over, and Northamptonshire have managed, 4 wickets in the last dozen overs or so. White bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Beard, who's defensively back down the pitch for White to field his follow-through, and there's no run. White just jogging back to his place. Well, I suppose if your side's not having the greatest time in the field, it's important that the captain sets the example, and Will Young once again certainly has, with 2 terrific catches, one to get Tom Wesley and one to get Robin Das. Here's White to finish the 37th over. Bowls round the wicket, and he's not going to finish the over because he's fired it down the leg side. Good take by Lewis McManus, but wide signal, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. 263 for 5. Bringing up to date with what's happening elsewhere. Pretty good recovery from Durham, who were 16 for 3, and now 173 for 5 against Middlesex at Chester Street. 15 overs to go there. Somerset still struggling a bit. 167 for 7 after 42 against Gloucestershire at Bristol, as White comes in, bowls back of a length to Aaron Beard, who pushes it out towards extra cover, but White cuts it off himself, and that's the end of a successful over for Northamptonshire. 37 overs gone, and Essex 263 for 5 with Will Buttleman on 4. Aaron Beard yet to get off the mark. Batters confer in mid-pitch, and Will Young has a word with the keeper, Lewis McManus, and also with James Sales, who's coming back into the attack.
Yeah, what do you reckon? Consolidate for another 5 overs, then go again, or 3 overs, then go again?
I think they've. I think they've just. You would know better than me about what's left in the hutch. I know Shane Snater can hit a ball. We've seen that in even in championship matches, and has done so very effectively. But I say, you just feel from Essex's point of view, they just don't want to, be bowled out with 3 or 4 overs to spare and not get quite the sort of total that's almost going to put Northamptonshire out of the reckoning. Because on this surface, if it's 350, I think Northamptonshire will feel quietly confident.
Sales coming in from the indoor school end. That's driven out towards the deep by Buttleman for a single. He goes to 5 off 13, 264 for 5.
Hampshire going well at Beckenham, 257 for 2 in the 38th over against Kent, as we say, fast scoring ground there as a rule. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 145 for 4 in 38 against Derbyshire. At the Oval, Warwickshire 180 for 3 in the 39th over against Surrey. And Leicestershire have been bowled out for 120 by Sussex.
Sales round the wicket to the left-handed Beard, and that's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide.
Yeah, so Sussex are going to need just 121 to win. Good decision for them to win the toss and put Leicestershire in. At Scarbados, Worcestershire 149 for 5 against Yorkshire. And just to remind you that New Zealand's women have beaten England's women by 8 wickets at the Commonwealth Games.
Sales right arm round to Beard, who chips this one away into the leg side down towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. It'll just be a single to the total. Score goes to 266 for 5, and Beard is off the mark. Sales just making his way back to the top of his mark. Still plenty of people crowded in that covered stand away to our right-hand side. Probably the wisest choice given the midday heat. As Sales bowls this one, that's driven down the ground, but only to mid-off, and there will be no run.
Put on a bit of pace, James Sales, David. I think I was watching him when he played his first championship match of the season at Cheltenham just a couple of weeks ago, game which Northamptonshire won, and watching him from side on, which you have no choice to because the commentary position at Cheltenham is side on, you could see that he's certainly, I think, put on a yard in this last winter.
Sales in again, bowls. That's pulled away into the leg side. It's going to go down towards the fielder down at fine leg. It will just be a single. Didn't quite get hold of all of that. Did Aaron Beard, so it will just be a single. So it was, sorry, correction, that was Buttleman. So that's 6 to him, 267 for 5.
No.
Bowler and captain just having a word with the umpire. What's going on here?
Not sure. I don't know whether
injured himself.
I think he might have done. He was feeling his knee, and I think he's going off. Yes, he is. You could just see previous delivery, he was walking back to his mark, flexing his knee, and so James Sales is going off, which means that somebody else has got to finish the over. It's going to be Tom Taylor by the look of it, and Northamptonshire will have to have a 12th man on, so one of the fielders up there in their fetching green bibs are going to have to dispense with it. And yeah, James Sales is hobbling off. When I say hobbling off, he doesn't look exactly not to the same extent that Faraz Kushi was, that you could sort of see that he was really struggling, but did notice he was just feeling his knee. Presumably they think it's just not worth him risking it at this stage, but
James Taylor is leaving the field,
he's going off.
Leaving the bowling will be Tom Taylor.
Might have jarred it on his landing or something like that.
Might have done. As you made the observation earlier, David, the ground is just so hard. It's fairly unforgiving, isn't it, for bowlers?
Right, so Taylor going to take over from the indoor school end. He's going to go right arm round the wicket as well to Beard, who waits as Taylor bowls. That's just pushed into the offside down towards deep cover. It'll just be a single. I don't think about a second run, but fielders in quickly. One to the total, 268 for 5.
Gus Miller is on as 12th man. Augustus Horatio Miller.
Strong name.
Absolutely.
Taylor waiting to charge in again. Buttleman on strike, the right-hander. Over the wicket comes Taylor. That's bat onto pad, or potentially just full pad, and just pops into the leg side. And that is the end of the over. So James Sales off the pitch with an injury. Taylor takes over, and Essex are 268 for 5. It's gone a bit quiet. Essex just stabilising the ship a little bit.
Yeah, Northamptonshire won't be too sorry about that, I don't think, particularly after that little flourish that we saw from Robin Das of 47 off 25 balls with 9 fours. But the loss of James Sales potentially a little bit concerning. I think, I don't know whether it had anything to do with it, but we talked earlier about that attempted run out when he was trying to throw off balance when Kushi was stranded halfway down the pitch as Jack White starts another over round the wicket to the left-handed Beard. Is shaping to play at the onside, doesn't make contact, runs off the pad down towards square leg. Fielded by Will Young, and there's no run. I don't know, and he sort of threw off balance, and I don't know whether that had anything to do with it. May possibly just have, twisted something, jarred something. But I just noticed, earlier in the over, he was just feeling, sort of flexing his knee. Probably best to go off and get it checked up rather than risk making it worse. 268 for 5. The 39th over. White in bowls short, pulled away by Beard, running out towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket, but he's not going to go all that way. It's fielded by Emilio Gay, coming round from deep square. And they cross for 2. Takes Beard to 4. And Essex to 270 for 5. So 10, 11 overs to go after this one. Jack White into his 6th over, 1 for 38 so far. Round the wicket to the left-handed Beard, who gives himself room, plays almost identical stroke to the one before. He swung that away with the same result, and it's going to be stopped by Emilio Gay just inside the rope at deep mid-wicket, and they come through for 2. Good sprawling stop that gets some applause from the field. The spectators sitting immediately behind him. 272 for 5. Beard to 6.
Yeah, much better strike, that one. Just couldn't quite get it straight enough to get it out of the reaches of the fielder.
There's a good chase around there by Emilio Gay, who's just... The ground's so abrasive, I think he's just worn a hole in the knee of his dark blue trousers, I think. Here's White again to Beard, who on drives only as far as mid-on. Saves Zabe, who's fairly deep, just on the edge of the circle, but he hit that hard enough that there was no possibility of a run. And he hit it straight to the fielder. So another dot ball, 272 for 5. Beard on strike. As White comes in and bowls to him, and he drives. This is a much better shot from Aaron Beard. It's cleared mid-on by a distance. 1-2 bounces into the rope to where I think the disco is being operated from, which, well, it's a pity he didn't hit that a bit harder. Anyway, 4 to Aaron Beard, 10 to him. Glorious stroke, and now immediately long on his back on the boundary. And third man is in the ring as White comes in and bowls to Beard, who tucks it away in the onside for a single. Only a single to end the over, but it means he nicks the bowling. Beard up to 11, 277 for 5, 39 overs gone, so 11 left. And he's on 11, Buttleman is 6, 277 for 5. As far as Northamptonshire's bowling options are concerned, assuming that James Sales isn't going to be able to come back and resume his bowling stint. White's now bowled 6, Buck has bowled 5. Taylor having to make up that over has effectively bowled 7. Alex Russell has bowled out. Save Zabe has got 4 left. So I think we can probably discount James Sales at least for the time being, but it is going to be Taylor to continue.
Yeah, 11 overs to go. Taylor going to continue from the indoor school end. It's been tough going out there, but they were making inroads at the right point for Essex from a Northants point of view. And Essex just trying to rebuild again before they go again. So 11 overs remaining. Taylor on for Sales, just adjusting the field slightly. Fielders out in the deep are deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. There's a deep cover as well, and I think there's probably a long on out of our sight. Here comes Taylor. It's pulled away into the leg side. It'll be fielded on the bounce, and just a single to the total. Essex are 278 for 5. Beard on 12. Buttleman on 6. A lot of work for both sides to do here. Northants will be keen to wrap up this innings as quick as possible, but Essex probably just hold back before they start going again. Maybe another couple of overs with just 5 wickets in hand and all tail enders. Don't want to risk not batting out their full 50. They were eyeing up around about 400 about 3 or 4 overs ago. That might have come down a little bit, perhaps towards the 350 mark, depending on how these two batsmen go. Here comes Taylor, 12 on his back, charging up to the stumps, right arm over. That's punched away, crunched over, deep backward cover for 6, I think that was. Yep, out of the middle of the bat, just stepped away onto the back foot, carved it over backward point, and it carried all the way to that deep backward point boundary for the full 6 runs. 12 to Buttleman, and Essex are 284 for 5. And again, just lovely bit of timing from the batsman.
Yeah, it was terrific stuff. And now, of course, there's the obligatory little bit of examination of the ball, because it rattles into the boards or even onto the concrete, they're obviously going to be a little bit concerned about any damage to it. But no, it's not a championship match, so we don't have to change it 3 times a session.
284 for 5. Here comes Taylor again. That's just dabbed out into the offside. Backward point will field, and it will be a single to the total. 285 for 5. Just feel the innings is on a balance here. These two stay together, they will get probably 380, 400. If one of these two goes, we may be looking at around about 350 instead.
I think that's a very fair point. Yeah, I think this is a very important little passage of play, and Northamptonshire have just got to keep chipping away. So they've managed to pick up 4 wickets in the last dozen overs. Could do with another one.
Taylor going round the wicket to the left-handed Beard. Bat raise, who punches this one down the ground. It's going to bounce in front of the fielder, so it'll just be a single. So it's just out of our view, so can't quite see, but it's on the bounce and picked up and thrown in. 1 to the total, 286 for 5. So they are still trying to attack here, Essex. They've probably made that calculation themselves. They've got to go for it because there's lots of runs out there on this pitch. And if Northampton's batsmen get going, yeah, like Andrew was saying earlier, this could be a very high-scoring game. Fielder going back out towards deep mid-wicket. So we've got deep mid-wicket, a man just in front of the square on the leg side as well, and a fine leg. There's Taylor bowls. That one's just tapped into that big gap. I think it's just going to be a single. They might come back for a second. Nope, just the 1 run. 287 for 5. Buttleman goes to 14. He's 14 off 20. Beard is 13 off 12.
It does make you wonder, David, about these about List A records and you know the way in which, as you made the point earlier on, the way in which modern day batters go about their task in these games, and it's just attack from ball 1.
Taylor in, bowls to Beard, who punches this one down the ground. It will just be. Oh, is there a misfield?
Horrible misfield by
it's gone for
safe
4. That's right, it's just out of our view. It seems to have slipped through his grasp. So 4 runs to Essex, and the bowler won't be happy, and neither will his teammates.
Yeah, it was just one of those. He looked up. I think you'll probably see on the replay here. He looked up just before the ball was, was just in his hands, and it bounced off them and raced away for 4.
In general, the fielding's been, I know we've had the drop catch and that bit of field, but it's been pretty good otherwise.
It's generally certainly been better than it was at York, which obviously will be reassuring. Now, Rob Keogh, we talked earlier about his legendary warming up routine. I think he may just be having a little idea that he might get a bowl.
Trying to catch the captain's eye.
Well, maybe. As I say, he has a little bit of back trouble. It does tend to mean that he needs a couple of overs to get himself properly warmed up. But it's a thing of great awe and beauty, Rob Keogh's warming up routine. It's prompted certainly one of our regular listeners and viewers on the stream to suggest that the comms team ought to do a little sort of video of it and show it from time to time, because we often talk about it on commentary and it doesn't always get picked up, of course, on stream. It's going to be Nathan Buck coming back into the attack. 1 for 33 so far from 5 overs. Now, let's come back to that point in the course of this over, which gives you a bit more chance with Nathan Buck to talk about those sort of score inflation. Here's Buck, bowls to Buttleman, plays it down to backward point where Keogh fields, and there's no run. I was just looking at the after Northamptonshire's matchup at York, and Yorkshire making 353 for 5 in their 50 overs, and that immediately moved up to 3rd place in the highest List A total against Northamptonshire. And you think, well, Essex, given a little bit of a following wind here, are probably going to get at least that many, if not more. Here's Buck in again, drive from Buttleman, doesn't make contact, goes through to McManus, and there's no run. And you just wonder, from Northamptonshire's point of view, into their second match in the competition. And Northamptonshire's reply up at York, which was obviously in a losing cause, that already moved up within about the top dozen highest list day scores they've ever made. Bearing in mind they've been playing since, what, 1963 in list day cricket. Here's Buck in bowls, edged and gone away for 4, just wide of the diving McManus. Nothing he could do about that. If there'd been a slip, it might have been right in their lap, but there isn't. And it raced away for 4 over this very quick outfield. Buttleman to 18, Essex to 295 for 5.
Did McManus step the wrong way slightly there?
He did.
Didn't just seem to get enough of a leap going to his right. Just wondered if he was off balance.
It might have been in the sense that I think Buttleman had given himself some room as well, and maybe just wrong footing the keeper. But the dive that he made didn't get very close to it. 295 for 5. Buck in again, bowls to Buttleman, drives on the bounce back to Buck, who fields off his own bowling, threatens to shy down the stumps, but doesn't do so. And of course, a lot of those, we talk about list day matches, a lot of those matches that you're talking about, certainly in the old Gillette Cup, NatWest Trophy, whatever, would have been 60 overs. And of course, in the first year of the competition, 65 overs. So I think we are looking at a sort of whole different ball game as far as, in every respect, as far as 50 over cricket's concerned. And Buttleman's bowled. This time he again tried to give himself a little bit of room, as he did before. Before he got the edge, it ran away for 4. This time he missed. And off stump, splayed back. Buttleman goes for 18. Second wicket for Nathan Buck, and Essex 295 for 6 in the 41st over.
Never really got going, Buttleman. Was very stodgy at the start of his innings. Got a few boundaries away, but some streaky ones at that. And as Andrew was saying, the shot that he edged past the wicketkeeper for 4 earlier in the over, trying to repeat of that, and this one was straighter from the bowler, Fuller, and took out the stumps. So Essex lose their 6th wicket, and as we were saying just a couple of overs ago, had Buttleman and Beard stayed together, you probably would have, for a long time anyway, you probably would have put them odds on to get towards that 400 mark. Perhaps that's starting to lower now.
It's an interesting tactical decision now, isn't it, from Essex, how they do go about play. And
well, Nijar plays his shots as well, but so
it seems to be a bit of a theme developing here, David.
So I suspect they're just going to keep going. There's 9.1 overs left.
Don't forget.
Well, even a run of balls gives Essex 350, and that's just, we're saying, that just sort of the old run of ball Ripley stuff, nudging it around and get 6 and over. So you would think they're going to be looking for rather more than that. Well, they're now offering us the chance, I think, to suggest what music we'd like to hear at lunchtime for sort of radio Steelbacks or whatever. Do you think I could offer them 50p to keep quiet? Do you think that might have the desired effect? I rather doubt it. 295 for 6. New batter is Aaron Nijar, another left-hander. So 2 left-handers in now. And Nijar to face his first ball from Nathan Buck, who gets about 5 steps into his run and then decides something doesn't feel right, so he heads back to his mark. Comes in again from the David Capel end. Ball, first ball to Nijar, who plays it to backward point on the bounce, fielded there by Rob Keogh. And there's no run, and that's the end of another successful over for Nathan Buck. 6 overs, 2 for 37, 295 for 6 after 41. Aaron Beard is 17, and Aaron Nijar's faced just the 1 ball yet to get off the mark. Essex, after winning the toss, losing the wickets of Rymel for 1, Wesley for 67, Rolofson for 16, Cushy for 118, Robin Das for a spectacular 47 off 25 balls, and Buttleman for 18. 2 wickets for Buck, 2 wickets for Russell, 1 for Taylor and 1 for White. And just joining us, James Sales off the field, having to go off with what looked to be a little bit of a tweaked knee maybe in the middle of an over, so he's off the field at the moment, and Gus Miller is on as 12th man.
Yeah, and Cushy for Essex seems to have twinged his knee as well, so we'll see if he comes out to do fielding once the Northants innings gets underway. So it's going to be Beard on strike. He's 17 off 13, 9 overs to go. Essex 295 for 6. Now, can they get anywhere near that 400? Or will it be around about 350? And that one's driven through the offside. I don't think it's going to go all the way. No, there's a fielder out in the cover that's running around. Oh, they're thinking about coming back for a second, but it was a good bit of fielding all round. A good pick-up, good chase down, good throw. And Essex have to settle for the single. Beard goes to 18, 296 for 6.
Emilio Gay's covered almost as much ground as Ricardo Vasconcelos, I think, out in the deep so far today.
Yeah, the sweeper fielders have been very, very good out square of the wicket on both the leg and offside. Bit of a changing field now. Long on's coming inside the circle. You got third man and fine leg back. Deep mid wicket just coming a bit squarer. And there's a deep square leg out there as well, as this next delivery is just on the pads, work down towards long on. Oof, again, almost another run out chance as the batsman comes wandering down the crease, sent back by Nijar, who's on strike. Beard just a little bit over-eager to get the strike back, I think. Sent back by his colleague. Throw hit the stumps, but Beard well within his ground. Here comes White again with the idiosyncratic run-up. Wide of the stumps, bowls on the pads of Nijar, who clips a thin inside edge down towards the fielder at deep backward square leg. And one run to the total, 297 for 6. So for the moment, it looks like Beard's going to be the aggressor here. Nijar just working the singles where he can. Field very spread now, certainly to Beard. Men inside the circle. Yeah, one's got to come in. There's too many outside, so man from long leg comes up inside the circle. As White bowls to Beard, who cracks the one way through the offside. Nicely timed, but there's a fielder out there in the deep, and it will just be a single to the total, 298 for 6. Again, fielder will just slightly for the new batsman, Nijar. Long on back inside the circle. 298 for 6. White bounding in again. Big skip to start with, up to the stumps now. Bowls, that's run off the pads down towards long leg. Just be another single. 299 for 6. Essex wondering whether they can go again. Will they go again? They will at some point, providing they've got the wickets in hand. It's down to Beard at the moment, though, to play the shots, as Nijar just tries to get his eye in. White coming in again for Northants. Right arm round the wickets, bowls full. Again, is cracked away, but again, the fielders are well placed. And it will just be a single down towards deep cover. And there's one to the total. 300 up for Essex, 300 for 6. Beard's on 20, Nijar on 2, and there's 8 overs remaining.
Somerset have just been bowled out down at Bristol by their West Country rivals Gloucestershire. Somerset 199 all out, so they've committed the cardinal sin of not batting their overs. Actually dismissed with 14 overs remaining. At Chastiller Street, Durham 209 for 5 against Middlesex. At Beckenham, Hampshire 329 for 3 in the 44th over against Kent. Tom Prest, another fine young cricketer, getting his really excellent opportunity to show what he can do in the Royal London Cup this year. He's 131 not out. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 180 for 4 against Derbyshire. At the Oval, Warwickshire 243 for 3 against Surrey, 5 overs to go there. Still in the innings break down at Hove, where Leicestershire were bowled out for just 120 by Sussex. Break off as Nathan Buck is about to start his 7th over, 2 for 37 so far, bowling to Aaron Beard. And Beard steps away, tries to carve it away through the offside, doesn't make contact, goes through to Lewis McManus. And there's no run. And at Scarborough. Worcestershire 187 for 6 against Yorkshire, with 5 and a bit overs remaining there. So if you want runs, then here and Beckenham, I think the places to be so far today at least. A bit more of an even contest between bat and ball elsewhere. Here's Buck in, bowls short, and Beard ducking underneath it. Signalled as one for the over, but not a no ball.
Having said that, Northants has stuck to their task, done well to get 6 wickets.
Yeah, they have. I think they've just kept themselves in this. I was beginning to wonder, particularly when Wesley and Cushy were going, that the game was just going to be taken out of their grasp, as we feared from a Northamptonshire point of view would be the case at York. His Buck in again, bowls chipped up to extra cover and caught. So there's the 7th wicket, and pointed up the danger that Essex are in, David, 2 or 3 overs ago, and we were discussing it on commentary, that they just need to play with a modicum of care to make sure they don't finish up falling short of expectations and maybe even being bowled out inside the 50 overs. Well, that's the 7th wicket down. Beard just, again, trying to give himself a little bit of room. That's been very much his MO in this innings, trying to clear the offside field. Didn't manage to clear extra cover. And Safe Zabe takes simplest of catches. Beard goes for 20. 3rd wicket for Nathan Buck. And Essex 300 for 7.
Yes, very much in danger of getting bowled out before the overs have all been used up. Interesting to see what they do now. I suspect Nijar will keep going. And Snater's coming out as well, so well, we know he can play some shots.
I was going to say, in whatever sort of cricket Shane Snater plays, we know that he's more than capable of scoring useful runs down the order. I seem to remember in the championship match between the two sides way back in April, which seems a very long time ago, when the weather was bitterly cold down at Chelmsford, Snater made 79 not out off 94 balls in the Essex first innings, after they'd been 95 for 8 at the close and helping them get up to 193, and if not save the follow-on, at least keep themselves in the game. So we know it. Northamptonshire will know very well what Shane Snater is capable of. You cannot believe, David, that conditions could be so different during the same season. It was bitterly cold on that Sunday, the last day of the match at Chelmsford. We were sitting in the commentary box there, as you know well, at Chelmsford with I've got a fleece on and jumpers, and trying to keep the door to the commentary box closed to keep the cold out, and it was Stygian gloom, floodlights on most of the day. Very good cricket match, let it be said, and Essex thoroughly deserving to battle their way to safety, but crikey, it was a bit different to here. Snater facing his first ball from Nathan Buck, and it's driven up to mid-on without a great deal of timing, and they're able to come through for a single. So Snater is off the mark straight away, 301 for 7.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was still using the heating at the end of May.
Yeah,
and suddenly just the weather changed, didn't it?
It did, and it was, as I say, it was very, very cold down at Chelmsford, and dark as well. And on the last day, damp. So it didn't have a lot going for it.
You're really selling it.
I am selling it. Here's Buck around the wicket to Nijar. Short, pulled away. Is he going to be caught by Emilio Gay? Yes, that's a super catch by Emilio Gay, coming in off the boundary. We said how well he's done out of the deep today. It was one of those you thought might just die on him. He had to come forward for it. Never easy. Held on as he hit the ground. And an 8th wicket goes down. 2nd wicket in the over. A 4th wicket for Nathan Buck. Nijar goes for 2. Essex 301 for 8.
Yeah, and we're now 350s looking very much out of sight at the moment. Snater's going to have to do all the legwork to get Essex close to that, and they're looking like falling desperately short, because if they're out in the next 2 overs, you would definitely back Northants on this pitch to chase down something which will be a smidgen over 300. Snater's got a big decision to make here. Does he keep going, or do they keep trying to nerdle singles? I've got to admit, I've never seen Jamal Richards bat, so I couldn't possibly tell you.
I was just going to ask.
I knew what was coming.
I was just going to ask the telling question. How is Jamal Richards likely to go about it? Well, Well, we shall soon find out, but yeah, Northampton's reaping the reward for a bit of persistence here and just keep plugging away. And
They stuck in there, didn't they?
that's all when you're under the hammer, which they certainly were, particularly when Cushy and Westley and then Das were going.
They never let their heads drop, even with the drop catch. And they kept going, and they'll look up at that scoreboard now and think to themselves, "Look, get 2 quick wickets.
Yeah.
We should be comfortably favourites."
I mean, let's not say anything other than this is still it's still going to be a good score that Essex have posted. It's not as if they've bowled out for 200 or something, but they're still going to have a good weight of runs behind them when they come into bowl. But I think because of the way the momentum shift has been, Northamptonshire will be reasonably happy. Here's Buck to finish the over, bowling the first ball to Jamal Richards, who just drops a bat on it, rolls up to Will Young at extra cover. Applause for Nathan Buck, who's now bowled 7 overs, 4 for 38, and Essex 301 for 8, 7 to go. I think, as I say, we were saying, particularly when Robin Das was going, I think Northamptonshire would say if they keep Essex to under 350, they'll feel they've got a very decent chance. But, well, whatever, I think we're in for a cracking game, which is what we want, especially with, a good crowd in and glorious sunny afternoon. We haven't heard the strains of the band concert yet. It usually starts around about 2 o'clock. I must look and see if there is actually going to be one. Mind you, the chances of us actually hearing anything would be, at the moment, slim to none. But anyway, Jack White to continue.
I wonder if they get rid of Snater, whether they'll bring the leg spinner back on pretty quick.
He's bowled out. Alex Russell's bowled his 10, but they've still got safe save.
Yeah, safe save. Okay, here comes White, 9 on his back, and he's in now. Right arm over, bowls, and that's pushed back to the bowler by Snater. And there's no run. 301 for 8. So at a point where Essex would have viably been looking towards the 400 mark, they're now desperately eyeing at 350, which seems at the moment beyond the horizon for them. But you never know. Snater could get going, as long as he's ably supported by Richards and Jamie Porter. There's still a chance out there, but he's got to stick around. Here comes White. That's clipped down the ground. Mid-off is going to field. Also interested to see how much trust Snater has in Richards and Porter. Will he have to farm the strike? Lunch has arrived.
Splendid. Good, yes, very timely as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The good news is that we do have a brass band this afternoon. Kibworth Band is going to be playing, so across the border in Leicestershire.
White up to the stumps, bowls to the right-handed Snater, and he just pulls that down towards long on for a single. 302 for 8.
Surprised they've been let in from Leicestershire. Will be the Kibworth Band playing this afternoon, which hopefully we might hear a little bit of coming over from Abington Park.
One thing I did notice on that last delivery, that Richards faced the ball, seemed to get on him very, very quickly. He played the ball very late, so let's see how much pace White's got in him. He bowls forward, pulled away to the leg side. Doesn't get all of it. It's picked up, though. Is it going to get there for 4? The ball is about to roll towards the rope. No, it's well stopped by Gay, who's chasing it down there. Lovely bit of fielding again. Covered so much ground this afternoon down on that mid-wicket boundary, and he prevents 4 runs. Didn't get hold of all of that, did Richards. Enough to get it over the infield, though. 2 to the total, 305 for 8.
He's been excellent, Emilio Gay, isn't he, out there today? Really has been first rate and set a really good example, say particularly after a not particularly good team at fielding display down at York.
Here comes White again, bounding in up to the stumps, bowls. Oh, that's punched in the air, straight back down the ground. Is the fielder going to get there? He is, just running around from long on, so it'll just be a single. 306 for 8. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. Got a couple of emails come in. Trevor's got in touch with us. He says, thinks Essex are missing a trick, not sending in Jamal Richards after his superb aggressive but mature innings against Derbyshire. So
he made 40 odd there, didn't he, if I remember right?
Yeah, certainly can bat. Didn't time that first one over mid-wicket, but let's see what he can do with this delivery. Here comes White again, up to the stumps, bowls to Richard, who swings away. Oh, that's a thick inside edge. That's going to run away down to the boundary. Will it get all the way for 4? It will. The fine leg fielder in chase, but it went so fine that he had no chance. So a streaky 4 there for Richards. He goes to 7 off 3. And the score disappears slightly. And it goes to 310 for 8. They're still playing their shots, Essex.
They are. I have to say, if I was Jack White and I'd just been inside edged for 4 down to the boundary, the very last thing I'd probably want to hear is Agadoo. But that's exactly what we've got. 310 for 8, 6 to go. Sorry, you were going to continue with that email.
No, that's not a problem at all. I've had another one in from Richard again, who mentioned Jamal Richards earlier. He said he'll once again be waving his Jamal Richards flag for the world to see. He batted very well the other day, just missed out on a fairly quick 50, only slowed down once Porter was in to protect him. And as we've said already today, there's a fair few batters in this Essex side that like to play their shots.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see what we get in the last 6 overs. It's been good watching so far. 310 for 8, 6 to go. Scoring rate still around about 7 and over, which it has been really almost from the start. Here's Nathan Buck starting his 8th over, 4 wickets already, and hits Snater on the pad as he tries to flick that one away over mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact, runs out into the offside for Will Young to field. And there's no run. Yeah, looking forward to seeing Jamal Richards bat and bowl. First time I've seen him. Certainly looking at the scores, sounds as though he batted really well, as our correspondents have been saying in the previous match against Derbyshire. Here's Buck in again, bowls down the leg side wide. Just lost his line a little bit there and signalled as a wide, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. 311 for 8. No problem with the cut-off time, which is 2:36, and of course we've had quite a lot of spin from Russell and from Zabe. So around about half an hour to go to finish this innings, so we shouldn't have any problems on that score. Here's Buck in bowls to Snater, who drives without any great timing, runs out to long on. He's just going to pick up a single. Takes Snater up to 4, and Essex to 312 for 8 for Jamal Richards. Northamptonshire have deep mid-wicket on the fence, long on the fence, long off on the fence, and deep cover on the fence, and a deep backward square on the fence. 3 saving 1 in a ring on the offside, just 1 on the onside as Buck comes in, bowls to Richards, who tries to dab that down, run it down, mindful of the fact that third man is in the circle, but didn't make contact. Goes through to McManus, who's there with hands on hips. Applause for the bowler from Alex Russell, who's there at short third, who's already bowled out. The only Northamptonshire bowler who has. Young leggy picked up 2 for 69 today. Wickets of Tom Westley and Grant Rolifson. Here's Buck in again. Bowls to Jamal Richards. Slower ball. Took a lot of the pace off that. And Richards threw the stroke a little bit too quickly. Plays over the top of it in the end. Misses off stump. Goes through to Lewis McManus. And there's no run. People absorbed in the cricket. I was looking at the queues for the lunch outlets around the ground, various cuisines on offer, and thought there might have been at this time people trying to nip in and get there early, but perhaps they've gone very early because the queues aren't particularly big at the moment. Next ball finds Jamal playing defensively back down the pitch, fielded by Buck in his follow through. Jamal Richards, just 18 years old, by all accounts richly talented young man with bat and ball. What can he do here to get Essex up towards, I think, that 350 that they would be targeting. Last ball of the 45th, and Richards is going to get certainly 1. Is he going to get 2 as he dabs it out towards deep mid-wicket? But only the 1, in fact, as Zabe is quickly to the ball from deep mid-wicket, keeps it to a single, and that's the end of the 45th over. 313 for 8, so Essex scored just 22 off the last 5 overs, and they've lost 3 wickets as well. 313 for 8, 45 gone. Jamal Richards is 8, Shane Snater is 4.
Yeah, but just a little bit more difficult to get away, isn't he, than some of the other quicker bowlers.
Bringing his experience, his huge experience to bear, it's stood him in good stead today. Now this is interesting. Zaid back on.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we? I just wondered when they try and tempt him with the spinner, get it up above the eye line. See if we can do some damage. So we can see a bit of spin. We've got 5 overs to go. Essex 313 for 8. I think they'll be thinking 350 minimum. As you were saying before, it's a good score, but this pitch looks sublime to bat on. So they'll want the 350. 400's out of the question now, unless something extraordinary happens.
And in a change of bowler on the Lynn Wilson centre end, number 18,
wicketkeeper just getting some equipment from the pavilion. Zaid waiting. It's the first time he's bowled from this end today, at the indoor school end. Bowls a quicker delivery first up, and Richards just defends it down the pitch, and there is no run. Still a decent breeze out there, perhaps taking the edge off some of the heat. That's worked off the pads into the leg side. There'll be no run though, as the wicketkeeper fields. 313 for 8. Snater with the non-strikers end, 4 off 7. Richards 8 off 9. As the left arm Zaid comes around the wicket, bowls to Richards. A good start to the over so far, no runs scored. And again, this will just build pressure, make the batsman think a big shot's got to come. What does Richards do here? Waits for Zaid. He just clips this down towards long on and will hand over the strike to Snater. 314 for 8. I don't know, perhaps maybe they have said we'll settle for 350 and try to work most of it in singles. Who knows? Yeah,
maybe. As I say, I think 350 is a formidable score, but you just feel in these conditions, well, is it enough?
Snater on strike, 3 men inside the circle on the offside, a fine leg up as well. As a slow delivery, dropped short, pulled away, but there's a couple of fielders out in the deep there. It will just be 2 runs as Long On runs round to do the fielding. 316 for 8. Snater, I think, might have felt he might have missed out a little bit there.
Yeah, it's a big gap, isn't there? And he just didn't quite manage to pick it. There's a big gap between Long On and deep mid-wicket.
Zaid again, flatter delivery this time, and that one's clipped into the leg side.
Aiming for it again.
It's a more of a thick inside edge, and he will only get the single this time to finish the over. But Snater won't be too unhappy with that. He keeps the strike. End of the over, 4 left. Essex 317 for 8. Snater on 7. Richards on 9. And still require 33 to get to that 350 mark. Is 33 and 4 doable? Oh, it's doable.
So. I think it's doable, yeah. No, just a couple of big blows, isn't it? Just to get the momentum going. It's all been about momentum shift today, isn't it, really? And Essex just built so much momentum at the start. A terrific partnership between Cushy and Westley, and then Robin Das, 47 off 25 balls. And then after that, Northampton just keep chipping away, and the momentum has certainly shifted back in Northampton's favour in the last half a dozen overs or so. Can they finish strongly? Here's Buck about to start his 9th over from the David Capel end. Bowl short, and it's pulled, and he's going to be caught. Is he? No, it's just going to elude the man at deep square and runs away for 4. Snater taking on the short ball, as I'm sure Nathan Butt knew he would. It was in the air a long time. It was a long chase round for Ricardo Vasconcelos from deep backward square, and it just landed inside the rope, but he couldn't get underneath it. And it takes Snater up to 11, and Essex to 321 for 8. Snater 11 off 10 balls.
He's not had a huge amount of reward for all his endeavour out there, has he?
No, Vasconcelos one catch, and all he has to show for it. He's worked very hard out there today, as you say. Back in again, both full this time. On driven, and that is going to be caught. That is caught at long on.
Could not have placed that any better.
No, the man at long on is just protecting the spectators in front of the Spencer Pavilion. And he just hit it straight to him. And as you say, he didn't have to move literally an inch. And it just picked out the man out of the boundary. And Essex are 9 down, 3:21 for 9. Snater goes for 11, and it's a fifer for Nathan Buck. Tom Taylor, the fielder, out there. Snater goes for 11, 3:21 for 9.
Yeah, we were saying in the last over that he bowled, Nathan Buck looked like he was harder to get away than all the other pace bowlers, and he's proving again that was straight down the throat of the man at long on. But he's mixed up his line and lengths well, slower deliveries mixed in with the quicker ones too, and it really has put the buffers on this Essex innings.
Well, he has, and again, you just wonder. Surely, Essex won't want to fall into the trap of not batting out their overs. We've still got 22 balls remaining in the innings. Nathan Buck's best bowling figures in one-day cricket. Well, these are them, because his previous best was 4 for 39, so it is a List A best for Nathan Buck, his first 5-wicket haul. So congratulations to him. One of those cricketers who I'm sure would have wanted to be more involved this year than he has been. He played very little in the Championship, not at all in the T20, and getting his chance here in the Royal London Cup.
I do like the change of ruling as well, where even if the batters cross, the new batsman, I think that's...
I think it just generally makes a little bit more sense. I know laws of cricket are not supposed to be sensible, but part of their charm. Anyway, it is, as you say, going to be Jamie Porter to face, taking guard from the umpire. And, well, 3:21 for 9, so 22 balls remaining available for Essex. Can they use them? Here's Buck running in towards us, bowls to Porter, very carefully onto the back foot, defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, he's used a lot as the night watchman in the
Yes.
Red Bull game, so we know he can defend, but what he's got to do here is rotate the strike.
Well, I suspect try and give a bit more of the strike to Jamal Richards. Maybe he has a little bit more attacking capability. Here's Buck. And again, bowls to Porter, who's just dabbing that one down. Sensible cricket, playing it square of the wicket in the offside. Emilio Gay comes in off the boundary to field, and it's a single. It takes Porter off the mark, and Essex up to 322 for 9. So 2 balls left in this over for Jamal Richards to face. Can he make some hay while the sun shines? Now, Alex Russell, who dropped down to third man, immediately realises he has to come up. So he's back up in the ring at short third. As Buck comes in and bowls to Richards, who's gone aerial. I think he's going to clear the fielder at mid-off. Yes, he is. He's just picked his spot between Jack White running back from mid-off and Emilio Gay, almost ubiquitous Emilio Gay, coming in from deep extra. Drop between the two of them and they come through for 2. Richards to 11, 3:24 for 9.
As we were saying before, it's those boundary sweepers that have been putting pressure on the Essex batsmen as well, because they've saved plenty of runs out there this afternoon.
They have been good, and I'm sure that's something that will gratify head coach John Sadler and also fielding coach Graham White, who we saw having a little wander around the boundary earlier. Here's Buck in, bowls to Richards. He's played it down, dropped it down on the onside out towards mid-wicket. Safe save comes off the boundary, and it's just a single, which means that Richards will have the strike for the start of the next over. Richards is 12, Porter is 1. 47 overs gone, Essex 3:25 for 9. So 3 overs to go, but Richards is on strike.
Yep, he'll be happy with that. Richards just keeping the strike at the end of that over. 3:25 for 9. Another over of Buck to come. They'll try and target the spinner, I would guess here, and see if they can get up towards, or most of the way towards that 350 target off this spinner's over, because Buck, while not being completely unplayable, has made life far more difficult for the Essex batsman than many of the other bowlers. Here comes Zabe bowls, and that one's guided out into the offside. They'll try and get back for a second here. They will. Nope, they won't. I thought it was 2 runs there. You had to run round that as well.
Yeah, I think they're probably, I would have thought there would have been 2 there.
Is that Vasconcelos out there?
It is.
Ah, well, they probably think he's had an absolutely brilliant day in the field. Didn't quite want to take on the arm.
What they don't want is the direct hit from from the deep cover boundary.
If anyone deserved it, it would be him. 326 for 9. Porter on strike. He's on 1 bowls. That's just defended back to the bowler. Richards, a number of things will be going through his mind here. One is that they want to bat out these overs, but 2, if Porter's on strike, that one's clipped into the leg side. They're going to struggle to get to that 350. No run off that delivery. So 3 balls in, just 1 run scored off the over so far. 2 overs remaining after this one. Zabe back at the top of his mark. In again. Bowls to Porter, who clips the ball down the ground. Another single. 327 for 9. 2 balls remaining in the over. Now, what does Richards do here? He's got to look at the field already. So come left arm round to the right-hander. Sweepers on the boundary out towards deep mid-wicket. A long on as well. As a deep cover and a long off. If he's going to go big, he's got to take a big swipe. And he does take a big swipe, but he doesn't get any of it. He was trying to carve that away past backward point, but can only pick out the fielder on the bounce, and there's no run. 327 for 9. Let's see if he just takes the single here, or does he go for the boundary? Zabe in, and a big hit comes in, but gets a toe end of the bat, and it goes down to long on. So he will keep the strike, Richards, but I suspect he wanted more.
I think he did, and that's well bowled, safe save. Again, he had a slightly difficult day with the ball, and certainly had a rather difficult day up at York. Mind you, he wasn't alone in that respect. 10 overs for 75 up there, but it was a decent over, and again, it's a really difficult situation for these two, and you can see that Jamal Richards and Jamie Porter having a chat in the middle. It's hard to know what to do to be right, because if you go hell for leather, you might finish up scoring another 30 runs, but you might be out first ball and finish up leaving 2 overs unused. It's a difficult little tactical discussion to be had, but decision to be made. But 328 for 9, 2 to go.
Interesting, they've gone with whites. I thought they would have bowled Buck out. Perhaps they'll give Buck the last over from the indoor school.
Probably the thought. Yeah, Buck's only got 1 left, so yeah, I would imagine that's probably what they're going to do. They'd rather trust Buck to bowl the last over if need be. Anyway, here's Jack White from the David Capel end, pounding in. Bowls to Jamal Richards, who drives, misses, goes through to Lewis McManus, who doesn't take it cleanly, but no question of coming through for a bye. Just one of those nasty ones, got to him on the half volley. Yeah, so Buck presumably will bowl the last one, which means White will have bowled 9, Buck 10, Russell 10, and then safe Zabe 8, Taylor 7 and a bit, Sales 5 and a bit when Sales had to go off injured. Here's White in again, bowls very full, on driven by Jamal Richards, but he's only going to get a single as it runs up to Tom Taylor at long on. Richards to 15, Essex to 329 for 9.
It's been the Essex innings has been a bit like a spluttering car, hasn't it, since about the 47th over?
Well, certainly at 262 for 4 in 37, you'd have thought, 380 was still very much on. Here's White, bowling to Porter, drives pleasantly out to extra cover. He's only going to get a single. More work for Emilio Gay to do coming in from the boundary in front of the west stand. 1 more to Porter. He goes to 3. 330 for 9. 9 balls to go in the innings. White has picked up just the 1 wicket so far, that of Robin Das. Caught an extra cover stinging catch by Will Young. Here's White in again, bowls to Jamal Richards, and he's again driven, aiming with good intent back over the bowler's head, but doesn't time it. It runs out past extra cover for a single. Richards to 16, Essex to 331 for 9.
is amazing. In any other scenario, you'd say 330 is an amazing score, but it just feels very light.
Well, I think it is still a very good score, but as I say, these conditions, whether it's enough, we shall see. Here's White. And again, bowling to Jamie Porter, very full, on-driven for a single down to Tom Taylor, coming in off the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion. One more to Porter, who goes to 4. Essex to 332 for 9. One ball to go in the over. The batters consult mid-pitch, share the obligatory fist bump. Now, what do they do here? Just look for the single, leave Jamal Richards on strike for the last over.
I think he's going to probably go for a big hit here, to be honest.
Well, here's White. Bowls to Richards, and he just settles for the single. Just on drives up to long on, where Tom Taylor fields. And that is the end of the penultimate over. It's the end of Jack White's work with the ball today. And at the end of 49 overs, so 1 to go. Essex 333 for 9, triple Nelson. Richards is 17, he's going to be on strike for the start of the last over. Porter is on 4, it is presumably going to be Nathan Buck to bowl it. Yes, he is.
Yep, so he did settle for the single in the end off that final ball of the over. I'd assume that Jamal Richards will just try and take every single ball of this over. Doubt they'll be running singles. We shall see. Buck has proved difficult to get away. Porter's done well though, 4 off 7. Hasn't taken up too many dot balls. And a bit of a hokey-cokey in the field here. People coming inside the circle, going out.
Wilson Centre end by Nathan Buck.
Just making sure that they don't give away any cheap runs here. So plenty of fielders out on the leg side. 4 in a ring, all guarding the boundaries, and there's a deep cover as well. Everyone else inside the circle on the offside. Here comes Buck. Final over of the innings as Richards steps away, and again he won't take that single, so Richards will try and use up every single delivery he possibly can. It doesn't beat the man at third man, and there's no run to the total. 333 for 9. Richards on 17. It's difficult because unless he goes offside, all the risk is there on the leg side. Yeah. Here comes Buck, right arm over up to the stumps, swings away into the leg side. Now, is that going to clear the fielder? I think it might be. Gay came in a little bit too close, about 10 yards in, and had to find himself backtracking, and it went all the way for 6 in the end. So he gambled, Jamal Richards, as did Gay. He gambled on the mistimed cue into the leg side, and unfortunately for him, Richards got enough of it and it cleared the boundary. 6 runs to the total, 339 for 9.
Yeah, because it only dropped, what, a yard, less than that I would have thought, a couple of feet over the rope, and I think if Emilio Gay had actually been back on the rope, probably would have been in a position to catch that.
Yeah, especially with his height as well. As Buck bowls, that's a thick inside edge, that's going to run down towards fine leg for a single. Will they try and come back for a second? They won't, and I think Richards will be a little bit upset that he couldn't get back for a second there. Thought about it, but the fielder, White, on the boundary came in quickly. Now just 1 run to the total, 340 for 9.
3 balls to go. What does Jamie Porter do here? Just try and give the strike back, I would imagine.
Well, he's got a huge amount of gap on the leg side to just tip and run into the leg side, so he probably got to step across to his off stump and just try and work it into the leg side. Let's see what happens here. Here comes Buck bowls. It's actually to the offside. He tries to ramp shot, and then, it comes wandering out. Both batsmen are wandering out of their crease. A shot at the stump from the wicketkeeper misses the Porter stumps, and the ball rolls through. And in fact, Jamal Richards was about halfway down the track as well, but eventually got back in, and there could have been a double run out there.
It's a knockout of people running in all directions.
A bit of confusion, but both batsmen survive. Porter going for the ramp shot there. He might have been better off just trying to work that into the leg side. 2 balls left of the innings as Buck turns again at the top of his mark. Porter waiting. He's in now. Bowls. Slow delivery. Pulled away into the leg side. It will just be a single down toward deep square leg. and the score goes to 341. So, one ball left at the Essex innings. Be below that 350. How far below it depends on this last ball. I think Essex will be disappointed from where they were in the 37th over. 260 odd with 6 wickets in hand. As Buck bowls, that's a big swipe into the leg side, a thickish inside edge. It's going to go down towards fine leg. They're going to come back for a second run. The throw comes in and Richards gets back there comfortably. Nice little cameo that from Richards. 26 off 25 for him. Essex finish on 343 for 9. They'll have sensed a missed opportunity, having been 262 for 4 in the 37th over. But Northants hung in there, and Nathan Buck leading the way from a bowler's point of view with a 5 for, just slowed up that Essex innings, and Essex lost wickets at a regular stage over the next few overs, which slowed them down. And they've just fallen short of that 350 mark. 343 still a decent score though, Andrew, but you feel it's probably a little bit too short.
It is. I think it's an excellent score, but it's the expectations game again, isn't it? And as we were saying, Essex were thinking, and it wasn't pie in the sky. They were looking at 380, 400, and then I remember us saying on commentary at one point, if Essex can, if Hampshire can keep them down to 350, they'll feel they've done reasonably well. Well, they've done that. As I say, it's still a pretty good total from Essex, and well batted in particular to Faraz Kushi with 118, Tom Wesley 67, Robin Das that little cameo 47 off 25 balls, but Nathan Buck in particular, as you say, done a good job for the side today. 10 overs 5 for 59, a couple of wickets for Alex Russell, the leg spinner, 1 apiece for Jack White and Tom Taylor. So 344 to win. I think Northamptonshire will fancy their chances, but they need to get off to a good start, and if Essex can pick up a couple of early wickets, then they'll feel that they are certainly very much in the box seat. So there we go, that is lunch here at Wantage Road. 344 Northamptonshire will need to win. They'll be starting that chase in around about half an hour's time. Hope very much you'll nip off, find yourself some lunch, which we shall do, and that you'll join us for the start of the run chase in around about half an hour's time. For now. After winning the toss first thing this morning, that total built around second wicket partnership of 169 between Feroz Kushi, made 118, his highest list A score, and Tom Westley 67, then a cameo of 47 off 25 balls from Robin Das for Northamptonshire. Nathan Buck picking up 5 for 59, his best list A figures, in fact his first 5-wicket haul in list A cricket, which is rather surprising. But whether it's enough remains to be seen. It's a fast outfield, it's a good batting track, and it's going to be tough for the bowlers, you feel, under pretty much cloudless skies. Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton with you alongside me, David Brett from BBC Radio Essex. And David, it has all the makings of quite an exciting run chase.
It does, yeah. The momentum seems to be with Northants, certainly towards the end of that innings. Whether that plays out exactly the same once Northants start batting, we'll see. But it certainly looks as if Essex might have left some runs out there. A lot of work for the bowlers to do.
I think you're right. It is going to be Jamie Porter starting proceedings from the David Capel end. Bowls to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's playing that back down the pitch for Porter to field off the back foot, and there's no run. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay opening the batting for Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos has had it's fair to say, a difficult last few weeks as he broke his thumb in the championship match against Kent. That was at the back end of May. That kept him out for the whole of the T20 Blast, although he possibly might have played right at the very end had it been sort of important for him to do so, but he didn't. Here's Porter in again, bowls to him, and he's shaping to play that away on the onside, doesn't make contact, hits him high up on the pad, rolls out on the offside, and there's no run. And since then, in the red ball cricket, certainly in the championship, he's struggled a little bit for runs. He got a couple of starts without really going on. And last weekend, in the 50-over warm-up match against Bedfordshire, he was out in the first over. And in the first Royal London Cup match against Yorkshire at York, he was out in the first over. So he has struggled a little bit. This Porter comes in, bowls to him, and he's in behind that, pushes it out in the offside. And there's no run. So it's been a difficult few weeks for Ricardo Vasconcelos. You feel, I think all Northamptonshire supporters will feel that for a player of his class, it's just a matter of time before it all sort of comes good. But every innings that goes past without him scoring runs, it just builds up the pressure a little bit. Obviously, he was left out of the championship side for the match down at Cheltenham a couple of weeks ago. Here he is now facing Jamie Porter, and he's off the mark, turning that one away into the onside. Good diving stop on the edge of the circle and keeps it to a single. So Vasconcelos is off the mark, as are Northamptonshire, 1 for no wicket in pursuit of 344 to win. During the lunch break, we saw presentation of the Oscar Awards for services to cricket here in Northamptonshire, the voluntary arm of the recreational arm of the game, and lots of very deserving stories being told of people that go above and beyond to promote the great game around the clubs in Northamptonshire. And Will Young there to hand out the awards. Good time had by all. Loads of kids as well on the outfield, which is wonderful to see, enjoying a game. It's of course community day if you're just joining us, so people coming to the game getting charged just £2. Emilio Gay on strike now, turning that ball out into the onside. Almost a carbon copy of the stroke with which Ricardo Vasconcelos got off the mark, except this time it was intercepted by a fielder in there on the ring, and there's no run. 2 men out at the moment. They have a deep square just in front of the west stand, and a third man down away to our left. After these two, Will Young presumably will be in at number 3. Batted really well for 91 up at York. There's Porter. That's all could have been caught, probably should have been caught at backward point. Leading edge. Emilio Gay aiming to play onside, skewed off a thick outside edge past gully. And, well, it was in the air a long time. It's a bit hard from our angle here to see just how close he was, but my thought was that was very, very close and possibly even went to hand. Anyway, it wasn't caught. And a single accrues, so Emilio Gay is off the mark with a single, as is Ricardo Vasconcelos. And at the end of the first over, Northamptonshire 2 for no wicket, but dangerously close there to losing a wicket off the last ball of the first over.
They certainly were. Just looking, unless my eyes are deceiving. Oh no, there's Feroz Kushi. He is there. No, yep, that is him out there.
Oh, that's good news. At least it means the injury that was clearly causing him a little bit of discomfort towards the back end of his innings was nothing too serious.
Yeah, he was moving a little bit gingerly when he went off. He started to hit out towards the end of his innings. It looked like he didn't fancy too much running between the wickets, but he seems to be moving okay now. It's going to be Aaron Beard coming in from the indoor school end. That's worked off the pads by Gay down towards deep mid-wicket, and there will be a single, 3 for no loss. So the target for Northants, 343. As we said, it did feel like Essex might have left some runs out there, but time will tell. Beard back at the top of his mark. It really is a beautiful afternoon out there. We just had a little walk out in the sunshine, and it's a nice little breeze cooling things down for the spectators. That was a drive outside the off stump, but Vasconcelos couldn't get any bat on ball, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. We also had an email through from Paul, BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com, mentioning about the clothing.
Oh, yes.
He's asking, why is there so much identical coloured clothing in the Royal London Cup? He's seen it in other games today, not just this one. Here comes Beard, number 14 on his back. He's got like a tubular grip round his elbow. That's driven away, a cut away through the offside, in between the two fielders covering backward point and cover, and goes away for 4 runs. Short, wide and dealt with.
Yes, and it's interesting, isn't it? I think that the response to that stroke, you probably heard the applause over our the old effects mic, and I think there's almost everybody, certainly all the Northamptonshire supporters in the ground, are willing Ricardo Vasconcelos to score some runs, because they all know just what a good player he is and how good to watch he is when he's going. But so he's just having a bit of a lean spell of late.
Well, he got a helpful delivery there as Beard in again bowls. That's back of a length, and it's just doubled down towards the man at third man, and it will just be a single, 8 for no loss.
To answer the question, I don't know is the short answer, but I can only imagine we're talking about maybe the same supplier or something like that. Not sure.
You would have thought they could have come up with 18 different colours, though.
Well, you would, yeah. But these are identical, aren't they? Basically, apart from the fact the badges, but from our distance, they are exactly the same.
Yeah. Beard with a hairband holding his hair back is in now. Bowls. That's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. So it's expensive first over from Beard. Target number 343 for Northants. Beautiful afternoon. Some wispy clouds have just appeared above the county ground, but we are set fair for today. It's a beautiful afternoon to come and watch cricket. And Essex will be looking to drag back some of the momentum they seem to have lost a little bit towards the end of their innings. Here comes Beard in now, right arm over, up to the stumps, the left-handed Gay, leading edge, caught at mid-on, and that's the first wicket down. And Gay just trying to turn that away into the leg side, caught a leading edge, and it was the simplest of catch at mid-on. So Northants lose their first wicket in the second over, and an over that started off a little bit scratchy from Beard has commandeered a wicket, and Northants are 9 for 1 after 1.5 overs.
Yeah, exactly as you described it there. He was just aiming to play away, and he just got a big loop on that leading edge, and as you say, it was the simplest of catches there to Josh Rymel, who was not going to drop that one and didn't, and Emilio Gay goes, and Northamptonshire, we just said, didn't we, before the players headed off for the break, that if Essex can nip a couple out early, even if they will be feeling, as you say, that they've left a few runs out there, if Essex can nip out a couple of this Northamptonshire top order, they'll feel that they're definitely in contention. And now, Emilio Gay having been and gone, this is now a crucial partnership, you feel, from Northamptonshire's point of view. Will Young, say the captain, coming out at number 3. Northamptonshire in a slightly strange situation. They actually have 3 openers who could almost go in in any order, and they've chosen to go with Vasconcelos and Gay to open, and Will Young to bat at 3. But Will Young was, as I say, absolutely superb down at up at York, I should say. Made 91 off 64 balls with 2 6s and 12 4s, and put Northamptonshire, in the chase. I think chasing down 350 on that particular surface was always going to be difficult, but he certainly gave Northamptonshire a chance. If Essex could get him early, then I think they will feel that the points are there for the taking.
So, Young, the new batsman, Beard running into the wind, up to the stumps, bowls to the right-handed Young. Oh, that takes off, and Young looked at playing the cut shot, but pulled away late and allowed the ball to go through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over, wicket off it, and Northants are 9 for 1, and a pretty decent start from an Essex point of view.
Absolutely. I suppose the only thing you say is that both teams have now lost a wicket in the second over, because Josh Rymel went in the second over of the Essex innings, and they proceeded to press on impressively after that, thanks to that second wicket stand of 169 in 23 overs between Firoz Cushy and Tom Westy. Nice to see, incidentally, the former Northamptonshire captain Alex Wakely just pop up to the box a few moments ago and say hello, and who led Northamptonshire to 2 T20 titles, of course. Retired from the game now. At the start of the third over from Jamie Porter, starts off with a ball to Vasconcelos that's outside the leg stump. Beats the bat, hits him on the pad, but clearly wasn't going to be out LBW, despite a certain amount of excitement from behind the stumps at least. 9 for 1. Emilio Gay having gone for 2. Not a terrific start to the competition for him. He was out for 10 up at York in the previous game. We feel, from a Northamptonshire point of view, that these two really do need to make a contribution. Here's Porter in again, bowls short of a length, and Vasconcelos trying to turn it away. Doesn't make contact, drops down into the onside, and you can see Ricardo Vasconcelos frustrated, fretting, because he feels that was a scoring opportunity that he missed out on. Well, yeah, it probably was, but just think he needs to. It's easier said than done. It's the easiest thing in the world for us to say up here, but just trust his technique. Here's Porter in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. So there you go. It's a strength of his, very, very strong through the covers area when he's playing well. Just with a minimum of effort, punches that away through extra for 4. Vasconcelos into double figures, 10 to him, and Northamptonshire 13 for 1. I've discovered, I think when we were having just a chat and a bit of fresh air during the lunchtime, David, why we've got the noise from the music seems quite so obtrusive. It's because the speaker is right down below us, pointing in our direction. Here's Porter again, bowling to Vasconcelos, who covers up, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. I have to say, it is so loud, it just throws your train of thought completely. Does me, anyway. But I'm sure people must be enjoying it, or they wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, I got a bit of entertainment for the crowd. The kids will love it as well.
Okay. 13 for 1. I'm not convinced. 13 for 1. We're in the third over. Here's Porter from the David Capel end. In bowls to Vasconcelos, who turns that away just in front of square, past the umpire for a single. One more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 11. And Northamptonshire to 14 for 1, needing another 330 to win. The required rate is around about 7. In fact, at the moment, it's exactly 7. The rate scored is just a touch under 5, and the required rate 7.0 runs per over. Vasconcelos just coming down to have a chat with his captain. Vasconcelos, of course, handing over the red ball captaincy ahead of the match against Lancashire. Will Young coming in to take over. Here's Porter to finish the over, bowling to Young, who's defensively out into the offside. Plays it up to extra, and there's no run. End of the over, 3 gone, 14 for 1. Vasconcelos is 11. Will Young yet to get off the mark. Emilio Gay, the man out for 2.
quiet start from a Northants point of view. Only a couple of shots really played in anger.
As far as the other games are concerned, at Chester Street, Durham were all out for 268, which was a good recovery considering they were 16 for 3. Middlesex 12 for no wicket in the second over in reply. At Bristol, Somerset bowled out for 199, but they're making a fight of this. Gloucestershire 59 for 3 in the 13th over. So I'm not sure where you'd put your money on that one.
As this next delivery wrapped. Oh, has he bowled him?
He's bowled him.
He's bowled him. That's the second wicket to fall. Full length delivery from Beard. The swing of the bat, and it goes straight through his between bat and pad. It might even come off the pads onto the stumps. And Vasconcelos perishes, and Northants lose their second wicket, 14 for 2. Vasconcelos goes for 11.
Yeah, the trials and tribulations of Ricardo Vasconcelos sadly continue. Just watching this on the replay.
Edge.
Little inside edge, but to be fair, it was a good delivery. It was the right line, and just shaped back in towards the off stump. Maybe got a little flick on the way through, but hit off stump, which is at the moment at a sort of drunken angle prior to being reassembled by the umpire. And what a terrific start for Essex, courtesy of Aaron Beard. And you have to feel a wee bit for Ricardo Vasconcelos, who say at the moment just can't buy a run. Played a couple of lovely shots and sort of trademark extra cover drive for 4, but goes cheaply again. Safe Zabe comes out to the middle to replace him.
Fortune favouring the brave, because at the moment those 2 wickets have come off full length deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drawing the batsman into shots.
Well, I think that's suggests the way to go. With Aaron Beard, who made 20 with a bat during that time when the Essex innings was just losing a little bit of oomph, but nevertheless, what a terrific start he's given his side. And again, we go back to what we were saying just before lunch, that if Essex can nip a couple out early, or nip the openers out for inside, 19 balls, which would have been exactly what Tom Wesley would have wanted. And I think for Northamptonshire now, this is a tough one, and it's going to need a little bit of regrouping, I think, even before they can even start and think about going too mad.
14 for 2. Zabe, the new batsman, left-handed, waiting for Beard, right arm over the wicket, who bowls, and that one's a bit back of a length. Pull off the pads. That's a good bit of fielding down there in the deep mid wicket, coming running round and fields at deep backward square, saves a boundary, and it's actually only 1 run. It was a nicely timed shot, but a good bit of fielding out in the deep, and it's 15 for 2.
A nice message from James Freeman, Lost Pom James, saying, talking about the community day and all the kids playing on the outfield. He said, "Can we do it again? Because I'm on holiday." Well, maybe, but we've obviously a huge number of more. Family day here on Friday against Glamorgan, and then 2 more home group matches, but not too many opportunities to do that, James. Sorry about that.
2 sips in for Will Young as Beard bowls full again. That's clipped off the pads down towards deep mid wicket. Fielders in employment again. I think that's Snater out there with the throw. And there is 1 run to the total. 16 for 2. Wearing a proper floppy sun hat. You don't see too many of those.
No, he's got a long sleeved, one of those in the long sleeve shirt as well. I hope they're nice breathable fabric, because otherwise it's going to be very hot out there.
Yeah, well, it's good protection from the sun, isn't it, with those long
True
sleeve
enough,
shirts.
yes.
Here comes Beard in again, up to the stumps, bowls to Zaib, the new batsman, and that's a good stop actually at mid-on. Diving left-handed from Wesley. Probably saved a boundary there with that. A single to the total, 17 for 2. So as Andrew said, a bit of rebuilding from a Northants point of view. A good start to the innings from an Essex point of view. And suddenly that 343 does look a long way away.
It does, doesn't it? Just looking at match at Beckenham, where Hampshire made 396 for 5 against Kent, so they did get close to the 400. Tom Prest made 181.
Beard in, bowls, and that's on the pads, worked away down the leg side. Snater's chasing after it from a mid-wicket point of view, picks it up just backward and square on the leg side, and the throw comes in over the stumps. 2 runs to the total, 19 for 2.
Century 2 for Nick Gubbins, who made 117, so 396 for 5, Hampshire. Kenter in reply, 36 for no, wicket off 6, so it's always a fast-scoring ground, Beckenham. You imagine there are going to be plenty of runs scored there. But Hampshire, well...
Sure, I've been there twice. I'm pretty sure Essex has been thumped both times. Not a happy hunting ground. Here comes Beard in again. That is full, and that's defended back down the pitch. And there is no run. Thank you very much for the lunch. That was absolutely delicious.
Oh, I say, cakes as well. Marvellous. Yeah, so we do, as we always say, get looked after very well here at Northamptonshire, so thank you very much indeed for that. Just to go back to the other latest scores before the start of the next over. At Old Trafford, Lancashire made 221 for 4 against Derbyshire, who were 23 for 2 in reply after 8 overs. At the Oval, Warwickshire made 293 for 5 in their 50. Surrey are 31 for 3 in the 8th over in reply. There's already been a result down at Hove, where Sussex have beaten Leicestershire by 8 wickets. Leicestershire bowled out for 120. Sussex knocked them off for 2 in 18 overs. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire 246 for 8, Yorkshire 28 for 2 in replies. Jamie Porter starts another over from the David Capel end, hits safe Zabe on the pad, rolls away into the onside. They come through for a leg bye, signal as such by umpire Milnes. One more onto the total, 20 for 2. Yes, what makes me slightly uneasy, talking about Hampshire making that huge score against Kent down at Beckenham, is that Northamptonshire play Hampshire on Tuesday down at Newport, Isle of Wight. So if I start the journey now, I might just about be certain of getting there, but a slightly alarming moment yesterday when I discovered that my ferry crossing had been cancelled for some reason. As Porter comes in, bowls to Will Young, who just drops it down almost at his feet. It runs down for Will Battleman to retrieve behind the stumps. It was an accident. It was one of these little technical glitches, and apparently I'm now booked on the ferry once again to go to the Isle of Wight on Tuesday. But looking forward to that very much. Been Northampton's first visit there since 1938. Well, I can assure you I wasn't there, despite some vicious rumours to the contrary. Here's Porter in bowls to Young. Just turns it away out towards mid-wicket for an easy single. Young goes to 4. Northamptonshire to 21 for 2. Having lost Emilio Gay, caught Rymel, bowled Beard for 2. That was 9 for 1. And then Vasconcelos bowled by Beard for 11. That was 14 for 2. Now 21 for 2.
The Isle of Wight Festival must be around this time.
Yeah, well, that's, I think there's obviously quite a lot, because I think it's Cows Week as well. I think either coming up soon, or I think it is coming up soon, I believe. I think it's maybe the week after. Here's Porter in again, bowling to Zabe, who's looking to try and turn that down towards fine leg. Just takes it on the thigh pad, rolls down to the man on the 45. Saving one, Jamal Richards, and there's no run. Richards, I'm sure we shall see into the attack in the not too distant future. Yes, I think hotel accommodation, I'm not actually staying on the island, but I think it has been slightly problematic. I think the club, of the team and the squad looking to stay there, and obviously it's peak holiday season, so all interesting stuff. Here's Porter. Again, Zabe just getting a little bit tucked up. This time, Will Young calls him through for a leg bye. The ball just rolls out into the onside. Porter has to make a lot of ground to come in and retrieve. One more onto the total, 22 for 2. If you're just joining us, then you're very welcome. And Essex having made 343 for 9 in their 50 overs. Faraz Kushi 118, Tom Westley 67, quick 47 off 25 from Robin Das. Jamal Richards, 26 not out at the end, 5 wickets for Nathan Buck. Can they defend it? Here's Porter, bowls to Will Young, who takes a leaf out of Tom Wesley's book earlier on, takes a step down the pitch and swings it away behind square for 4. So Will Young, obviously mindful of just wanting to keep things ticking over, even if they can't exactly go flat out, having lost those 2 early wickets. He picks up a boundary, 8 to him. Zabe is 3, and Northamptonshire 26 for 2 after 5 overs, requiring a further 318 to win, with an asking rate of 7.1.
Yeah, both these batsmen just looking to disrupt the Essex bowlers' lengths by walking down the pitch, and that was actually well put away from Will Young. Porter following his man, but quick wrists whipped it round the corner. Aaron Beard to continue from the indoor school end. Up to stumps now right, I'm over to the left-handed side, and that's defended back down the pitch to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Had an email in, need to get my glasses on actually.
It comes to us all, David.
Yeah, an email in from Carolyn. She's talking about the similarity in the clothing, and chat about the similarity in the kit colours makes me wonder how your correspondents cope in the 4-day game or test matches when everyone is in white. As Beard, number 14 on his back, charges in again now, up to stump, bowls, and that's dabbed into the offside, and again there is no run.
Well, I have to say the squad numbers are very handy. Usually with your own players, if you do the same team day in, day out, then you just get to know them. You get to know them in the field, the way they move and the walk and all the rest of it. Yeah, so when it comes to the opposition, certainly the squad numbers are very, very handy. And those counties that have now much though I love cable knit sweaters, the traditional ones, if they haven't got numbers on the back, it can be slightly confusing at times.
Beard in again, hair flowing back behind him, bowls, and that's a cross-batted shot that crunches into the ground and goes nowhere. And there is no run. And when did County Championship bring in squad numbers on the back of shirts? That could only have been like 3, 4, 5 years ago.
A little bit longer ago than that, I think, David. But it's relatively new.
Carolyn finishes. If anyone is struggling to differentiate between the batting side and the fielding side, I'd suggest that the big old lumps of wood in the batter's hand should give them a clue to who the batters are. Thanks, Caroline. As here comes Beard again, full, and again that's a waft outside the off stump, but it's definitely that fuller length which is testing the batsman a little bit more, and Beard is certainly testing the batters more than most.
It does look a bit at the moment like sort of inter-squad friendly, doesn't it? When you just to the naked eye. And I seem to remember because Northamptonshire did have one last year. They played a sort of an inter-squad game when one of the T20s was called off because of COVID, and I think one team wore the T20 shirts and the other team wore the 50 over shirt. So it did look a bit better.
Beard in again, bowls, and that's sliced away in the offside. Beats the dive at backward point. They'll come around for a second run as Porter comes in from third man to do the fielding. 2 to the total, 28 for 2. Zabe goes to 5. But it has been a quiet start so far. Having said that, though, they're still 28 off. Well, we're in the 6th, so they're a little bit behind the 8 ball. Beard just rubs his hand on the floor, possibly get some sweat off. It's hot out there as he's in again. Bowls, that's edged. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he meant to do that. He flicked it away past the man at first slip and run down for 4 runs. So 4 to go on top of the score. That's 32 for 2 and the end of the over. Edge, or do you think he meant that?
I think he meant it. Having watched it on the replay, particularly so, because it was just a little wristy flick. I think the sort of player safe Zabe is. So yeah, I think you were right. Just give him the benefit of the doubt there. Ran away for 4 anyway. However they come at the moment, Northamptonshire will take them. All contributions gratefully received. 32 for 2. So 6 overs gone. It's going to be Jamie Porter to continue from the far end, from the David Capel end. 3 overs, no wicket for 13 so far. The damage has been done at the other end by Aaron Beard, who's picked up both wickets to fall. Here's Porter coming in to bowl to Will Young, who plays it to cover, where Feroz Cushy fields, and there's no run. Cushy seems to be moving okay. Did have that little incident at the back end of his terrific innings. He made 118, and just in turning to get back after when he was threatened with a run out, he just seemed to tweak something and wasn't moving particularly easily for the remainder of his innings. But he's out there on the field now. As Porter comes in, bowls to Young, runs it down to backward point where Shane Snater fields smartly, but there's still time for the batters to go through for a single. So Young goes to 9, and Northamptonshire up to 33 for 2. Strange game at Old Trafford. Just looking at the scores around the country, Lancashire made 221 for 4 in 50 overs, which on the face of it you would think is a little bit surprising, but maybe the pitch is not the easiest, because they've got Derbyshire 25 for 3 in reply. Porter switches to round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who turns it down behind square. Once again, work for Snater to do, this time at backward square, and they come through for another single. Zabe to 10, and Northamptonshire to 34 for 2. Still quite glorious afternoon here at Wantage Road. It has been a beautiful day, and not quite as hot as we've had one or two of the earlier matches in the season, where it really has been almost unbearable in the full sun. Turned away by Will Young, just behind square for another single. There's a man down there on the boundary in front of the main scoreboard. Young picks up another single, 10 to him, 35 for 2. Certainly in the, as I say, when we had the championship match against Lancashire and the record-breaking temperatures, the West Stand then again was the most popular place to sit. It was pretty much full, including a school party. And also the Ken Turner was very popular, undercover at the far end of the ground. Onto the back foot goes Zabe, trying to run it down past backward point. Doesn't beat the fielder there, result of which there's no run, stays at 35 for 2. Jamal Richards down below us on the 45. Very much looking forward to seeing him have a bowl at some point. Again, plenty of bowling options for Essex too, by the look of it. Perhaps Tom Wesley will remember his 4 wickets here the last time these sides met in a List A match 8 years ago. Porter in again, bowls to Zabe, who turns it out, go through for a quick single to mid-wicket, and there's going to be overthrows here, buzzers, and he's going to get 5 because there was a shy at the stumps. It's a tight single to mid-wicket, but shied at the stumps. The man backing up just went under his body, and it's run away for 4 to the front of the curry stall. So a little bit of a Brucey bonus there for Safe Zabe, who goes to 15, and Northamptonshire to 40 for 2 at the end of 7 overs. And again, all very frustrating for the bowler, who's finishes up with 5 runs going off his bowling for what should have been just a tight single.
Yeah, bit of daggers there from Porter, over exuberance from the fielder. It was a decent effort actually to try and stop that from going. I think it was Jamal Richards might have been trying to stop that to go from the boundary, but couldn't get there. So Beard continues. He's got the wicket so far in the innings. Northant's 40 for 2, and he's in now and he bowls. That's cut away through the offside. There's a chase on here for Porter. I don't think he's going to get there. That's well timed. Slashed away through backward a point on the offside. And Zabe, he's got off to a good start here. He's 19 off 15, and Northants are 44 for 2. It's a little bit straighter needed from Beard. Something to think about as he walks to the back of the top of his mark. Oh, careful. Beard just asking one of the fielders to move round a touch. Porter dispenses with his jumper down at the 3rd man boundary area, and Beard just keeps that one tighter and straighter, and Zabe just drops it into the leg side. There is no run. So there's a lovely breeze cutting across the ground today. When I stood out there during the lunchtime period, it really is a beautiful temperature for the crowd to be sitting in today. Sun's out, it's lovely and warm. Could be in for a really good game of cricket here. 44 for 2, chasing 343. Here comes Beard, bowls again. That's worked off the pads, but again, this time finds the fielder who's Cushy at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I may have there been attempting the impossible. Just as I have to leave you for a second to try and move our effects mic so it's a little bit further away from the disco speaker, so it's not completely deafening, A, to us, and B, to our listeners. But whether I will have succeeded or not, we'll discover shortly.
Beard in again, bowls to Zaid. That's down the leg side. Did it hit anything? There's that peel for caught behind. It's a wide. So Beard thinks it's actually come off something.
Yeah. Well, Zaid was looking accusingly at the umpire until he signalled a wide, and then as soon as he signalled a wide, it was Aaron Beard's turn to look accusingly at the umpire. But either way, it's a wide.
45 for 2. Zaid 19 off 17. Beard still shaking his head at the top of his mark. And he's running in now, skimming over the turf, up to the stumps, bobs. That's flipped away. Oh, it's just fine enough to beat the man Richards at short, fine leg. Initially, I think his eyes would have lit up there, but it just sort of curved away from him. It was in the air, but in the end safe. And forward to the total, 49 for 2.
For a second, I thought I was going straight into his hands, didn't it? From our slightly sort of foreshortened angle, but yeah, just as you say, got it fine enough to run away for 4. And I failed miserably, haven't I? I failed utterly to manage to put the effects mic anywhere that's even slightly further away from the speaker.
Beard in again to Zaid. Oh, that's beating him outside the off stump this time. So bowler's definitely putting the batsman under pressure in this over. One through to the wicketkeeper and no run. You didn't have to put it closer to the DJ, did you?
No, I tried to sort of just almost like sort of hide it round the corner, but I think it's probably all pervasive, the noise. That's what it seems like at any rate. My apologies if you're finding it slightly grating, but there is little we can do about it.
Beard in, bowls, and on his toes, that's just dabbed into the offside, and there'll be no run. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Ken's been in touch with us. Good afternoon. Regarding the different coloured clothing, personally, I'd like to see all the same colour, i.e. white. So even in the short form of the game as well.
Good man. Man after my own heart. Splendid. 49 for 2. There's also some messages in, but I did pull a picture on social media at lunchtime of the great to see so many young people out there on the outfield enjoying the opportunity to have a game on the county ground, just like we used to. And that actually is the point that a number of people that have commented on it have made. It's just like it used to be when those of us of a certain age were starting to watch here at the county ground, and that was part of the day, going and playing on the outfield. Here's Porter starting another over to Young, who opens the face and runs that rather elegantly down to third man, where Jamal Richards, fielding immediately down below our commentary position, fields. One more to Young, and that brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. So 50 for 2 in the 9th over.
Slow ripple of applause.
A ripple, yes, a rippleette almost from around the ground. I'm sure they're just absorbed, either absorbed in their lunch or absorbed in the cricket. Or their ears are still ringing. That's the other possibility, I suppose. 50 for 2. Porter switching to round the wicket to the left-handed Zaid. And that ball just got a little bit big on safe Zaid. Played it from the crease and just stabbed it down in front of him. Jamie Porter retrieves the end of his follow-through, and Will Young comes down as a little chat with his partner.
Do you not usually have a DJ here revving up the crowd?
Well, often for the T20s, but somehow, I don't know, with the T20, maybe they put the speakers in different places, but it doesn't seem quite as as obtrusive to where we are here as it does today. It just seems absolutely deafening today. It's going right through me, as my nan used to say. That's a good ball from Jamie Porter that beats the defensive stroke of Safe Zabe. Beats the outside edge, goes through to Will Buttleman. This is good stuff from the Essex new ball pair. Porter into his 5th over, no wicket for 22. As we say, it's been Aaron Beard who's done the damage at the other end with the wickets of Gay for 2 and Vasconcelos for 11, but Porter's doing his bit to keep the pressure on the batters too. Here's Porter. The Spencer Pavilion behind him in bowls to Zabe, who edges that down to 3rd man for a single. Zabe to 24. Northamptonshire to 51 for 2. Yeah, it used to be the thing, didn't it? You'd bring your bat and ball and use your sandwich bag for the wicket out on the outfield, and maybe even get one of the players. In the old days when the players used to have their lunch down to over our right shoulder where we're sitting now in the county tavern, they used to walk across the ground from the old pavilion where the Spencer Pavilion is now. Here's Porter in, and Young comes down the pitch, not for the first time, aims a rather extravagant lofted on drive which doesn't make contact with. It goes through to Buttleman and there's no run. And yes, so the players used to walk across the ground from the old pavilion down to the county hotel for their lunch before the new pavilion was built. It was opened in 1980, and if you were very lucky you might get one or two of the players just, you know, maybe field the ball or bowl a ball at you, and that was it. Your day was made, season was made. As Porter bustling in, bowls to Young, turns that away nicely through square leg, just in front of square for a single. Young to 12, and Northamptonshire to 52 for 2. That's the end of the 9th over, so 9 gone, 52 for 2. The run rate now around about just Northamptonshire scoring a hair under 6. The rate is still where it has been pretty much throughout, which is just a touch over 7. But we're going to see the first bowling change of the innings. Aaron Beard is going to take a blow, and Shane Snater comes into the attack.
Yeah, good change. Test him, especially if I doubt the ball is moving, but Snater can get some movement out of it. But yeah, it's a good change from Wesley. Get Snater into the game early. He can be dangerous.
And a change of bowler from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, number 29, Shane Snater.
Going through his warm-ups. A few jumps, a few looseners. Just wait for the batsman to settle. Young's going to be on strike, 52 for 2. Start of the 10th here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio North, and Snater bowls. That's LBW appeal. I don't think there's anything going there. Looked a little bit too high for me. Try to work it away into the leg side. Will Young.
Slightly optimistic shout from extra cover, I felt there, on balance.
I think he felt he had to join in, no one else was.
Altogether or not at all.
BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com if you do want to get in touch. Queue starting to form for the ice cream. It's that time of day, isn't it? Snater bounding in, bowls full, turned away to the leg side by Young. Can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket. It's Jamal Richards doing the fielding.
I do remember once, just occasionally, the pros would let you field when they were doing the knock-ups on the outfield before, and I remember Alan Lamb hitting one very hard back at me, and I stopped it with my sort of foot with a training shoe on it. You realise in that split second how hard top professionals hit the ball.
Snater in, slow delivery outside the offside, picked by the fielder. It's picked by the batter, driven away through the offside. And that's going to be 4 runs. Couldn't be stopped at short extra cover. I think that was Jamie Porter diving to his left. Can't quite see. And there's forward to the total. Sorry, not Jamie Porter. It's South African.
Oh, yeah, Grant Rolifson.
Yeah. 56 for 2. So slow delivery was picked slightly wide of off stump as well, which Will Young just tucked into. Snater in again. Bowles. Young stands his ground, just turns it away into the leg side off his hips down towards deep backward square leg, who comes into field. A single to the total, 57 for 2. Bit of action round the on the crowd there. Couple of I think they're running to get an autograph. Yep. No. Yeah, I think they are trying to get an autograph off one of the Essex players. That's another good thing to see that autographs are still a thing. I thought it was all selfies these days.
I'm sure the days when you used to have a whole album that some people used to have.
Snater in, slow delivery on leg stump, and it's just guided down towards the offside. Fielded at backward point, and there is no run.
You know, people cutting all the pictures out of the papers and out of the various annuals and magazines you used to be able to get, and get them to sign across the picture, and you'd have like divided up into counties, didn't you? And it was, some people have, they were absolute works of art that some of my friends used to have.
Snater in, really light approach as he is driven up towards mid-off. It'll just be a single, 58 for 2. Did you have any autograph?
No, I wasn't much of an autograph hunter. I always preferred scoring if I was at a game to autograph hunting, which probably accounts for the fact that then I finished up doing quite a lot of scoring in adult life and sort of similar things. But
therapeutic thing as well.
I think it's wonderful. There's nothing. I mean, and I'm afraid, and again, I'm sure I should get shot down in flames for saying this, but the computer scoring is not the same. It is not as therapeutic as doing it with coloured pens and pencils and rulers and things. It's I still do it when I get the chance with my club, and it's just a very, very relaxing, therapeutic thing to do. A neat scorebook is something you can really feel quite proud of, I think. And it's going to be Porter to continue from the David Capel end round the wicket, and again tucks up Safe Zabe as he's aiming to play onside. And it runs off a thick outside edge into the offside, and there's no run.
Looks like Victoria spun.
The cake has arrived. I shouldn't really be eating cake, but it does look very nice. 58 for 2. Northamptonshire having lost Emilio Gay for 2, Ricardo Vasconcelos for 11.
Need a bit of sugar to get you through the whole day.
Well, these are long days, aren't they? Good, intriguing battle developing here. And that's run away for a single down to third man by Safe Zabe. Fielded by Rolofsson, coming off the boundary down at third man. Or I think he is, as you say, David. I think target of autograph hunters. One more onto the total. Zabe is 26 and Northamptonshire up to 59 for 2. Not sure if they're playing or whether the wind is in the wrong direction, but even in the merciful periods of quiet between the disco stuff, I haven't heard the brass band in the park yet. Here's Porter in bowling to Young, who again gets it off a leading edge, aiming mid-on, goes out into the covers. Good diving stop. The batters were both quite a long way out of their grounds. They thought about a single. In the end, both got back safely. 59 for 2.
Always enjoyed getting an autograph. I didn't necessarily enjoy the hunt where you have to sort of chase after them.
No, I know. I've always found it slightly embarrassing. It's because the players, most of them don't really want to. Here's Porter in again, bowls to Young, forces up to mid-on, go through for a quick single, well-judged single, because mid-on was fairly deep, just almost on the edge of the circle, and so there was a single there if they went straight away, which they did. Takes Young to 18 and Northamptonshire to 60 for 2. I have told the story a number of occasions. The very first time I came here to watch Northamptonshire play in May 1972 against Hampshire, and asking David Steele for his autograph as he came off the field at tea time, and he said, "Not now, son." It was, of course, completely the wrong time to go and ask a player, but I didn't realise at the age of not quite 10. Run down to backward point by Zabe. Excellent bit of fielding there again on the well inside the ring. The result being that there is no run. Robin Das, the fielder there, stays at 60 for 2. And when I was co-writing a book with David Steele just a few years ago, I did point out the fact that he could have scarred me for life. But he has apologised since, so that's all right. Here's Jamie Porter. And again, bowling to Safe Zabe, turns it out into the onside, smartly fielded at mid-wicket. That's setting the standard. Good stuff in the ring. And that's the end of the over, the 11th over of the innings. 60 for 2. Northamptonshire with Zabe on 26. Will Young is on 18. Partnership worth 46. So these two repairing some of that early damage caused by Aaron Beard with the wickets of both openers. But the asking rate just ticking up a little bit. It's now up to 7.3 and over. Northamptonshire needing 284 to win off 234 balls.
Yeah, Aaron Beard got a little bit of a high five for that bit of fielding from Jamie Porter. It was a really smart pickup, and it certainly saved a run. Batters have been more committed to the run there. There could have been a chance of a run out, as it was. Turned down at the earliest opportunity. So Snater going to continue from the indoor school end with his long locks held back by a headband. He comes charging in now, right arm over up to the right-handed Will Young. Dabbed into the offside. They start to come for a single but immediately go back as the fielder's in sharply. It's Robin Das again. Played beautifully. What did he get today, Robin Das?
47 off 25.
47 off 25. Played beautifully. Some really well-timed, aggressive strokes, which got Essex's innings going again. As Snater comes bounding in again. Number 29 on his back, bowls full. It's turned away after pads down towards deep backward square leg for a single. Score goes to 61. 61 for 2. Young goes to 20 off 22. Feels a little bit quieter out there than it was during the Essex innings in terms of boundary count.
Oh, considerably, yeah.
Snater turns again at the top of his mark. Moves in now. And he bowls. That one's pushed into the offside. It's fielded at the second attempt by Richards, standing at short extra cover. And there's no run. Wind just dying down a touch, but still perfect conditions. And that cue for the ice cream van is starting to snake back round behind the stand now.
It is, yes, absolutely. That's definitely the biggest cue for the ice cream van I've seen this season.
Snater. In again. Bowls, shorter delivery this time. It was a shorter, slower ball. It bounces once before it gets to the keeper's hands, who's slightly fumbled the collection. And there's no run. Well, you certainly wouldn't have seen a cue for the ice cream van down at Essex at the start of the season.
Well, nor indeed on the first day of home cricket here against Gloucestershire back in April, when we had sleet showers stopping play. It was fairly bleak and cheerless then.
Snater in again, bowls, and that one's pushed down the pitch. They're going to come through for a quick single. There should be a shot at the stumps, and it's at the wicket-keeper's end, and the Buttleman's not happy with that. He's really unhappy. He's taken a rap on the wrist there. And there's a single to the total. 62 for 2. Now, I'm sure I read in the paper the reorganisation of the county championship season, it could start at the end of March with the first 2 rounds of games played abroad.
One of a number of things that have come up. We'll see.
Here comes Snater. That's defended down the pitch. That's going to be a quick single. Nice bit of running between the stumps at the moment. And there's one more to the total, 63 for 2.
There's something in all of this, and I may be completely wrong, and this is purely my opinion, but I think some of these things that are being floated and put out there, it's a question of, well, if you build up people's expectations of it being absolutely awful, then if what they come up with is not quite as awful, then people will be duly grateful and will accept it without demur. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but mind you, if they're going to, if they're going to play first round of championship matches in Barbados or something and pay for us to go out and commentate, then
Yeah, I'm not against it.
Absolutely splendid.
Make it clear to any of the ECB that I'm listening. I'm not completely against it.
But rather more difficult for your the rank and file members and supporters, who seem to figure very, very low on the priorities of quite a few people running the game, it seems.
That was the end of the over, by the way. 63 for 2.
Jamie Porter starting his 7th over, 0 for 29 so far, in bowls to Young, who drives down the ground. But he's not going to get a single, and Safe Zabe, who thought there was one, come a long, long way down. And shy at the stumps from mid-on. And it's all a little bit harum-scarum with the running at the moment.
He wasn't happy with Will Young there, who kept his head down. I guess that was a late call to say don't run.
They had one or two little moments. They batted together fairly briefly on Thursday on Tuesday rather at York. They were together for a little while, put on a bit of a partnership, and there were one or two incidents there as well. Here's Porter in bowls to Young, who drives beautifully, and again very well stopped at mid-off. Didn't stop it cleanly, but saved the boundary. Just deflects it out towards mid-on, but they're able to come through for just a single. Young to 21, 64 for 2. And we did just do a little bit of research while we were on then, and was saying that these two would barely have batted together, because they were, I think, in the championship side together for one game, when they would have batted together for a matter of a few balls. So Porter around the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, just tucks it away for a single down towards square leg. One more onto the total. Zabe is 28 now, 65 for 2. So they haven't batted together very much. And Zabe is very, very quick, but certainly at the moment, the very last thing he wants to do, or indeed any Northamptonshire supporter will want him to do, is to run out his captain, upon whom much depends. He's on 21. He's facing Jamie Porter. And that's a glorious stroke from Will Young, who just takes a step down the pitch and launches it straight back over the bowler's head for 4. Don't think he quite got hold of all of it, but it was one of those, a bit like one or two earlier on when Tom Wesley was batting. He didn't get hold of all of it, but he got hold of enough of it, and it raced away over this very quick outfield for 4. Young to 25. And Northamptonshire to 69 for 2, 275 more runs to win.
Yeah, striking me more and more, it's just about committing to the shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if you do tend to miscue it, then hopefully you get enough of it to still carry it over the infield.
Young on 25, facing this ball from Porter, turns it away through mid-wicket. More runs for him here. May only just be 1, in fact it is, because there is a man out there. Made good ground round from the main scoreboard. He's down to our left. One more to Will Young, who goes to 26. And Northamptonshire to 70 for 2. Young just gesturing, I think, to the dressing room for more gloves. And he's saying it's that sort of day, isn't he? He's only been out there 13 overs, but imagine already they're fairly hot and sweaty. Here's Porter around the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. Short, pulled away by Zabe for 4. Well, again, there's not a lot of pace in this pitch, as we discovered earlier on, and that short ball just sat up and begged to be hit for 4, and Zabe wasn't about to turn it down, and he swats that away for 4 out to deep mid-wicket. 32 to Zabe at the end of the over, 26 to Young. Northampton just 74 for 2, 13 overs gone, so 270 more runs required to win, 222 balls remaining, and the required run rate is still hovering at around about 7.2, 7.3.
Yeah, eminently gettable.
Well, it is. It's one boundary and nudge a few around, then, isn't it? And on the basis that you're bound to get a couple of bigger overs. And
Say it like that, it sounds simple.
easy game. As we always say, David, it's a very easy game from up here. Rather more difficult from down there.
Right, Shane Snater continuing from the indoor school end. DJ's playing another club classic as Snater moves in now. Bowls to Young, turns it wristily into the leg side. It's picked up at square leg And it'll be a single to the total. 75 for 2. Will Young goes to 27.
Not the sort of club I frequent.
Just that mid-afternoon lull before the fireworks start again. Here comes Snater bowling to Zabe. He's in, slow delivery, cut away, pass backward point, but the sweeper's out on the boundary. Should be a couple of runs here. The throw comes in, off balance, and they make it back comfortably for a second run. 77 for 2. Zabe goes to 36 off 36. Sorry, correction, 34 or 35. Snater turns again at the top of his mark and bowls. And Zabe just dabs it down towards third man for a single. And 1 to the total. 78 for 2. A good rebuilding job these two have done.
Yeah, but they have, and they haven't really, it hasn't pushed up the required rate that much. I mean, it was around about 7s, and it's now, what, 7.3, so it's not outside, hasn't got out of hand anyway, let's put it that way.
Snater with the wristband halfway up his left wrist. He's right arm over to the right-handed Young. Oh, is that dropped?
I think it may well have been.
I think it was dropped. Yeah, Butterman's dropped that one. Young was trying to guide it fine down past the wicketkeeper, got a thin inside outside edge, and Butterman really should have taken that one.
He should, and it was. I feel a bit for Shane Snater there, who was starting the appeal when the ball was in the air because he knew he got the nick, and he thought that was just going to be a relatively straightforward chance away to Butterman's right, but he's dropped it. It cost him a single as well, and it means that Young on 27 gets a life.
79 for 2. Snater skulking back to the top of his mark, but he's coming in now. Bowls to the left-handed Zabe, and that's played out into the offside, not timed, and there's no run. Still 79 for 2. Those are the sort of the chances you need to take. Wasn't that difficult away to Butterman's right. Essex go again. 3 men in the circle on the offside, 2 on the leg side. As Snater moves in bowls, dive down the pitch, just guides that away towards mid-off and takes a comfortable single. And it's 80 for 2 at the end of the... What over we in? 14.
14 gone,
14
yeah.
over.
We were just talking earlier, David, about some of the past List A matches between Northamptonshire and Essex. You're not missing any cricket because the batter's just having a change of gloves and a drink, courtesy of the 12th man. And I mentioned the 1980 Benson Hedges Cup final. Of course, I'm mentioning the ones that Northamptonshire won, needless to say. But one I do remember covering at Chelmsford back in 1993 was a NatWest Trophy second round tie. I mean, you look at the two sides and the quality of the two teams, with Essex having the likes of obviously Gooch, Stevenson, Nasser Hussain, Derek Pringle, Steve Andrew, Mark Ilott, our colleague Don Topley, Peter Such on one side, and Northamptonshire on the other, Kirtley Ambrose, Rob Bailey, Mal Loy, Alan Lamb, Kevin Curran, Paul Taylor, Nick Cook, etc. It was a cracking second round match which Northamptonshire won, chasing about 290, with Alan Lamb making 124. Contributions too from Mal Loy, and Tony Penberthy finished it off with 41 not out. But that was in the days of 60 over matches, of course. And Northamptonshire winning there with 13 balls to spare. If you've got any favourite Essex one-day victories against Northamptonshire, just to redress the balance, then please feel free to message us with your memories of them, which the address is. Go on, David, I can't remember.
bbcsexcricket@gmail.com.
That's the one. Or at Old Man Rad, of course, which is Northamptonshire listeners certainly will be familiar with that one. 80 for 2 now. You're going to see some spin for the first time. Bit of twirl. And it's going to be Aaron Nijar who's going to bowl his left arm spin from the far end, the David Capel end. Nijar, 27 years old, played national counties for Suffolk. And he starts over the wicket to Zabe, who immediately gets the reverse sweep out, paddled round the corner, and they come back for 2 runs. So 2 onto the total, 82 for 2. David has
teasing
disappeared to the back of the box and come back with 3 large slices of cake, for which, again, we thank our lady who looks after us very much indeed. It looks very nice, but I really shouldn't be eating it. Here's Nijar, and again, down the hit comes Zabe, and he just manages to get enough of that for it to run away through extra cover. I think he was actually done in the flight there. But fortunately, he just had the conviction to go through with the stroke. I think he was a long way down, and if he hadn't got something on it, I think Will Buttleman would definitely have been in business. As it was, he just managed to get enough of it, send it away over this very quick outfield for 4. Zabe to 42, 86 for 2. That far side of the ground, where the outfield is particularly quick, as Nijar comes in again. Down the pitch again comes Zabe, and it just clears extra cover. Again, he went for the same stroke. This time he went aerial. There was a leap in the air. An extra cover by Josh Reimel. Just couldn't quite get a hand to it. It races away for 4 more. So 10 off the first 3 balls. Safe Zabe. Much as the Essex batters went after Alex Russell earlier on, is deciding to go after the spinner right from the word go. 90 for 2, Zabe to 46. Nijar in bowls to him again. Down the pitch, chipped up in the air, just short of mid-wicket on the first bounce. Crimes, this is just
dicey, isn't it?
It's again, harum scarum, I think was the description I used earlier, and that's about what it is. 90 for 2. Nijar in bowls to Zabe. Gives it a little chassé this time. Comes down the pitch, plays it back to Nijar, who then, partly in frustration, shies at the stumps. Doesn't hit them, but in fact, I think it was Will Buttleman who took the bails off, but the batter was safely in his crease. Nijar to finish the over. Bowls to Zabe. It goes to try and pull. It goes off a bottom edge. And it's a good sliding stop down there by Jamie Porter. And they come through for a single. So 11 off the over, somehow. 47 to Zabe, or 44 balls. Will Young is 28. 91 for 2. But it has, I suppose, if you look at the board over there, it gives you the required rate. It's pulled the required rate down a little bit from 7.3 to 7.2. 11 having come off that over. 91 for 2, 15 overs gone. It's a good contest, this, and you always suspected as soon as spin came in, Safe Zabe will only play it one way, but he's just having a conversation at the moment with his captain, who I'm not quite sure what Will Young will be telling him, but that was certainly a little bit nervy. 91 for 2 off 15.
Yeah, like you say, 11 off the over, but probably could have been out 3 times there. But he wasn't. He's still in, and he's on strike now as Slater bowls, and that's carved away down towards deep cover for a single. Score moves to 91 for 2. Sorry, 92 for 2. And Essex just searching for that wicket. Remember, Will Young dropped in Slater's previous over by Buttleman behind the stumps, trying to guide the ball down to third man. Got a thin edge on it. And Buttleman managed to spill it behind the stumps. Here comes Slater into Young. That's turned away down towards deep mid-wicket for at least 1. Think about coming back for a second. Oh, it's a misfield, but they don't come back for a second anyway. Aaron Beard with the fielding out there. Another single to the total, 93 for 2. Plenty of people still milling around behind the stands. The shaded stand very full at the moment. Those in the sun, a little less so. Slater, 29 on his back, kicks his heels up and moves in again, bowls, and Zabe just plays that gently down to mid-off for a single. 94 for 2. Less harum-scarum this over.
Yes, thankfully for my blood pressure. It's not good for the health, is it? No more than that cake probably is, but it does look very nice.
To try and squeeze one in before the end of the next over.
Yes, you need plenty of seam bowling overs, because trying to get through a chunk of that during a spinner's over is impossible.
Snater drops this one short, pulled away into the leg side. That just sat up waiting to be hit, and he just swatted it away over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Short deliveries have been dispatched pretty much consistently throughout this game so far.
There's no mileage in that at all, as the Northamptonshire discovered it, and Essex are now discovering it as well. There's very little pace in this pitch. It's very easy pace. I mean, it's been a lovely surface to bat on, and the fact that Essex made 340 and Northamptonshire making a decent fist of it so far rather suggests that is the case. But if you try and bowl short on it, it's just going to sit up and say hello, isn't it?
98 for 2. Snater in again. That goes full off the toes, just clips into the leg side. There's no run. Rolofsson doing the fielding at mid-wicket. So Northants on the verge of bringing up their 100 in around about the 16th over. Feels like it's a little bit short of where Essex were at the same point.
Yeah, Essex were 106 off 15.
So not too far short.
Not that far short.
Slater bounding in. Bowls to Young. Driven down the ground, but straight to the man at mid-on. And there's no run. Clean pickup, and that's the end of the over. 98 for 2. Will Young on 33 and Zaib on 49. Chasing 343 to win.
Yeah, partnership now worth, 84 between these two for the 3rd wicket. From Northampton's point of view, you feel that these need to take it on quite a bit longer than that. Take this, Northampton should just be trying, as they always say in these sort of long chases, and you talk to the players, and they say it's just a question of taking it as deep as we possibly can, is the point Lewis McManus made. When Northamptonshire were chasing 350 up at York and on Tuesday, and I must admit Northamptonshire did look out of it until McManus, with probably not enough wickets in hand, but plundered 23 off and over from Ben Code towards the back end of the innings, and suddenly he thought if they got another wicket in hand they might have a bit more of a chance here. As Nijar in again, bowls to Zaib, turns that into the onside, and the bowler himself has to scamper away to field, and that is 50 for Zaib. A half century for the left-hander. He goes to 50 off 47 balls.
And Zaib's 50 was scored off 47 balls, including 6 fours.
6 fours, as you just heard the wicket dress announcer mention. So 99 for 2. Zaib now needing to take a fresh guard, as Will Young is on strike. Nijar firing that one in, and it didn't seem to bounce a great deal. Certainly didn't seem to bounce quite as much as Will Young was expecting to. In the end, made the defensive stroke slightly ungainly, but safe enough. Young on 33, faces Nijar, gives himself some room, tries to pierce the offside, doesn't manage to do so, just goes down the pitch for Nijar to field off his own bowling. 99 for 2. Nijar round the wicket, short of a length, and Young onto the back foot, punching it up to long on for a single, brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire in the 17th over.
And that's 100 runs for Northamptonshire.
Will Young on to 34. I was going to do the old Brian Johnston trick and ask David what he thought of the cake when his mouth was full of it, but I resisted the temptation. The speed it disappeared, I suspect it was very nice. Here's Nijaran again, bowling to the left-handed Zaib, who once again is down the pitch, this time playing it out to deep mid-wicket, and there's an easy single to be had. Zaib is 51, and Northamptonshire to 101 for 2. Was it nice? It looked very nice.
It was beautiful. I was just too aware of the fact that it was a spinner bowling, so I had to get it down as quickly as possible. Butter icing as well, which is absolutely glorious.
Very nice. I may have to weaken at some point. Young on strike, Nijar round the wicket to him, and he looks to try and cut that. It's a little bit probably too close to him for that. Just managed to run it down to Rolofsson, short third man, and that's the end of the over. 51 to Zaib, 34 to Young. 101 for 2, 17 overs gone, so Northamptonshire need another 243 to win. Off 33 overs, the required rate just inched up a little bit more to 7.4 and over.
Well, it looks like Wesley has remembered his fourfer because he's coming on from the indoor school end.
Well, it would be a very good story. 8 years on from the previous meeting, picks up 4 wickets and does something similar today. If you're writing this for our colleagues for the written media over the far side, that would be a lovely line. Be a good first question for you as well, wouldn't it, David? We do the post-match.
Yeah, he's been a good servant for Essex as Tom Wesley.
100th list day match for Essex.
Yeah. He's he's on now from the indoor school end, bowling to Zaid. Just tossing the ball between his hands now, waiting for Zaid to settle. And he in now, right arm round to the left-hander, and it's a thick inside edge. He was trying to push that away through the offside, and it just squirted out into the leg side for a single. Score goes to 102 for 2. Zaid on 52. Has had a pretty decent day so far. Bowled well as well. As Wesley just checks his field. Young settles down. Wesley really gives that some air, and that's just clipped down towards long on for a single. Going on along nicely at the moment. Northants 103 for 2. Target 343. Essex will just be looking to obviously take wickets, but squeeze those runs to build pressure. But at the moment, they're rotating the strike nicely. It's a big sweep into the leg side. Big LBW appeal. It certainly didn't hit the bat at all. And the umpire says not out. And some stares from Wesley and the wicketkeeper at the umpire as to why that wasn't out. He's saying he got outside the line of off stump. Possibly.
Hard to say, isn't it, really? Tom Wesley didn't look best pleased. It was one of those sort of flurry of arms and leg strokes from safe save, wasn't it? It was slightly hard for the umpire to see where it had hit anything, or indeed what it had hit.
Wesley in, tries to fire in a quicker ball, drags it down. He's actually got away with that one. Will Young pulls it away into the leg side, and one bounce, it's fielded down at deep mid-wicket, and it'll just be a single to the total. 105 for 2. Wesley, round the wicket again to the left-hander. Comes down the pitch, clips into the leg side, but still has a misfield there. Conceded a run, which really shouldn't have been. And it's Rolofson with the misfield. And 1 to the total, 106 for 2.
Nice tidy over this so far.
He's putting a lot of variations in this over, has Wesley, just readjusting his field again. With short third man coming around a little bit finer. As Young comes down, lifts it over the man at mid-off, and that ruins his figures for the over. A lovely stroke from Will Young. Moved his feet nicely to the ball, picked it up on the half volley and chipped it over Snater at mid-off. Away for 4 runs, 110 for 2, and that's 18 overs gone.
Yes, he had a good series in the New Zealand ODI team, the series against the Netherlands before the start of the English season, which actually delayed his arrival with Northamptonshire by 1 match. He was supposed to be here right from the start, and in the end missed the first game, and was here for the second game against Yorkshire and made 96 and helped save the game. But he certainly has a number of strings to his bow, Will Young, and strokes like that show you why he is, I think, regarded, certainly in these parts, as a seriously class act. 110 for 2. 18 overs gone. 19th about to be started by Nijar. And once again, Zaib is down the pitch, angling the bat, running it down to short third man for a single. It's fielded there by Robin Das. dreaded Nelson on the board, 111 for 2. Zabe to 54. Just looking at that match, which we may have a chance to talk about during the next over, which won't take rather longer, I think, than this one will, about this game 8 years ago that we've been talking quite a bit about, as Nijar comes in, bowls short to Young, who's pulled that for half a dozen, and it's hit the top of the old scoreboard building, which is now used by the ground staff. People with memories of Wantage Road in years gone by, the old scoreboard there, and where the printing press used to be underneath, and that brings up the Century partnership. Takes Young to 46 off 41 balls, 117 for 2. Nijar in again a little bit short of a length, but rather fuller, and Young trying to give himself room to run it down to short third man. Just doesn't get a hold of a lot of it, and it's relatively straightforward bit of fielding. Just on the edge of the circle. Dot ball. Nijar again bowls to Young again, down the pitch this time, giving himself the opportunity to work it up to long on for a single. Young to 47, 118 for 2. 2 balls to go in the over for Zabe to face, and the only thing certain at the moment in life, death, taxes and Zabe coming down the pitch. As he does again, and he's got it. Oh, that's a bit of a hack, to be honest. It's gone off a thick outside edge down towards third man. Nevertheless, he's going to pick up 2 runs. Young was wondering about a third, but he was sent back by Zabe. So 2 more to save Zabe, who goes to 56, 120 for 2. That was in the air a long time. It was sort of sliced off a thick outside edge, just eluded backward point. Not the best stroke Zabe has played by some stretch. Down the pitch again, on drives for a single. Out to Jamal Richards coming off the boundary in front of the Ken Turner stand. So 1 more onto the total. Productive over for Northamptonshire at the end of it. Zabe is 57, Young is 47. Northamptonshire 121 for 2 off 19. By way of comparison, 20 over mark. Essex were 137 for 1, so obviously they were ahead, but of course that was at the time when they were really cruising through Cushy and Westley. So Northamptonshire, although behind the clock, still in touch. Still needs 7.2 and over.
Yeah, absolutely. Zabe doesn't entirely look in control when he's dancing down the pitch.
No.
He's a few very streaky shots, but he's got a decent score on the board now. He backs away to the leg stump, tries to cut it away through the offside, but it's fielded at backward point. 57 off 54.
Clever bowling by Tom Westley again, just took all the pace off it, gave him nothing to work with at all.
Wesley back at the top of his mark. Right arm round to the left-hander and down the pitch again. It's carved away out towards the deep cover boundary. Snaters out there and he's a bit of a fumbled misfield. The throw comes in. Had it been a clean pick-up, it might have been a bit of a closer attempt at a run out, but as it is, Zabe got back comfortably in the end. 2 more to the total. 123 for 2. Flatter from Wesley this time, worked off his pads, and Jamal Richards sliding stop at short fine leg, and there's no run. Plenty of people still in the ground. I wonder if Frank Bruno's still about. As that one's, again, Zabe dancing down the track and carving it down towards deep cover for a single. 124 for 2.
Got the impression he might not be. I think he was here just sort of quite early on, but great to see him.
Here's Wesley again. Right arm over to the right-handed Will Young. That's clipped away down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 125 for 2. Don't know if you saw the documentary he did with Mike Tyson about his...
No, I didn't. But, does a lot of good work, doesn't he now, Frank Bruno?
He looks in very good shape for his age as well. Looked after himself. Wesley in bowls. That's turned away into the leg side, and there is no run.
What you're trying to say, David, is that if he was in the box now, he wouldn't be having one of those delicious-looking slices of cake.
I think what he'd probably do is demolish it and then go and, I don't know, do 20 laps around the town of Northants just to work it off.
So 125 for 2 after 20, I say by way of comparison. Essex were just 12 runs ahead of that, and having lost just the 1 wicket rather than 2. Yeah, this match in 2014, it was a serious game. Northamptonshire were all out for 311 in 47 overs, having not batted the full overs. Opening stand of 100 between Richard Levy and Rob Keogh, of course, who presumably will be next in. But then David Willey smashed 113. Northamptonshire past and future player, back with us next year. Here's Nijar starting another over to Young, plays it up to mid-wicket. This time there's no run. So 311 all out, and then Essex chasing it down. 3 balls to spare. 62 from Wesley, 61 from Ravi Bopara. Sweep this time, attempted sweep by Will Young. Just scuffs it off the bottom edge and runs down onto the onside. Will Buttleman comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve, and there's no run. Then sort of handy runs down the order, and Essex winning by 4 wickets with 3 balls to spare. Good game. Pushed into the offside to backward point by Young, fielded by Rolifson. So good start to the over from Aaron Nijar. 3 dot balls to start with. Bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Young, short of a length, and Young trying to run it down again. He's tried that stroke 2 or 3 times without any great success, just trying to give himself a little bit of room and run it down. But there is a man at short third man, so hard to see what sort of scoring opportunities there are really, unless he gets it really, really fine. Here's Nijar again, and that's on driven, off drive I should say, rather than on drive, up to long off for a single to Young. He goes to 49, Northamptonshire to 126 for 2. Brings the left-handed Zabe onto strike with just 1 ball of the over remaining. And he's down the pitch, he's gone up a long way. I think it's just about going to clear the man at extra cover. And where has it dropped? Has it gone all the way? No, it hasn't. Landed just inside the rope by the Taco Kitchen for 4. He got right underneath that. Fortunately for him, it's about the shortest boundary on the ground. And it just looped over the man running back from extra cover, drops about a couple of feet inside the rope, first bounce for 4. So Northamptonshire, well, getting out of the over with a boundary. 130 for 2 off 21. Zabe is 64, Young is 49. Partnership now worth 116. But the required rate again has just edged up a little bit to 7.4 as Tom Wesley prepares to bowl his 3rd over.
Chance in his arms, but he's getting away with it at the moment. I've got to admit, I thought that one went straight up in the air.
Yeah, I did, I must admit, at first. And it was only when he saw the fielder sort of scrabbling to try and get back, and you thought it may just have got a bit more on it than we think.
So Wesley continuing. He's right arm over to the right-handed Young, who comes down the pitch and defends back to the bowler. And there's no run. 130 for 2. We're in the 22nd over here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Northants, online as well. And if you download the BBC Sport app, you can listen to us on the go. I think Zabe's calling for some drinks. Umpire has said, hold on, because they've only got another 3 overs until midway mark, which I think is where they'll take the drinks anyway. Flatter from Wesley, turned away into the leg side. Aaron Beard comes charging in from deep mid-wicket. It will just be the single, but it is the 50 up for Will Young. 50 off 51 deliveries. 131 for 2.
Well, we said how important this partnership is after the loss of the openers cheaply, and doing a pretty good job at the moment.
Wesley in again. Bowls, and Zabe trying to manufacture an angle here by running outside of off stump and trying to scoop it up over the wicketkeeper's head. Only succeeds in getting a toe end of the bat, and the ball just literally dropping dead in the crease. There's no run. 131 for 2. Wesley in again. Zabe down the wicket this time, crunched away through the offside. That's a beautiful strike. Oh, and a misfield. Snater, who was there, seemed to slide past it. And it's 4 runs. Wesley won't be happy. Neither will Snater, to be honest, because he made the ground. 4 to the total, though, 135 for 2. And Zabe goes to 68.
Yes, he got there. It was unlucky on Shane Snater. He just got there, and you say it just crept under his body as he was sliding.
Wesley in. Zabe sweeps this time, and what's that hit? That's gone straight over the wicketkeeper's head. Is it taking gloves? It bounced, yeah, it's runs. It must have taken gloves or something, but it's looped over the wicketkeeper's head and straight back over his head for 4 more runs. So again, fortune favours the brave. 139 for 2, Zabe to 72.
Yeah, Zabe had a strong finish to the T20 in white ball cricket, made 3 consecutive half centuries, including a 92. Unfortunately, from Northampton's point of view, all 3 of them in a losing cause.
Zabe waits. Wesley bowls, that's played up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Sorry, short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. So it turned into an expensive one there. Not entirely clean hitting from Zabe, but again, he's getting the run. 72 off 64, and Northants 139 for 2.
Yeah, 205 more runs to win in the remaining 28 overs. Just have a little look at what's happening elsewhere in the other games. So one of them's already finished, which was the one at down at Hove, where Sussex have dispatched Leicestershire by 8 wickets in very, very quick time, bowling Leicestershire out for 120. The Chesterley Street looking good for Middlesex at the moment. Durham 268 all out. Middlesex 141 for 1 in the 23rd over. Down in the West Country Derby at Bristol, Somerset 199 all out. Gloucestershire just about on top there, but another wicket could make it interesting. They're 144 for 5. So they need another 56 to win there in 15 overs and 3 balls. We have a change of bowling. Jamal Richards coming into the attack for the first time from the David Capel end. Bowls to Will Young. Just pushes it out towards square leg. Just to the left of the umpire, just in front of square. And comes through for a single. Young to 51, Northamptonshire to 140 for 2. At Beckenham, looks like Hampshire's game there. Kent needing 397 to win, 143 for 5. So need another 254 off 26 with 5 wickets standing. You would think Hampshire ought to be able to close that one out. Derbyshire still struggling against Lancashire up at Old Trafford. As Richards comes in, bowls to Zabe, short, and he's pulled that away for 6. It's gone behind square. Again, I don't think he quite got hold of all of it, but it flew down over the boundary at deep backward square in the general direction of the ice cream van. It didn't disturb the queue. Zabe is 78, 146 for 2. For the statistically minded, it's Northamptonshire's highest 3rd wicket list A partnership against Essex in those 52 games that we were talking about, beating 126 by Matthew Hayden and David Sales here at the county ground in 1999. Go back to the other scores in a second as Richards round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, pushes it up to mid-off, calls for a single straight away. Young responds and the single is recorded. Zabe to 79, Northamptonshire to 147 for 2. Yes, Lancashire making their 2-2-1 for 4. Derbyshire 97 for 5 in the 27th over, so they need a partnership from somewhere. At the Oval, Warwickshire 293 for 5. Surrey still struggling a bit, 116 for 4 after 28. Richards in, bowls to Young, back of a length, and Young onto his toes, guiding it down to deep backward point. Snater comes off the boundary to field, and they're through for a single. Young to 52, 148 for 2. As I mentioned, the game at Hove over some time ago, Sussex beating Leicestershire by 8 wickets, and at Scarborough, Worcestershire made 246 for 8 against Yorkshire, who are 124 for 4. So that one's quite nicely in the balance, you would think. 123 more runs needed off 23 by Yorkshire. Richards round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who's hitting, again, looking to try and punch it away, I think up through the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, but in the end it goes back down the pitch for Richards to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Stays at 148 for 2, so Northampton's requirement now under 200. It's those little sort of psychological things that many players like when they're sort of chunking down or chunking up run chases, counting down. As down the pitch comes Zabe, plays it away through backward point. This may run away for 4. He's timed it well. Again, it's the shorter of the boundaries, and it's very quick down there, and it races away for 4. And Jamal Richards not looking terribly happy with his lot, but that, I'm afraid, has been the lot of bowlers of this ground all day. 152 for 2 at the end of the over. Zabe is 83, Young is 52, and the requirement now 192 to win off 27 overs, and the asking rate's just pushed down a wee bit now to 7.1.
Yeah, Richard's looking really accusingly at, I think that's Cushy out there.
He stood no chance.
Yeah, no, that was flying away.
The thing is also, David, down there, although they're not used anymore because they've got an outdoor net area, those used to be the outdoor net pitches, and they are still so fast when the ball hits those.
I think that was the fielder's fault, to be honest. Here comes a Wesley continuing from the indoor school end, and that's first delivery is played straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. 152 for 2. Wesley in again, bowls, and that one's clipped down towards long on for a single. Thinking about coming back for a second, but Zabe is on his knees, must have slipped as he turned. But anyway, there wasn't a second run there. Rollison was in quickly, and the throw was pretty good as well. Wesley moves in, right arm round, bowls, and off the back foot, that's just pushed away square of the wicket on the offside. And there's a single to the total, 154 for 2. Essex just struggling to find a breakthrough here. Flatter delivery this time. Where's that gone? That's gone straight into the bowler's chest, I think, trying to sweep that away through the leg side wheel, Young. Don't think he got anything on it and just cracked him in the middle of the chest. 154 for 2. Wesley in again. And he bowls Young down the wicket, but can't do much with that, just defends it back to the bowler. And there's no run. A good bit of bowling that from Wesley. Just held it back.
He's mixed it up really well, hasn't he, so far, since he's been on Tom Wesley. Good variation.
In again. Bowls. Again, just taking the pace off the ball, so the batsman has to work it into the leg side and can only grab a single. And there's 1 to the total. Pretty decent over that one from Wesley. 155 for 2. And we've had 24 overs.
Yeah, so another 189 runs required. 26 overs left, so Northampton just approaching the halfway stage of the innings, which will be after this over. Game nicely poised, you would say. So the asking rate's sort of still been hovering. It hasn't got, I think the highest I've spotted when I've looked up at the board, David, I think it's got up to sort of 7.4, 7.5, but it's been hovering around that mark pretty much since the start.
Yeah, with wickets in hand coming to the last
yeah.
20 overs, they'll fancy their chances.
Yeah, absolutely, and that, as you say, that is the key, isn't it? That's so important. Still need these two, Northamptonshire, to take it deeper, you feel. Here's Richards from the David Capel end. Bowled short, pulled by Young. He hasn't got hold of that. It's going to still go for 4, I think. It does. 2 bounces over mid-wicket. He didn't get hold of that the way he did in the previous over, but it still raced away for 4. And again, once it hits those net pitches, there is no chance of anybody stopping it.
Yeah, going after Richards a little bit here.
Well, again, it's been a bit of a theme this match, as they certainly did it after Zabe did it to Nijar. Wesley and Cushy did it to Alex Russell when the young leggy came on. So, yeah, just looking to target a member of the attack. 159 for 2. Young to 58. How's the young man going to respond? pulled away by Young, but he's only going to get a single. This time it goes straight to the man, deep square, just in front of square. And they only get a single, so Young to 59, Northamptonshire to 160 for 2. 184 more runs required. Still quite beautiful afternoon. Some, what do they call that? Alto cirrus, the sort of horsehair cloud in the sky above the ground. Now they're bringing up fine leg for the left-handed Zabe into the ring. That's Rolofsson, and moving long off back onto the boundary. As Richards comes in round the wicket to Zabe, comes across his stumps. In the end, finishes up just playing it defensively back down the pitch for Richards to field off his own bowling. So they now have a deep backward square on the boundary. Deep cover on the boundary. Wide third man on the boundary. Long off is dropping back again. But interestingly, mid-on and mid-wicket are both up. Favoured scoring area for Zabe, you would think. Short, pulled away. It's a no ball called by the umpire. They're going to come back for 2 as it goes out to deep mid-wicket. Well fielded by Shane Snater. Sends in his return to Will Buttleman, but it's 2 and a no ball and a free hit.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed. And that's not what the young man wanted, just 18 years old. And say, having had an excellent game for Essex against Derbyshire last time out, but another day, another dollar in professional cricket, and you can go from one extreme to the other very, very easily. 164 for 2. Not that he's bowled badly by any stretch of the imagination, but no balls don't help. Bowling to save Zabe, free hit. He's gone aerial, and I think he's got enough of that to go for 6. Is it just going to? No, just landed a foot or so. Well, he's given it a 6, and I think those of us that are here
definitely a 4.
can see that that's a 4.
Snater was calling that a 4.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's now amended the signal. It was, we were just in the happy position that it was almost directly underneath us, so it landed about a foot, 2 feet at the most inside the rope, but making the most of the free hit. 168 for 2. Zabe goes into the 90s. Now they're moving deep square back onto the boundary and long leg onto the boundary. As Richards comes in to bowl to Zabe. Zabe down the pitch, pushes it up to extra cover. Easy single to be had, extra cover's fairly deep. So 1 more onto the total. Zabe to 91, 169 for 2.
These two with their eye in now, they're again a little bit like when Wesley and Kushi were in, making it very difficult, not offering up too many chances, if any. And although Zabe's been a bit streaky with some of the boundaries, I don't remember him offering up too many chances.
No, well, Safe Zabe has, interestingly, when you think about it, before today had never even made a 50 in List A cricket. And he's now within distance of maybe 100 as Young faces this next ball, pushes it down towards backward point, fielded there by Robin Das, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. Excuse me, 169 for 2. Zabe is 91, Young is 59. So halfway point in the innings. Northamptonshire 169 for 2. The partnership is worth, what, 155 for the 3rd wicket, and that is the drinks break.
Yeah, can have some much needed water or electrolytes, whatever they stick down on that. Queue for the ice cream still going. Good luck to anyone out there.
Well, the trouble is we found the difficulty this year, David, has been that even when we've had 3 of us up here, and there's obviously only 2 of us today, there's never quite enough time to go all the way down the stairs, stand in the queue, come back before they melt, especially if the day is like it is today. So it's a wee bit of a tricky one. I'll just run you through, as we have drinks break here, just run you through what's happening elsewhere, just so you can keep up to date, and just reminding you if you were wondering about what had been happening at the Commonwealth Games earlier on, where England's women were playing New Zealand women in the bronze medal match in the Commonwealth Games. The result, I'm afraid, for England supporters was a very comfortable win for New Zealand, who won by 8 wickets with just over 8 overs to spare. So it's the New Zealand women who get the bronze medal. In the other Royal London Cup games at Chesterley Street, still looking very good for Middlesex. We're looking to chase down 269 to beat Durham. They're 159 for 1, so they need 110 off 23 overs, so just less than 5 and over with 9 wickets in hand. Looks pretty good for Middlesex there at the moment. At Bristol, Gloucestershire chasing 200 to beat Somerset, are 158 for 5. They need 42 to win off 12 overs and 3 balls with 5 wickets in hand. Looks to be game over at Beckenham unless something very, very odd happens. Hampshire making 396 for 5 in their 50 overs against Kent, who are 167 for 6, so they need 230 to win from 22 overs and 5 balls, but they only have 4 wickets in hand, so you would think that's probably an easy win for Northamptonshire's next opponents. At Old Trafford, Derbyshire 110 for 5, chasing 222 against Lancashire, so they need 112 off 20, but just with 5 wickets in hand. At the Oval, Warwickshire 293 for 5, Surrey 129 for 5, so they've lost another wicket, need 165 in just under 20 overs to win. And up at Scarborough, we have Worcestershire 246 for 8 and Yorkshire 136 for 4 in reply, so that still continues to be quite tight. Wesley to resume after drinks.
Long off back, deep cover back on the offside, 3 inside the circle as the Zaib comes down the pitch, chips other way through the offside. There's a chase on here, he's charging hard. Oh, is he managed to keep it in? No, he hasn't. That's Snater doing the sliding stop, and that's going to hurt as well because he slid his knee over the rope.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah, he's just flexing that right knee, and he was charging after that delivery. And remember, we're talking about these parched, scorched outfields. It's going to be quite nasty on the knee, that one. But he's got himself back up, he's back to his position, and Wesley into Zaib again, and that's out again out towards Snater. Will just be a single this time, guided away past point. 174 for 2. Zaib goes to 96 off 75. So you said he'd never had a
50.
List A 50.
High score was 43 before today.
He's on the verge of getting 100, but he's at the non-striker's end at the moment. It's Will Young on strike, who was dropped earlier, and he's hitting a big LBW appeal, but umpire says no, and in fact the appeal was curtailed quite quickly. Will Young just adjusts his pads. He's on 59, on 74 for 2. These two doing a lot of damage to the Essex bowling at the moment. Flatter from Wesley, another big LBW appeal, but that's a big stride forward, a big sweep, and I suspect he's probably outside off stump.
Yeah, outside the line, just saw the replay of that one. Frustrating for the bowler, because it probably would have hit.
Wesley in again to Young. That's given a little bit more air, and Young just clips it off the pads down towards deep mid-wicket. There's a Beard coming in, doing the fielding, and we'll just keep it to a single. Beard's going through some vigorous warm-up, so I expect he'll take over from the pavilion end. Wesley waiting for Zaib to settle. In fact, he's adjusting his fine leg fielder. Richards coming around a little bit finer. Wesley in, bowls to Zaib, and they will come through for a quick single. Nicely judged, actually, just dabbed into the offside because it wasn't too far away from Beard, but the pace on the ball, or off the ball, I should say, allowed him to get through for the single. And Zaib goes to 97. He steals the strike for the next over, and Northants are 176 for 2, chasing 343 for the win.
Yeah, partnership up to 162 now for the 3rd wicket. Looking at Northamptonshire's highest 3rd wicket partnership against anyone in List A cricket, considering, as I say, those List A matches started way back in 1963 with the start of the Gillette Cup, and it's probably quite as high as I thought it would have been, and I did see the previous record. Wayne Larkins and Richard Williams put on 215 for the 3rd wicket in a Sunday League game against Worcestershire at Woodhound Park, Luton, back in 1982, 40 years ago. So some way to go before these two threaten that. But I would have thought somehow, I say, considering all the list day cricket that's been played since then, that partnership might have been just a little bit higher. But 2:15 it is. And Zabe on 97, closing in on what would be his first list day 100. He's facing bowling of Beard, who's back in the attack. Square drive by Zabe for a single out to deep cover. Takes him to 98, and Northamptonshire to 177 for 2. Beard, of course, the man who did the damage early on with the wickets of Emilio Gay for 2, and Ricardo Vasconcelos for 11.
What was the score when Will Young was dropped?
He was on 27, so it's could potentially be a call. It's already been costly. How costly? Will Buttleman will not at the moment like to contemplate, I'm sure. Just concentrate on catching the next one. Here's Beard from the David Capel end in bowling to Young, who drives up to mid-off. Won't be a single there. Throw comes in, and already they're thinking about backing up the throw. Bear mindful of what happened a bit earlier on when they had 4 overthrows, and Zabe benefited to the tune of 5. I think it was Robin Das who was herring round to make sure there was no question of overthrows this time. Young on strike to Aaron Beard. And he's gone aerial, and he's got hold of plenty of that. And is that going just drop inside the line? Yeah, signalled as 4. Well, in fact, the umpire signalled it as 6. My first thought was the same as yours, David. You signalled 4. And my first thought was that it had landed just inside the rope. He's asking the fielder.
I don't think the fielder's overall. It must have a look on the replay.
Well, it's 4 or 6. They're not going to split the difference and give him 5. Can't really tell from that, but it was close to the rope. Anyway, it's signalled as 6, so Will Young won't complain. He goes to 66. Put it this way, there weren't a lot of Northamptonshire supporters down at the far end ready to overrule. 183 for 2. Young on 66, facing this ball from Beard, forces him onto the defensive, pushing it back down the pitch. Beard to field off his own bowling. Aaron Beard, who actually got his wickets, of course, from this end, bowling from the indoor centre end, but he's now switched to the David Capel end. Sorry, David, you're going to say?
No, not at all. Just the way these two are making it look remarkably comfortable.
Well, yeah, they're keeping the game, keeping Northamptonshire in the game, which is the most important thing. And as they say, this one of the great expressions you hear in all these, taking it deep. That's the expression of choice in a lot of these games these days. Worked into the onside for a single there by Will Young. Again, taking advantage of the fact that fielders on that leg side to him, which is the shorter boundary, tending to just hang back a little bit on the edge of the circle to save the boundary, but it does mean there's an easy single there pretty much every time. So Young to 67, 184 for 2. Grant Rolofson is trying to attract the attention of Aaron Beard. Where do you want me? Do you want me in the ring at third man, or do you want me dropping back? Well, they've now got third man up, and of course Rolofson for the left-handed Zabe is a short, fine leg. Zabe on 98, driven by him, and he's only going to get a single, I think. It goes out to deep cover, and they come through for the single, but he's counting well because he's nicked the bowling off his captain, and that is the end of the over. Zabe on 99, 185 for 2, 27 overs gone. Northamptonshire need 159 to win. There are 23 overs left after this, 8 wickets in hand. Don't know where your money is, but I'm keeping mine in my pocket for the time being.
It feels remarkably similar to
Does,
the Essex innings at the moment.
And for that reason, the same thing can happen. You know, if this partnership breaks, new battered in, different game, totally different game.
Do you want to take the start of this over?
Yes, thank you. It would be nice if Safe Zabe can get there. On 99 off 78 balls, facing the Essex captain Tom Wesley from this indoor centre end, and Wesley is in, bowls to Zabe, and he cuts that away, and that's his first List A 100. It goes down to deep backward point. They'll come back for the second for good measure. The throw comes in, and that's 100 for Safe Zabe. Came close in the T20 earlier this season, and now in the Royal London Cup, he's made absolutely sure. Maiden List A century off 79 balls for Safe Zabe, and Northamptonshire up to 187 for 2, and Zabe's 100 coming off 79 balls with a 6 and 12 fours.
Wesley in, Zabe down the ground this time. He's looking for the gap through the offside, deep extra cover. There's a fielder going to slide and he can't stop it. That's South African. Can't prevent it from going over the boundary rope. And another 4 runs. He's flying here, Zabe.
Second 50 off 32 balls. First 50 off 47, second 50 off 32.
So, scores 191 for 2. Remember, target is 343. Here comes Wesley. That's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide as well. That's not going to help matters. Just losing their way a little bit here, Essex. Flatter down the ground this time. That's punched long. Is there anyone back there? That's 6 as well. That's carried. Good bit of airtime from Zabe, and it doesn't look like he's going to stop, to be completely honest. He's just going to keep playing.
I don't think that's in Safe Zabe's nature, to be honest, David. I think once he's flowing, as we saw in 1 or 2 of those T20 innings this year, there's no reverse. He just keeps going. 198
for 2. Zabe on strike, cuts hard through the offside this time. This could be 4 more. It is going to be 4 more, because I don't think either of the 2 fielders in tow are going to catch that. And Wesley does not look like a happy man.
Well, Northamptonshire just needed an over, didn't they, to just take a little bit of the pressure off, and now suddenly the required rate that we were talking about being around about 7.5 is now down to below 6.5. So 1 over, a couple of overs can make a big, big difference.
200 up as well, 202 for 2. Essex getting desperate here. Wesley in, flatter again, and Zabe down the ground. Is it going to interest the fielder? Oh, it did initially, but Rolofsson just couldn't make up the ground, and the ball died on him. It was never a catching chance in the end. And Zabe gets another single, 203 for 2. Zabe goes to 116.
Well, it was nice to be on when he got his List A 100, and thank you for that, David. I was on when he got his Maiden Championship 100 last year, which I'll come back to in a second.
Wesley 21 on his back, fires this one a little bit quicker to Will Young, who just clips it off his toes. I think he's going to come back for a second run here. The throw comes in, but he's there comfortably. Nice bit of running between these 2 as well. And that's since very early on in this partnership, they haven't let Essex settle and kept the scoreboard ticking over, even when maybe the ball wasn't coming as cleanly off the bat as they would have liked. End of the over, 205 for 2.
Yeah, and he got his Maiden Championship 100 against Sussex here last year, and it was quite a nice little story. It turned out that his dad, who's a GP down in Buckinghamshire, was doing a COVID vaccination clinic at the time, and was obviously concentrating on that, but was also got absolutely half an ear on what was happening at the county ground as his son got close to 100. So, not sure what a good doctor will be doing on this occasion, listening in, I hope, or maybe even be on the ground and watching. But anyway, he's done very well here today. 116 to him, 205 for 2. So Northamptonshire needing 139 to win, 22 overs remaining. The asking rate just a touch over 6.3. Zabe on strike again to Beard, and Zabe short of a length, and Zabe was trying to the uppercut because third man is in the ring, the short third man, and he was trying to just give it a little help over his head down to the third man boundary for 4. Didn't make contact. Not quite sure what Will Young said to him. I suspect, that's what you think, David. I have a funny feeling he'd just quite happy to let him get on with it within reason, as long as he doesn't run him out. Just as long as he's flowing, it's probably best not to to try and restrain him at all. Now, third man is going back on the boundary, and long off is coming into the circle at mid-off, into the ring. Beard in, bowls to Zabe, who's smeared that away over extra cover. That is huge. My goodness, he's hit that a very, very long way. And again, it was sort of inside out, over extra cover. I didn't think he got hold of all of it, but my goodness, he did. It just goes to show what I know, because that's not only cleared the old score box, I think it's actually gone into the road behind. It's a big hit. Zabe is up to 122, 211 for 2.
Well, if he was struggling to find his timing earlier, he's definitely not struggling to find his timing now. That absolutely went a mile.
Well, as I say, it was the sort of stroke, and again, our angle doesn't always help, because it just didn't look as though he got hold of it. And rather as one or two of those earlier on in the innings, we were looking up rather than at height rather than distance, and it seemed to have gone up a long way. Well, it did, but it cleared the old score box building, and they've actually had to get the box of balls out, the old briefcase of the nuclear strike codes, as I always say, because that's what it looks like, the sort of briefcase that should be carried by an aide to the president. And they've had to get a new ball, because I suspect that's either gone in one of the gardens at Wellingborough Road, rather as Chris Lynn did, or it may have gone in the alleyway that separates the ground from the back gardens. Anyway, 211 for 2. Beard in again, bowling to Zabe, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, and they're through for a single, fielded by Richards. Zabe to 123, Northamptonshire to 212 for 2. And I've had a message from Dr. Zabe, and he says he is listening, and thank you very much for the mention. So I'm sure some proud parents down there in Buckinghamshire. It's good to have you with us. Hope you continue to enjoy the rest of the game.
Well, Beard's having a chat with his captain. I'm not too sure what they're coming up with, but it's got to be something drastic here, because
Plan B, you reckon?
I think they've been through Plan B, C and D.
Here's Beard bowling over the wicket to Will Young, who's, well, I say he's been overshadowed. He's probably quite happy for it to be overshadowed at the moment, but he's doing his job. Steers that down to backward point, and there's no run. A couple of gliders up over in the distance. Must be a lovely day for it. Not a lot of breeze. Obviously the thermals must be good, because they're very long way up. As they stay up there, that's absolutely fine. Just over to our left. A bit hard to pick out until the sun catches them, but just over one of the pylons there.
Take your word for that.
Here's Beard in bowls to Young again. Just
I got
yeah,
him.
you say it. Yeah, there we go. Just trying to turn it away into the onside, and doesn't manage to elude the bowler in his follow through, and there's no run. I'm sure two people listening to this will remember the incident a few years ago when a glider landed on the sports field, cricket field at Wellingborough School, when there was a Northampton County Colts match in progress, and one or two of the spectators had to sort of duck for cover in their deck chairs because they saw this glider coming towards them. You had to get somebody to sort of lug it off the pitch before they could carry on with the match. Here's Beard. And again, bowls to Young, who's clipped that away down towards deep backward square for 4. Nobody there. They've got fine leg up in the ring, and deep square only just behind square. And that beat both of them comfortably and raced away for 4. And that is now the 200 partnership for the third wicket between Will Young and Safe Zabe. Takes Young to 73, that boundary. Off 72 balls, Zabe is 123, 216 for 2. Northamptonshire need 128 to win. They have 21 overs remaining.
Yeah, there's no stopping the flow of runs at the moment, and it won't be too long before they're down to double-digit figures in the chase. So that's a big psychological barrier to get over. And the scoring has certainly massively increased over the last 50 balls or so.
Yes, they've had a good little run here, haven't they? Well, what? 25 overs, 169 for 2. So the last 4 overs have yielded 47 runs. So they've been going at 12s for the last 4 overs. That does make a big difference.
Yeah, impressive. Here comes Snater taking over from the indoor school end, and Zabe, wraps that on the hand. He's immediately taken off the glove. Let's see if they can need a little bit of help here. He's just shaking out his head. I think he's going to be okay. He's trying to work that way off the pads and got a bit big on him. It's wrapped him on the left left hand, but he's all right. Made of sterner stuff. Snater turns to Cumming again. Right arm over to the left-hander. He comes down the pitch. That's up in the air, but it's going to be safe, I think. Yep, just in front of the man at deep cover. Didn't get all of that. Toe end of the bat skewed up in the air. But Beard coming in from the boundary couldn't make up the ground. 217 for 2. Zabe goes to 124. Will Young sort of playing the Wesley innings to Zabe's Cushy. A big difference at the moment is that Zabe's going on, whereas Cushy slowed down a touch as Snater in bowls, and that's turned off the pads by Young, down towards deep backward square leg. And there's another single to the total, 218 for 2.
This innings of safe Zabes has now equalled Northamptonshire's highest individual innings in List A cricket against Essex, equalling the innings that we mentioned earlier on, Alan Lamb's 124 not out in the NatWest Trophy at Chelmsford in 1993.
Snater turns at the top of his mark. Zabe waiting. And that's pulled down the leg side. That's a half and a bill for LBW, but that is very optimistic, and I think that's actually come off his... Is he going to give leg byes, or has it come off the glove? I think it's going to be leg byes. It is going to be leg byes, but it's going down the leg side. 1 to the total, 218 for 2.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad name to go past on the list. Alan Lamb, and knowing him as I do, he would be the first to applaud.
Difficult to know where Essex turn to now. They've sort of been through all their options, unless they bring back Jamie Porter as Snater bowls pulled away to the leg side, and that's actually well judged by Beard because it was bouncing a couple of times, and I guess with the spin on the ball, oh God.
The throw wasn't quite up to the standard of the piece of fielding, which was very good, but poor Will Buttleman was sort of scrabbling around at his ankles to try and pick that one up.
It doesn't cost them an extra run, just 1 to the total, 220 for 2. So 124 for Zabe so far. No, but Chase is 343, the target. Here comes Snater, ball's full this time, and that's driven down the ground, but there's no run to mid-off.
Almost swung himself off his feet.
Looking a tiny bit ragged out there, Essex.
Yeah, end of the over. Well, I think, to be fair, I think both sides at various times in the field just started to look as though they'd slightly run out of ideas. But 30 overs gone, 220 for 2. So, yeah, 51 off the last 5, I think, has been what's done the damage a little bit in terms of the morale of the Essex fielders out there. But as we always say, it is nothing that a wicket or two wouldn't put right. And just got to try and, as Northamptonshire did, hang in there, break the partnership, get new batters in,
And returning to bowl.
and see what happens.
Aaron
Nijjar, as you probably heard on the effects microphone, is going to be coming back into the attack. Bowled 4 overs for 30 earlier on. So, again, with plenty of work to do, as Young comes down the pitch to his first ball and clonks it onto the road for 6. Well, that's one way of greeting a new bowler.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. It landed onto the roadway that runs all the way around the ground, so they'll probably have to have another look at the ball now because it won't have done it a huge amount of good. It's been slapped onto the concrete. 6 to Young, 81 to him. 226 for 2, and that was my message from the Zabe family to say they're actually on the ground and listening to us. Sajid Zabe's been in touch, so again, Sajid, hope you're enjoying it. Big appeal for LBW, and he's out, and that's the breakthrough that Essex needed. Young playing back, it looked a pretty good shout from where we are, and answered in the affirmative, so the partnership is broken. Young goes for 81, Northamptonshire 200 and 26 for 3. So that partnership worth 212 for the third wicket, just short of Northamptonshire's all-time list A record. But it's at an end now. Young goes LBW to Nijar for 81. He'll get a very good reception. Northamptonshire's new captain as he heads off the field, and indeed he is getting a very big hand. But he's gone, and now a little glimpse of light for Essex at the end of the tunnel. 226 for 3. Northamptonshire still in a good position. Rob Keogh coming out now, of course, vastly experienced, but hasn't had a terrific run with the bat of late. Young's vital statistics: 81 off 76 balls, with 3 sixes and 7 fours, follows his 91 in the previous game against Yorkshire at York. The partnership between Young and Zabe is worth 212 in 27 overs for the third wicket.
Aaron Nija needed that, didn't he?
He did.
He's been hit out of the ground a little bit.
After being just clumped into the road the previous ball, but again, just trapping Young in front of him. We're not in line here, but even without looking at the replay, it just looked a decent shout. I think he was right back on his stumps, and you could see almost from the body language of Young that he pretty much knew what was coming. Now, can Essex do what Northamptonshire did and keep chipping away and make this what could be a very, very tight game? Lovely comment from Sajid Zabe. He says, he's given me plenty of missed heartbeats over the years. Well, I can imagine that, but he's done well today. He's still got a job to finish, and that's to win this game for Northamptonshire. As soon as we're allowed to get on with the game, the music stops. Zabe at the non-striker's end on 124, watches as his new partner Rob Keogh faces his first ball from Nijar, and Keogh is forward, pushing it back down the pitch, and there's no run, so 118 more runs required by Northamptonshire. 19 overs to go after this one. Nijar flights that up, driven by Keogh, adding to the covers, but smartly fielded. Bit more of a spring in the step collectively of Essex now as a result of that wicket. Well fielded there by Jamie Porter. Nijar in again, round the wicket, bowls to Keogh, playing backward defensive up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Nijar to finish the over, and Keogh is playing defensively again out into the covers for Porter to field. And apart from that 6 off the first ball, well bowled Aaron Nijar, 226 for 3 at the end of 31. So Aaron Nijar's figures now standing at, needless to say they disappear off my stream just when I want to tell you, but 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. 226 for 3, 19 overs to go, 118 more runs required. Zabe is 124, Rob Keogh yet to get off the mark.
Suddenly a bit more noisy out there from the Essex
players. Bit more bubble, a bit more energy.
They really need the wicket of Zabe, otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult. 226 for 3, 343 the target. Slater going to continue. Zabe just putting his gloves back on. He took a nasty little rap on the, I think it was the left hand in the previous over from Snater. Just a bit of a field adjustment. Square leg going all the way back to the boundary. Fine leg inside the circle. Snater charging in. Up to the stumps. Bowls to Zabe. That's just pushed down the ground for a single to long on. 227 for 3.
And that is now Northamptonshire's highest individual innings in this day cricket against Essex. 125.
Knocking off the records today.
It keeps me out of mischief. I didn't have to do anything apart from look him up.
Snater, number 29, turns to run in again, past the umpire. Right arm over to the right-handed bat, and that's just turned away into the leg side. Keogh gets off the mark on his 5th delivery. 228 for 3.
Ideal sort of level-headed foil, you would think, for Sabe, Rob Keogh. So he's enormously experienced, been playing sort of white ball cricket for Northamptonshire. I think this is his 12th season, so been there and done it.
Snater in. Sabe just dabs that into the offside. Keogh come through for a single. It's tight, but he got there. And 1 run to the total, 229 for 3. It's sort of a perfect time to come in, really, for Rob Keogh, but plenty really ahead of the rate with all those wickets in hand.
Yeah, just needs, I think he's almost his biggest job now is just to keep Zabe channelled and focused, and you know, just bear in mind this, with the partner gone now, there's still a job to do. He needs to play the sort of the role that Will Young was playing before, I think.
Snater up to stumps, bowled. Keogh, oh, there's an LBW appeal, that's close, he's gone. And suddenly, 1 brings 2. Yeah, Keogh trying to work it away through the leg side. It looked close from up here. We can't obviously give it ourselves, we're not in the right angle, but height wouldn't have been a problem. So it's just whether it hitting in line with the stumps.
I think the only thing, David, that could even possibly have saved in there was if he got a little nick on it. But let's have a look. We've got it in slow-mo, and no, I don't think. Little bit leg-sidey maybe, but anyway, it's not our opinion that counts, it's the umpires, and he's given Rob Keogh out. So we said it, didn't we? We said a little while ago, just a couple of wickets, it's exactly the same thing has happened. This match really is following a remarkable sort of parallel course, isn't it, that has happened. You know, Essex batting themselves into a hugely strong position. What Northamptonshire need probably now is somebody to play the Robin Das innings. Now, quite who's going to do it? Lewis McManus, who's coming out now, I think is probably the man best equipped to do it. But again, with Zabe there, they just need somebody to always play for him. McManus was absolutely superb up at York. Innings of the day, well, him and Will Young really. McManus hitting 82 off 62 balls with 4 sixes and 5 fours, and say hitting 23 off and over from Ben Code to keep Northamptonshire in contention when it rather looked as though they'd blown it. And in the end, he just gave Northamptonshire a sniff of a chance. The problem he had was that he was batting with the tail, and he really didn't have anyone at the other end who was going to contribute much, if anything. Now, different situation, of course, but Northamptonshire just need him. We know he's got a super temperament. The runs he's made in the Championship this year, he's made 4 50s, and all of them have been at a time when runs have been needed. Very good in a tight spot, as he proved down at Cheltenham with that run chase on the last afternoon there. But different set of circumstances, and Essex now will be believing again.
New batsman is McManus, and Snater will want another quick wicket. Ideally, they want the wicket of Sabe, but he's at the non-striker's end at the moment. So 115 more 114 more required as Snater comes in, bowls, that's pushed into the offside. Sabe starts to come for a single but sent back. The amount of overs isn't really an issue, 18 more overs to get them in, but they're just starting to lose, well, they've just lost a couple of wickets. So it's how aggressive they can be.
Yeah. And Northamptonshire now facing exactly the same tactical decision that Essex had earlier, didn't they? We're talking about, do they keep going gung-ho, or do they just hold back for an over or two?
Snake, that drops in short down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. .230 for 4. Suddenly Essex will feel like they're back in this again.
You can hear them. They believe, all right.
Snater charging in past the umpire, bowls, and that's pushed out by McManus, but can't beat the man at backward point. And again, there is no run. It's the end of the over. A successful run for Essex. Got the wicket of Keogh. LBW for 1 to Snater. And the score was 230 for 4. 18 overs to go. Can they chase down the 114 they need?
Well, I don't think many of the spectators who came in the ground this morning, and the club was saying they'd sold, I think, pushing 2,500 £2 tickets on Community Day. I don't think too many of the spectators that were in at the first thing have drifted away from the ground. I think they're all absorbed in this tussle, which really now could go either way. The exception being there's some youngsters playing in the alleyway down at the back of the West Stand. You can just see down there, thoroughly enjoying their game, which is great. Here's Nijar over the wicket, bowling to Saif Zaib, who's nudged that into the leg side for a single. Up there to deep mid-wicket. Zaib up to 127. Northampton should have 231 for 4. Batters to come. James Sales, assuming he's okay. Obviously we had to leave the field in the middle of an over earlier on today. We thought maybe with a little bit of a twinge in his knee. And Tom Taylor, in the all-rounder category, but hasn't had a great year with the bat. Nathan Buck, who hits the ball a very long way, can do. Jack White and Alex Russell. Nijo around the wicket, bowls to McManus and almost does him the same way that he did Will Young, I think, with the arm balls, while fired in a little bit quicker. McManus managing to jam down on it. McManus still looking for his first run. Nijar bowls to him and he's squeezed that down towards backward point, but Rolofsson quickly to the ball, cut off the possibility of a single, and there's no run. Stays at 231 for 4. Noise level appreciably higher from the Essex fielders now. Nijar is in, bowls, flights that one up to McManus. He's going to get off the mark this time as he plays it up to Richards at mid-on. So McManus is away. Northampton should 232 for 4. Another 112 needed. There are 17 overs to go after this one. Just had the official attendance for today, which is something you don't often see in cricket matches. Nudged into the onside by Saif Zaib and cleverly weighted the stroke. If he'd hit that any harder, he might not have got 2. As it was, he's been hit, I think, by the throw. He was diving.
I think he dived and got it wrong.
Yeah, he's dived to try and get in, and that doesn't look great. I'm afraid Saif Zaib is down. He was trying to dive in to make sure he got 2. He was just saying he didn't hit that too hard. The throw came in. I don't think it's the throw that's hit him. I think he's just, as David said, he just hasn't quite timed that right. The physio, Nick Allen, is trotting out. He's got 2 runs anyway, 129 to him, 234 for 4.
Just the way he slid, he just seemed to come to a very, very sharp halt.
Yeah, he is down, and the physio is out there at the moment. And yeah, I think it looks like left leg, so knee, groin maybe. So my first thought was that he'd been hit with the ball when he was diving in. It just inadvertently, his throw came in and just had hit him. I don't think that is the case. It looks very much as you said, David, as though he's just got a pad off now, and physio's just having a little look. So Lewis McManus has come down to sympathise. He's just calling for a drink, I think, while the pads are off. But this doesn't, I'm afraid, look particularly good at the moment. The physio's got both legs up now, just sort of seeing where the problem might be. It's 234 for 4. There's still a ball to go in the 33rd over, while Nick Allen, the physio, is just giving Saif Zaib some attention. I'll run you through what's happening elsewhere in the various other games around the country. At Chesterley Street, Middlesex coasting there, needing 269 to win. Middlesex are 230 for 1, so they need another 39 to win off 12 overs. Gloucestershire have beaten Somerset by 5 wickets with plenty of time to spare, 7 and a bit overs down at Bristol, so Gloucestershire get the West Country bragging rights there. At Old Trafford, looks as though Lancashire are odds on for that one. They made 221 for 4, Derbyshire 146 for 7 in reply, so they need 76 more runs to win off 57 balls, which maybe wouldn't be too much of a problem, but they only have 3 wickets in hand. At the Oval, chasing 294 to beat Warwickshire, Surrey 188 for 7. So again, look to be running out of wickets more than anything else. The game at Hove was over very early today, with Leicestershire beating Sussex by 8 wickets, and at Scarborough, Worcestershire were 246 for 8, Yorkshire 196 for 4, so in good shape there. Need another 51 to win off 11 overs. George Hill, very talented young cricketer, made his maiden championship century here earlier in the season. He's 103 not out, so that's what's happening elsewhere. The delay is, say, just while the physio is assessing the damage to Saif Zaib, who is on his feet. That's one good thing, but still the pads are off. I think he's going to have to retire by the look of it. I think if I interpreted the signals correctly.
Oh yeah, he's not moving at all well, is he?
I think he's going to have to go off, which is a big blow to, well, it's a big blow to him, of course, but big blow to Northamptonshire as well. Just mention the official attendance, which is 3,218 for today, and that is a record attendance for this ground in the Royal London Cup. So those that have come up with the idea of £2 for entry and whatnot, it's been, well, amply justified by what's happened. This is not good to see. Saif Zaib is hobbling off.
New batter for the Steelbacks, number 12, Tom Taylor.
And as you probably heard there, it's going to be Tom Taylor who's coming out ahead of James Sales. Now, whether that is a tactical decision and that they feel Tom Taylor might be a better bet at this point, or whether James Sales is also struggling a bit, that's a bit of a concern as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Sympathetic, very sympathetic applause for Saif Zaib, who is hobbling off, helped by physio Nick Allen. And I think there's going to be another one of the Northamptonshire players or one of the Essex players who's just going to be coming out to try and help him off. Yeah, it's one of the Essex players. Nice to see, just sympathetic pat on the shoulder, well played, and bad luck. It looks like right leg. I was thinking left leg initially because he seemed to have the left pad off first, but he's
holding around near where his hamstring, if he'd pulled a hamstring might be, but it's difficult to tell.
Well, anyway, sad to say, he's had to retire hurt for 129. And, well, I sort of hesitate to say these sort of things, but I would think he's going to be struggling to come back on later if required. Well, we'll see. But that is sad. And the game, meanwhile, continues with new batsman Tom Taylor at the crease, and the first ball that he faces, last ball of the over from Nijjar, is played onto the onside for no run. It's the end of the over. 234 for 4, 33 gone, so 17 overs to go. Northamptonshire need 110 to win with, 6 wickets in hand according to the scoreboard, but you have to say the chances, I would think, of Saif Zaib coming back in are slim.
It didn't look good, did it?
No.
You can't have runners these days either, so...
Well, I think, now that's an interesting one. I thought that was only just international matches, because we had a runner here in the T20 when Chris Lynn pulled his calf.
Oh, right, okay.
But it didn't look as though he could basically even just do anything in terms of taking guard there, could he?
Slater in. He bowls to McManus, who drives into the offside. It's fielded nicely at short extra cover. And there's no run.
I know in international matches you're not allowed a runner now at all. That's been knocked on the head. But as I say, we during the one of the T20s, Chris Lynn pulled a calf muscle. Had Ben Curran out to run for him, and the first ball Lynn faced with a runner, he drove to mid-off and completed the single before Ben Curran did. Which slightly defeated the object of the exercise.
Slater Up to the stumps, bowls to McManus, who again plays in the same field. Oh, had he grabbed that cleanly, that could have been a run-out chance, but it just snaffled out of his grasp. And 1 run to the total, 235 for 4. The thing that it does mean is that the door is now open for Essex, 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Absolutely.
And as we were saying earlier, bizarrely, this match is taking exactly the same parallel turn that the Essex innings took in the first half of this game. Snater, 29 on his back, comes in again. Hair flowing behind him, up to the stumps and he bowls, and that's full, and I think that was probably bat on ground rather than bat on ball. There was a sound, it went through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Well, 16.3 overs to go. And 108 needed to win. 6 wickets in hand, but it looks unlikely that one of the players who's retired hurt will be able to come back. Snater bowls, that's off the pads down the leg side, so it won't be a wide. And there'll be no run either. 235 for 4.
It's also pushed us, obviously, unavoidably, quite a long way. They're now the cut-off time. We're talking about 20 to 7, so there shouldn't be a problem with that. There's an hour and 10 minutes to bowl 16 overs, but we are heading for rather a late finish now, if this goes the distance.
Snater in again. Bowls inside edge, and he was lucky. That must have scooted past the outside of the off stump, almost chopped on. Instead it goes for 4 runs. That can't have been far away though, as Taylor gets to life. 239 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a funny year for Tom Taylor. He's bowled nicely again in certainly in red ball cricket, but he just can't get going with the bat, and we know he's more than capable of winning games, particularly in white ball cricket, but he just hasn't managed to get going yet, and now would be a very good time to do it, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned.
Snater coming in again, gliding up to the stumps, bowls full, and that's driven away in the offside. There's a fielder in chase that's running around from deep cover. He's going to get there, comfortably as well. It will just be a couple of runs to the total, 241 for 4.
Crowd around there starting to get into it a little bit, aren't they? There's it's often a sort of outdoor bar area down there, with quite close to one of the bars here on the ground. So yes, it's they seem to just willing the ball, I think, to elude the grasp of the fielder. 241 for 4, so 103 needed off 16 overs. Well, I tell you what, David, those that have paid their £2 have more than had their money's worth today, and I think there's still a bit left in this game, to be honest. I wouldn't like to say where the advantage is. Probably just swung back in Essex's favour with the 2 new batters in, but we'll see. Here's Nijar starting a fresh over round the wicket to McManus, who again is playing back as he did in the previous over, and as Will Young did, with fatal consequences for him. This time it just goes off a inner portion of the bat up to mid-wicket. Nijar round the wicket again, bowls to McManus, who's had enough of this and has swatted it down the ground for 6. Straight back over the bowler's head. It's landed in the tarpaulins, the main covering in front of the sight screen at the Spencer Pavilion end. So 6 to McManus, he goes to 8. And Northamptonshire to 247 for 4, continuing where he left off up at York on Tuesday. The requirement now under 100, 97 to win. Nijar bowls again to McManus. Square drive, square push really. Goes out to a cover boundary, fielded out there by Shane Snater, who sends in a low return to keep it below the sun. It's really difficult, the sun setting over that, going down over that side of the ground, makes fielding over the east side of the ground very, very difficult. 248 for 4. Taylor on strike. Nijar in bowls to him. He's down the pitch, gives it the chasse, and in the end just drives it to extra cover. And there's no run. 96 off 92, the requirement. Nijar in again, bowls to Taylor, pushes it out just in front of square for a single. Out onto the leg side. Takes Tom Taylor to 7, 249 for 4. Jamie Porter down below us, short third man, just limbering up, so maybe he's going to come back into the attack. Still got 3 to bowl. Nijarin again bowls to McManus, plays defensively back down the pitch. End of the over, 35 gone. And Northamptonshire 249 for 4, so a better 5 overs for Essex, in stark contrast to the previous 5, which went for 51. Those 5 overs went for 29, and they also picked up a couple of wickets, and of course Saif Zaib having to retire hurt as well. So 249 for 4 at the end of the over. 95 to win off 15 overs. The asking rate 6.3 and over. And is it going to be Porter or is it going to be Aaron Beard coming back into the attack?
Looks like Aaron Beard.
It does.
I think they'll probably save Porter towards the end to try and put a squeeze on the batsman if they're...
Number 14, Aaron Beard.
The sides closing on that total. Still nip and tuck at the moment. Essex need wickets. Here comes Beard, number 14 on his back. Right arm over. And bowls. There's an LBW appeal. I think that might be an inside edge onto pads, or at least outside the off stump. Half-hearted appeal. Not prolonged at all. Good start from Beard. He's into his 7th over. 2 for 47 so far. Beard up to the stumps, bowls outside the off stump, a big swipe from Taylor, can't get any bat on it. It's through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Much batting to come after these two?
Well, so James Sales, assuming he's fit, he's obviously a genuine all-rounder, made 71 in the championship last time out. But we don't know how fit he is, obviously having gone off when he was bowling. Nathan Buck is a hitter and can be a very effective hitter.
Beard in as Taylor waits. It's flipped away through the leg side. He gets a lot of bat on that, down towards deep backward square leg. It will just be a single.
Jack White with a bat is somewhat idiosyncratic. You never quite know what you're going to get, like when he pushed up the order in the run chase in the championship at Cheltenham and got off the mark first ball with a reverse sweep for 4. So you never quite know what you're going to get with Jack White, but he's got a decent eye. Alex Russell, again, I haven't seen very much of him bat, but I don't think we should expect a lot of him. I'll say that.
250 up for Northants as Beard bowls. That's flipped away into the leg side by McManus. At least one run here. They might come back for a second note. Snater again in quickly from the deep mid-wicket area.
By which I mean, I think if it's down to boundary hitting, if it's a question of nudging and nurdling, I'm sure he's more than capable. But I've seen very, very little of him bat.
251 for 4.
There was some talk because he played a lot of minor national counties for Herefordshire, of him being termed the Brockhampton Bradman, but maybe not.
As Beard bowls, that's driven down the ground and on the bounce goes to Kushi, fielding at mid-on. Still looks to be walking a little bit gingerly, Kushi, on that right knee. Beard with his head on his hands after that delivery. He thought that was close to an LBW. Looks a fairly solid push down the ground from Taylor, who waits again as Beard comes running in. Up to the stumps, and that's hip height, just turned away to the leg side, square leg fields, and a single to the total, 252 for 4. And a further 91 required?
92.
92 required.
92 off 84 balls. So the required rate has just ticked up a little bit as a result of those wickets and the retirement of Saif Zaib. So it's up to 6.6 and over now. Again, that in itself isn't a huge problem. It's only just over a run a ball, but wickets are now a bit more significant than they were. So I would be very, very surprised if, I suppose, if Northamptonshire needed, you know, a handful of runs to win and there were 9 down, maybe they would do the heroic thing and come out and just basically stand there with a runner. But it's in the future. Jamie Porter is back in the attack from the David Capel end. Bowls to Taylor, comes across his stumps. I think he's taken on the pad. Was there any bat involved as well? I don't think there was. One more onto the total as it's leg by, yep, signalled by the umpire as Taylor was coming across his stumps and it ran down towards fine leg. So one more onto the total, 253.44. Manus on strike, just checking his guard. So I seriously don't think many people around the ground that were here at the start have gone home. There still seems to be ground comfortably full. As we say, a crowd of over 3,200, more than for any other Royal London Cup match on this ground. Here's Porter in bowls to McManus, who just opens the face, runs it down to third man, who is back on the boundary. Grant Rolifson comes in, fields, and sends in his throw in on the bounce to Will Buttleman. One more to the total. McManus to 11. Northamptonshire to 254 for 4. 90 more runs required. Plenty of noise around the field now. It had gone a little bit quiet when that long partnership between Will Young and Saif Zaid was in its latter stages. Here's Porter, bowls to Taylor, who aims an expansive drive, goes down off a thick inside edge, I think into his boot, and goes absolutely nowhere, just dribbles out into the onside. Josh Rymel coming in from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run. Just looking at this target that Northamptonshire are facing of 344 to win. If they get there, it would be their something like their 7th highest List A total ever. Pushed into the onside by Taylor, is going to get a run. Just eludes Rymel, and so quick is the outfield, and we were saying, especially over that side of the ground, that in having beaten Rymel, he then had a serious scramble to try and get back and prevent it going for 4, which he did successfully. Able to come through for a couple, but it's just indicative of how quick this outfield is. You think about trying to sort of defend an upturned saucer, it's a bit like that at the moment. Or the greens at Augusta. 11 to Taylor, 256 for 4, 88 to win. Get the stimp meter on the outfield here, couldn't you? Here's Porter, in again, bowls to Taylor, who cuts, and a misfield at backward point enables them to come through for a single. Robin Das, the miscreant there, didn't pick it up cleanly, and what should have been a dot was a 1. Takes Taylor to 12, and Northamptonshire to 257 for 4. So after today, whatever the outcome here, Northamptonshire will then be, I think, travelling down to the Isle of Wight back end of tomorrow for the match against Hampshire on Tuesday. McManus on strike to Porter, pushes into the offside this time. Das makes no mistake, fields at backward point, and that's the dot ball to finish the over. 257 for 4, so just 3 off that over. McManus is 11, Taylor is 12, 87 more runs required, and there are 13 overs remaining.
Yeah, tidy from Porter. He's difficult to get away, but it's not hiding the fact that Essex need to take some wickets here. The longer these two remain in, the more the odds start to go in Northant's favour again. We're looking to take this deep though. This Beard will continue from the indoor school end. He's running in now. Right arm over to right-handed Taylor. Oh, big LBW appeal, but again, either inside edge or just outside off stump. Appeal didn't last long, that's for sure.
Were Northamptonshire to win this, it would be their highest successful run chase in list A cricket, but not their highest second innings total, because that ridiculous match at Trent Bridge in 2016, they made 425 in the second innings and lost.
Beard in, bowls to Taylor, thick inside edge, that squirts out towards deep mid-wicket. Almost a collision between Richards and Snater. It was picked up by Snater, and just a single to the total, 258 for 4. (13 to Taylor, 11 to McManus. Door mysteriously closes behind us as Beard bowls. That's wide of off stump, and that's given a wide by the umpire. As McManus couldn't reach it with the bat. A few people have drifted out, but still plenty around. The queue for the ice cream van's gone. Wind's picked up again. 2 flags away to the left-hand side, tugging hard on those masts. As Beard bowls, pushed out into the offside by McManus for a single down to deep cover. 12 to McManus, 260 for 4. Again, they're just ticking over these runs, trying to grind that score down. .84 required for victory, as this one's carved away down the offside. There's going to be a chase on here for the field down in the deep. He's going to get there, and they'll come back for a second run. 82 required for victory, 262 for 4. Again, it's gone a little bit quiet out there from the Essex fielders. Realise they're in a bit of a battle now. Got those 2 wickets, and Sabe retired hurt. But they'd love one of these 2 out there as Beard bowls. Takes this one in short, but that barely gets up. That's defended down into the leg side by Taylor. And there's no run. 262 for 4.
Have a result up at Chesterley Street, and it's the one we've seen coming for some time. Middlesex have beaten Durham by 9 wickets, chasing down 269 for the loss of just 1, with 8 and a bit overs to spare. Stephen Eskenazi, 146 not out. Sam Robson, 55 not out.
Beard in, really does bowl that one short. It's left alone outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. There are 12 overs remaining, 82 required for victory, and a run rate required just edging back up again towards the 7 mark.
Yeah, it's a couple of good overs there for Essex, and as a result, the asking rate has gone up from 6.4 to 6.8. And again, there's nothing too much for Northamptonshire to worry about at this stage. They just need these 2 to get themselves in. But there will come a time. There's a 40 over mark. Essex had made 291 for 5 and went on to get the 343.
10 overs. Oh, sorry, they've got 10 overs from their 4 main bowlers left, so they're going to have to try and find 2 from elsewhere.
Yeah, that's which again could be crucial. Here's Porter, starting his 9th over. He's in bowling to McManus, who steers it down to Rolofson at 3rd man, coming off the boundary just in front of us, and they're through for a single. Takes McManus up to 13, and Northamptonshire to 263 for 4. 81 more runs required off 71 balls. I wish I could give you the score at the game going on with much enthusiasm at the back of the West Stand. There's quite a few participants there now. One bowling action that I'm not entirely sure would have passed muster with ICC, but who's bothering? Porter in, bowls to Taylor, in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for the bowler to field in his follow through. So Middlesex have won, Gloucestershire have won, and now Hampshire have won. In the words of the Major in Fawlty Towers, Hampshire won. They've won by 163 runs, so every bit as crushing as it looked as though it was going to be. Hampshire 396 for 5 down at Beckenham, Kent. All out for 233, so nice early finish there. Looks as though Lancashire are going to close out Derbyshire, barring something very strange. Porter in, bowls to Taylor, steers wide of backward point, runs for him here, certainly one. They'll come back for 2 as Snater comes round from deep cover to field, but they're through for 2 easily. Takes Taylor up to 17, and Northamptonshire to 265 for 4. 79 more runs required off 69 balls. Yes, chasing 2-2-2 to beat Lancashire Derbyshire, 180 for 9. So they need 42 runs off the last 4 overs with the last pair in. Still afloat at the Oval between Warwickshire and Surrey as Porter comes in, bowls to Taylor. Nice high left elbow. Plays it back down the pitch for Porter to field, and there's no run. Warwickshire 293 for 5, and Surrey 250 for 8, so they need 44 off 31 balls with 2 wickets in hand. Obviously a young Surrey side. I say Surrey have done some amazing things this year, but Nick Kimber's still there, 72 not out, so if he can farm the bowling effectively, you think Surrey have still got a chance. Here's Porter, and again bowling to Taylor, turns that nicely off his legs out towards deep mid-wicket, only going to get 1 because the field is well set and they've got deep square just in front of square down by one of the big floodlight pylons down there, and a long leg as well, and third man. So they've obviously done their homework on Taylor's preferred areas, tends to be quite strong through mid-wicket, through extra as well. 266 for 4. McManus on strike on 13. 78 more runs needed. Here's Porter in, bowls to McManus, tries to force off the back foot through the offside, goes off a thick bottom edge to mid-wicket, and they come through for a single. McManus, not surprisingly, rather ruefully studies the inside edge of his bat, but he's nicked the bowling. End of the over, 14 to McManus, 18 to Taylor, 267 for 4. I wonder, David, if they're just going to have a little look at sort of get through to 40, 10 to go and see where they are then. At the moment it's 77 off 66 balls. The required rate is now pushed up to 7, having been down at sort of 6.3 during that partnership, but it is, as you say, edging back up again.
Well, they targeted Jamal Richards earlier in the game. He's back again, this time from the indoor school end. So these were one of the 2 overs that they need to make up if they're going to rely on their other 4 main bowlers to finish off the innings.
Let's mention also up at Scarborough, where it looks very much as though Yorkshire will beat Worcestershire. Chasing 247, Yorkshire 236 for 5, so they need just 11 to win off 26 balls.
Here comes Richards, bowls, and that's dab down. There could be a run-out chance here. The shy at the stumps from the wicket-keeper goes well wide of the stumps. Manus had sauntered down the pitch. Taylor not interested in the single. For a moment, McManus looked stricken.
It was. At least it was a reasonably prompt call. I think that was the thing there. As if McManus had come very much further down, it would have been difficult for him to get back.
Richards coming in again, past the umpire, bowls, and that's pushed out into the offside to be fielded by Lovelace, diving stop at backward point. Just a single to the total, 268 for 4, and McManus moves to 15 off 19. Taylor's 18 off 25, so it tells you the story as to why the required rate's edging up. And it's been a decent start to this over from Jamal Richards. Can he keep it tight? It's Taylor on strike. Right arm over to the right-hander, and that one's just defended down into the offside, and there's, again, no run.
Just looking on the Northamptonshire balcony, James Sales is sitting on the balcony, so presumably he's going to be okay to bat.
When do Northants start getting twitchy about this run rate? Are they happy around the 7 mark?
I think they're reasonably happy at the moment, but it's starting just to inch up, isn't it?
Richards in full this time, and that's clipped away into the leg side, but fielded at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. That's Aaron Beard doing the fielding out there.
Just need to be busy. What these two maybe haven't done, which I suspect the coaches would like to, if they always think about what our Northampton's former assistant coach and our frequent commentary colleague Phil Rowe would be saying if he was sitting there. So he just needs to be rotating it a little bit better at the moment. It's just the singles aren't quite there. They're not rotating the strike.
Taylor waiting for Richards. And he drives down the ground, but again, there's no run. Really good over this from Jamal Richards. I think it's just the 1 run from it, is it so far? 267 for 4. And required rate suddenly leaping up. It was 6.8 before the over started. It's now 7.5. So the squeeze is on. There is 1 ball remaining in this over. 10 overs left after it. Richards up to the stumps. Bowls back of a length, and that's carved down towards deep cover. That's an excellent over. Just the 2 runs off it. And the score goes to 269 for 4. But with just 10 overs left, Essex have given themselves a little bit of a chance here.
Well, that presumably is what they were waiting for, the second power play. So just looking at the sort of those chunking up the 5 over bits again that we were, from 51 between 25 and 30, obviously when Young and Zabe were going, then to 29 off between 30 and 35, and 20 runs between 35 and 40. So it's not exactly becoming becalmed, I wouldn't say that, but they are certainly fallen, as you say, behind the rate. And what was 6.3 when that long partnership was in progress is now 7.5. Here's Taylor on strike. Porter coming in to start his last over, and Taylor's going to get a single as he drives out to deep cover. Snater comes off the boundary to field. 1 more onto the total. Takes Taylor to 20. Northamptonshire to 270 for 4. So they need another 74 to win off 59 balls. 6 wickets in theory remaining, but as I say, with problem with Saif Zabe, I think I'll be very surprised if we see any more of him on the field today, apart from to shake hands at the end maybe. Here's Porter. In bowls to McManus, drops it down just on the offside. Good quick single as Robin Das comes up from backward point, but can't stop the run. It's a little bit more like it. It's what they haven't been doing actually for the last couple of overs. Excuse me. McManus is 16, 271 for 4. 73 to win, 58 balls remaining. Porter's figures 0 for 48 so far from 9 overs and 2 balls, so 4 more deliveries and he'll have done his bowling for the day. Here he is bowling to Taylor down the pitch, and he's flayed that away out towards deep extra cover. Didn't get hold of it at all, just clothed it out towards Snater, advancing from the boundary. Takes it on the second bounce and they're through for a single. Taylor to 21, Northamptonshire to 272 for 4. 72 more runs to win, 57 balls remaining. Porter saying his last over wicketless so far, would dearly love to take a Northamptonshire batter with him. And that's nudged away down the leg side by Lewis McManus, and Porter very unusually just losing his line and allowing McManus to get inside the line and work it down to find leg for 4. Much needed boundary for Northamptonshire. McManus to 20. Northamptonshire to 276 for 4.
Yeah, be gutted with that, just releases some pressure.
It does. We know that McManus, as I say, can hit out. Did so very successfully at York on Tuesday. batted beautifully for his 82, but at the moment doesn't feel the need to go too mad, but he just got a little bit of losing the line like that. It's a low risk, almost a no risk boundary. 276 for 4. Porter in again, bowls to McManus, drives up to mid-off, coming through for a quick single. There comfortably in the end. Mid-off back on the edge of the circle, so an easy single to be had, assuming they went straight away. McManus 221. Northamptonshire to 277 for 4. 67 more runs needed. 9 overs to go after this ball. Porter just pushing backward point a little bit deeper and also moving mid-wicket to the very edge of the circle. So I think they're quite happy to give Taylor the single here. Taylor was driven up to mid-off and he's going to get the single. Shouldn't have done really. It was straight to mid-off and it just bounced off his knee. And in the end they finish up coming through for the single. Now probably Essex not too unhappy about that because they were prepared to give Tom Taylor the single. And that's the end of Jamie Porter's bowling stint for the day. 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 55. And at the end of 41 overs, Northamptonshire 278, so 9 off that over, which has pulled the required rate down a little bit to 7.3. 278 for 4, 66 runs needed, 9 overs to go.
Okay, Nijar coming back on from the indoor school end this time. This could be the big one for Northants if they decide to attack the spinner. But it's Taylor on strike. Hasn't quite found his rhythm so far this afternoon. 22 off 32 compared to McManus, who's 21 off 22. Nijar in, left arm round, and Taylor just works into the leg side. Happy to give McManus the strike. 279 per 4. This game's like a slow tease, isn't it? Still not quite sure which way it's going yet.
Slow burner. Like the match my son played in yesterday that finished up fairly unexceptional game that went to the last ball, which was hit for 6 to win it. So it was a definite slow burner.
Nijar in, round the wicket to the right-hander McManus, who reverse sweeps over third man and backward points for 4 runs. Nice improvisation from McManus. Both backward point and third man were up inside the circle. So it was a risky shot, or had an element of risk to it, but he just needed to get the elevation and the pace of the ball to get over the infield and away for 4 runs. 283 for 4. Nijar in again. McManus pushes this one into the offside. Taylor starts to come, but a early shout no sends him back. And there's no run. 283 for 4. Required rate 7.2. McManus now 25 off 24. Nijar, slower delivery, worked away into the leg side. Short fine leg will chase it round. It's Jamie Porter who does the fielding. 1 run to the total, 284 for 4.
We're very close to being the only game still playing, actually. Pretty much all the others have finished. Now, Yorkshire have beaten Worcestershire by 4 wickets with 16 balls to spare at Scarborough.
Yeah, we had that slight delay when Sabe went off injured. That was just clipped down the ground by Taylor. Another single to the total. 59 to win, 285 for 4.
And Lancashire have beaten Derbyshire by 39 runs at Old Trafford. I think that leaves us in the Oval.
Well, Old Trafford's a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a slow delivery from Nijar. Turned away down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 286 for 4. McManus goes to 27. And that's the end of the over. 8 overs left. Still no idea who's going to win this one. Required rate 7.3.
Yeah, somebody should have mentioned that if you come and commentate with me, there's a very strong chance that there will be the only game still on. It happened at Cheltenham, when we were comfortably the only game still progressing at the end of that round of championship matches. Just getting one or two sort of words back from the dressing room that suggest that maybe Safe Save's injury is not quite as bad as we feared. Let's hope very much that is the case. But, well, let's not speculate at the moment. We'll wait and see what happens. But so we all hope that it is nothing too serious. He's played really, really well today. But whether he has any further role to play in this match obviously remains to be seen. Jamal Richards, 3 overs for 29. He's going to be running in from the David Capel end to bowl over number 43. Dropped down into the offside by Lewis McManus. Tom Taylor has to hurry, but does. And they're through for the run. 287 for 4. So 9 off. They went over before last. 8 off the last one. So these two, without doing anything too extravagant, are just keeping Northamptonshire within sight. Taylor on strike, 24 off 34, as David was saying, hasn't quite got into his stride today. As Richards bowls and Taylor drives up to mid-on, dot ball. And you can hear a few voices being raised out on the field there. Around the field for Essex, just trying to keep everybody focused. Now the man at mid-wicket is going back onto the boundary, so they have deep mid-wicket on the boundary, deep square on the boundary, long leg on the boundary, but mid-on is up in the ring. As Richards bowls to Taylor, squeezes it out into the onside. Certainly one, not really worth risking the second. So they've got a man out now at deep mid-wicket who's quickly in and keeps it to 1. Takes Taylor up to 25 and Northamptonshire to 288 for 4.
Credit to the batsman. There doesn't seem to be much panic out there, does there?
No, well, I think these are two, again, they're two experienced cricketers. McManus in particular has been in really good form of late as Richards bowls to him, and he's going to be caught, and he is caught. Well, there's the commentator's curse for you. He had been in good form and then just chips the simplest of catches to mid-on. McManus goes, and that's the wicket that Essex wanted, just to keep Northamptonshire dangling a little bit. McManus goes for 28 off 28 balls, and, well, you have to say credit to Tom Westley and credit to Jamal Richards for bringing the young man back into the attack. He'd had some rough treatment early on. As you said, they had to find a couple of overs, but he's done a really good job. He'd only conceded 2 runs off the first 3 balls that over, and the 4th ball, McManus going for the hit over the top, just picks out mid-on. He goes for 28. It was Josh Rymel who held the catch. Northamptonshire now 288 for 5. Means they require 56 runs to win. James Sales, say, we were a little bit concerned about his fitness after he wasn't able to complete an over earlier on the day. He's out in the middle, just doing a few bending and stretching exercises. Manus's innings, 28 off 28 balls. Just turn down the noise a little bit so we can hear each other think. 28 off 28 balls. And now it's Sales and Tom Taylor with the task of taking Northamptonshire closer if they can, or all the way. Better still from the point of view of the home side. But this has been a really good over so far from Jamal Richards. Just 2 runs off it and a wicket. Important wicket as well, that of Lewis McManus. Can he get out of the over, as I'm sure the Essex coaching staff will be hoping, with just maybe another couple of runs off it? Because that, again, in this game of constantly shifting momentum that we've seen all day, will just bring Essex back into the ascendancy. As Richards comes in, bowls and hits Sales high up on the pad. Bit of excitement, notably from Robin Das at backward point. Probably wasn't in an ideal position to see, but it's a dot ball, and that's at the moment
He just
as
seems
important as anything.
like being involved in the game, doesn't
He
he?
does. He loves it. Great enthusiast, and what an innings he played today. And it may yet prove to be a decisive contribution from Robin Das. 47 off 25 balls. Now, 1 ball to go in this over number 43. Just 2 runs off it so far, and a wicket. Richards is in, bowling to Sales, who gets a thick inside edge onto his pad, drops down behind the stumps, and Will Buttleman is round to tidy up, and that's a super over from Jamal Richards. Just 2 runs off it, and a wicket. 288 for 5 off 43. So the equation now, 56 runs needed by Northamptonshire, 42 balls, so 7 overs left, 5 wickets left, but maybe only 4 depending on what the situation is with Saif Zaib. And to come, Northamptonshire basically with Nathan Buck, Jack White and Alex Russell. I hesitate to describe Nathan Buck as a tail ender, I say, because he can do some serious damage, but a lot of the run scoring potential has gone. He needs something, well, major contributions you would think from one of these two.
7 overs remaining, 288 for 5. Run rate required up to 8 now. And Aaron Nijar continuing from the indoor school end. Great comeback from Jamal Richards after he was targeted for his first 2 overs of the day. That one's clipped away into the leg side by Taylor. It would just be a single down towards deep mid wicket. Snater in, and 1 run to the total, 289 for 5.
Yeah, he's shown a serious character, hasn't it? Decent bottle there from Jamal Richards. He's done really well. That last over in particular was top class, particularly in all the circumstances. Really good.
Taylor just battling away, trying to find the middle of that bat more often. At the moment, all he's doing is rotating the strike. A bit of hokey-cokey here from the Essex fielders. Richards coming in about 10 yards from the deep backward square leg boundary, but that ball was played straight back to the bowler by Sales. Taylor 26 off 37, Sales yet to score, 289 for 5. Flatter from Nijar, that one goes to backward point as Sales tries to make some space at the crease. Run rate required creeps up to 8.3. 55 to win. 6.5 overs remaining. Where's this one going? Nijar, quicker, and again, ball straight back to the bowler. 8.5 now the required rate, 289 for 5. Correction, 8.7 the required rate. Nijar, number 24 on his back, swings his way in, bowls to Sales. Sales pushes it down the ground, beats the dive of Snater, down towards long on for a single. 290 for 5. Last ball of the over, he's raced through this one. Run rate required now 8.8. A dot ball send it up to 9 or a little bit over. Taylor on strike. It's a big shot coming from Taylor. I'm not really seen any yet. Here comes Nijar. No, that was a Yorker length. He can only dig it out to mid-off. An excellent over from Nijar. 9 overs, 1 for 58. But that was the tightest he's bowled so far. 290 for 5. Run rate required 9.
Yep, 2 off each of the last 2 overs. Just 4 runs off overs 43 and 44 combined. And as you say, the asking rate now up to 9 and over, which when you think, say, not that long ago, it was just hovering above 6. Goes to show the effect of a couple of wickets and how well Essex have bowled. And Tom Westley has juggled his bowlers around. I think he's handled his bowling resources really well. Now Shane Snater is coming back into the attack. 7 overs, 1 for 36 so far. Picked up the wicket of Rob Keogh. So 6 overs to go. Northamptonshire need 54 to win, and it's a question of which over they target, isn't it now, David? They've I think got to set themselves to go after 1 over. Just try and get themselves back into it. Here's Snater bowling to Sales, who drives up to mid-off but can't beat the fielder there. There's no run.
I feel a bit sorry for Richards there. He's came back well with those 2 overs.
Yes.
His reward is getting hoiked off.
Well, maybe he'll get another chance, but yeah, he's, in a sense, he's done his job, hasn't he? He's got rid of Lewis McManus and bowled a really tight over.
Porter's bowled out. Beard's got 2 left. Snater's got 3, including this one.
That's right. So here's Snater in, bowls to Sale, slower ball, totally deceived the batter. He was looking to try and play a rather expansive drive away through extra cover, and in the end the ball just taking all the pace off it. Snater, cleverly bowled, and it just dribbles out into the onside.
Yeah, it's likely to be probably Nijar going to bowl out his last over in the next over, and then it's down to Snater and Beard to finish off the innings for Essex.
Yeah, you would think that's the most likely scenario. Here's Snater in bowls to James Sales. Clips it up to mid-on, no run, another dot ball.
Ratcheting out the tension here.
Certainly is. I mean, the rate's going to be up to 10 pretty shortly. 1 or 2 slightly impatient calls from around the ground. Well, got to move on. If you're very unlucky, you'll hear the time-honoured Northampton cry of "get some youngsters in," and they'll realise that there's 19-year-old taking on strike at the moment. So it's a knee-jerk reaction. Sales on strike. Snater bowls to him, and he looks to drive, and again he can't penetrate the offside field. Rolls up to extra cover, no run. So 4 balls, 4 dots in the over so far from Shane Snater, and Northamptonshire now, the required rate is indeed over 10.
Well, if there was any question about Sabe coming back, if he can hold a bat, I think they'll probably get him back in.
Well,
and next wicket to fall.
Yeah, if he possibly can, I'm sure they would dearly love to get him in, just to sort of stand there. But the trouble is, the way he plays, he likes to sort of move around the crease, and if he's not able to do that, it does obviously greatly reduce his effectiveness. But at the moment, the innings is sort of going nowhere. Here's Snater from the David Capel end, bowls to James Sales, who drives, and this is 4. So he has found the gap this time. Applause from around the ground. Hesitate to say that some of it's slightly ironic, but it's a bit unfair on a young player who's just gone in. Nevertheless, he's found the boundary that Northamptonshire were hoping for, so they're going to come out of the over with something. 294 for 5, 50 runs needed, 31 balls remaining.
I thought I could hear the band from the park. You wait for the DJ to die down. Can hear some beats coming over the breeze.
Well, it's the Kibworth band playing there this afternoon. When Yorkshire were here earlier in the season, we had one of the bands on playing Gershwin's songbook, and listeners unfortunately had Jonathan Doidge and myself duetting on 1 or 2 of them, which is pretty grim, really. Very full, whipped out into the onside by James Sales. Only going to get a single, but it means he keeps the bowling. That's the end of a good over from Shane Snater. Just 5 runs off it. 4 dot balls to start. 295 for 5 at the end of the over. So Northamptonshire need 45 to win. They're 18 runs behind where Essex were at this juncture. 45 gone, they were 313, but they'd lost 8 wickets to Northamptonshire's 5 or maybe 6, depending on the save situation. But 45 more runs required, 49 runs required, I should say, and 30 balls remaining.
Yep, equation is 9.8. They decided to go with Aaron Beard rather than to bowl out Nijar. So Beard's got 2 left, Snater's got 2, and then it's 1 from, well, either Nijar or Richards. I doubt Wesley will bowl himself.
Now the ump's having a chat about something or other. I'm not entirely sure what.
Something to do with the ball.
Ball, I think, yeah. They're not happy about something. They've got the 2 balls. There's two balls used in these matches, 1 for each end. And having a chat with Tom Wesley about something or other. And the umpires are now studying closely the 2 match balls that they have. Batsman just looking fairly indifferent to the whole business. I think Tom Tom Taylor might have asked a question, probably been told none of your business. But now the box of balls is coming out, so I think they are going to change one of them, because one of the Essex fielders is coming out with the box of balls, from which the umpire will have a rummage around and find one that's suitable. Not quite sure what all that was about. They say that somebody was concerned about the state of one of them. The umpire is now heading off towards square leg, so he's obviously got the ball that he is going to use for the start of the next over from the far end, the David Capel end. Aaron Beard, meanwhile, has got the ball that he's going to use to bowl from this indoor centre end. No idea what all that was about.
Something to do with the state of the ball?
Well, it just seems a strange way of doing it to change the ball that isn't actually going to be used. But anyway, there we go.
49 required off 30 deliveries. Here comes Beard in now, bowls, and Sales pushes it into the offside. They'll take a quick single. It's 48 required off 29. This isn't the ball that's been changed. That will come in the next over. Beard with bowling figures of 8.1 overs, 2 for 56. Not bad for a fairly high scoring game.
Very good indeed. Seemed to have spent most of this season, certainly in the championship days, describing balls being changed.
Beard in, bowls, back of a length. That's carved down towards cover for a single. 47 required off 28. Yeah, it's been a bit of a problem with the Duke's ball, isn't it, this year?
Certainly has.
Keep going out of shape.
Well, here's a result for you. At the Oval, match tied.
Wow.
Warwickshire 293 for 5 and Surrey 293 all out off the first ball of the last over.
Extraordinary.
So we are now the only match being played.
Beard coming in now with the bandage up the left hand, up his left arm. That's cut back with a point. That might go for 4. The dive comes in. Oh, it's a beautiful... No, I think it's gone for 4. That was an absolutely fantastic effort out there. I think that's Kushi on the boundary rope. It's gone for 4, but not for the want of trying. A lovely diving effort, but I think he ran himself over the rope.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, just momentum carried him over. It's a wonderful effort. Yeah, and actually I think he got it in his hand. He just touched, just watching that on the replay, just touched the ball onto the rope. That's really unlucky.
301 for 5, 43 off 27 needed. Beard in, bowled. Oh, that's straight through the batsman. Was trying to work it away through the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. It's a good take in the end by the keeper. It was dying on him as it came through. And his view would have been obscured by the type of shot the batsman was playing. And it's 43 required of 26.
Brought up the 300 for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, 301 for 5. Beard in again. Sales waits, pushes it into the offside. They take a quick single. So clearly they've got the rush on here. It seemed like the last couple of overs they hadn't really been that panicky about it, but I think the simple stats, 42 off 25, has made them realise that they need to get a shift on here.
Absolutely right.
Floodlights starting to come on, or is that just the sunlight?
I think it's just the sun on it, because the sun will be going down that way. So.
Beard in. Bowls to Taylor, who swings away. That's up in the air. Will it be caught? It will be caught, yes. That's an excellent catch by Kushi. The first real shot in anger by Taylor. Swinging away, he gets the toe end of the bat. It skews up in the air. And Kushi running in from the deep cover boundary, throws himself forward. Again, because of the spin on the ball, it was dying on him. But he just managed to get his fingertips underneath it before he hit the ground. Rolled over, managed to keep it in his hands. And Taylor eventually goes. He goes for 27 off 40. The 6th wicket falls for Northants. They're 302 for 6. But more importantly, it's a dot ball, 42 required off 24.
Yeah, you begin to feel from a Northamptonshire point of view this game is just slipping away, but what a terrific catch that was. Wonderful bit of fielding by Firoz Kushi. Say pretty earlier on in the over, he'd got the full dive in, and he'd well, shown every sign of that he'd just about managed to stop it. Safe Zabe is coming back to the crease now. He's walking fine, which rather, and I think probably I can say now that the note I'd had was to the effect that they thought it was just bad cramp rather than anything in terms of a bad tear or anything like that. So the fact that he's walking out there now, apparently none the worse for wear, would tend to, I think, probably suggest that that is the case. So, well, good news for Northamptonshire and indeed for Safe Zabe. The question is, of course, is it too late?
Well, not a bad batsman to be having coming in at number 8. 42 required from 24. Remember, he's 129 off 94. And this is an important moment in the game. Retired her on 129 off 94. Since he left, the Northants innings has stalled. But he's not going to be on strike straight away because that was the end of the over.
What a terrific, I'm just watching the replay. That was a fantastic catch. That really was. Wonderful bit of fielding. I say, very nearly saved the four, didn't he, earlier on in the over. And just, fortunately for him, his hand just touched the rope with the ball in it. But that was a wonderful catch. It was nice to see also, despite the fact he was so low, Tom Taylor just went. Wasn't going to hang around and wait for the umps to get involved.
Switching on the field here. Tom Wesley just making sure he's got the right fielders in the right places. Josh Rimo, I think that's going out to the long-on boundary. Wesley up inside the circle at mid-off, and Snater coming in.
And here is Snater. First ball to James Sales is pushed up to long on for a single. So Northamptonshire now needing 41 off 23 balls. There were 7 runs off that previous over with the wicket of Tom Taylor as well. Now Zabe on strike, still not moving completely freely as I suppose you would expect, but he's out there without a run or anything like that. He's just sort of keeping his legs and his hammies well stretched. Now, can he conjure up something a bit magic? He was a wonderful innings in its first stages, 129 off 94 balls, his maiden list A 100. He was flowing when he had to go and head back to the dressing room with whatever problem it was. Now, Snater around the wicket, bowls to Zabe. He's gone aerial. Now, is it going to go all the way or is he going to be caught? It's gone all the way for 6. And it's bounced up off the concrete, which will do the changed ball not a great deal of good, and almost just hopped over the rope, the fence rather, into the alleyway between the back row of the houses, the back gardens of the houses and the ground. But it's half a dozen, so he's been back for 1 ball, which he's hit for 6. Would you believe it? 135 not out to Safe Zabe. And as we always say, David, just when you think you've seen everything in this game, thrown up another scenario that you couldn't have invented.
Well, it's a game changer, isn't it? Him coming in this late in the innings.
Well, it could be. 35 off 22. Long off, still back on the fence. Snater around the wicket, bowls to Zabe. Very full, and Zabe trying to carve it away over backward point, and people in absolutely no position to see think it should be called a wide. But the umpire not about to be swayed by that, and the fact is that Safe Zabe did give himself quite a lot of room. He's looking to carve that away over backward point. 309 for 6, 35 runs required, 21 balls to go. Snater in bowls to Zabe, short, and it's the sort of the slower ball bouncer, and Zabe playing it more like a sort of a tennis smash than anything else, out to deep mid-wicket, picks up another run. Zabe to 136, Northamptonshire to 310 for 6. 34 more runs needed, 20 balls to go.
Yeah, well, he can't run, can he? Because we've just seen
No.
him very gingerly jog to one end, so he's going to try and smash everything.
No, as we thought, that was probably going to be the case. He wasn't going to be able to do a lot of herring around for 2s and 3s. Here's James Sales on strike. Snater in bowls to him, very full, whipped away by Sales, but he's just found the man at deep mid-wicket, so they have to make do with a single. Sales up to 14, Northamptonshire to 311 for 6. Zabe back on strike. 33 to win. 19 balls remaining. So this is the last ball of the over, with 9 off it so far. Snater running in from the David Capel end. Zabe right across his stumps, gone for a big expansive drive and well bowled. Snater took a little bit of the pace off it, and Zabe trying to just smash it down the ground, played a little bit too early. Deceived by the lack of pace in that delivery. 9 off the over it is, 311 for 6. So 3 overs to go, 18 balls left. Northamptonshire need 33 to win. Safe Zabe on 136, James Sales on 14.
And the game's still in the balance.
Yes, as we used to say in the old days up in the old press box, 6:30 and not a pot washed. No idea what's going to happen.
Jamal Richards coming back on. Big pressure on the young lad's shoulders. He certainly came back with 2 very good overs after being attacked or targeted earlier on in the innings. Sales on strike. 33 off 18 needed. Jamal Richards with ball in hand. Here comes the youngster. Past the umpire, right arm over, bowls to Sales. Slow ball delivery. Pushes it out to cover. Just be a single. 32 off 17 required.
Now the thing I'm sure that Zabe will be mindful of, and I'm sure Jamal Richards and Tom Westley will be as well, is that it means that now Zabe is going to be hitting towards the shorter boundary, the leg side boundary to him over the eastern side of the ground. So Jamal Richards hasn't got a lot of room for manoeuvre. He's going to need to get it right.
Now, what will Zabe do? Because Jamal Richards will want to push the ball probably on the line of off or just outside off. So will Zabe step across the stumps? Here we go. He's stepping across the stumps, and it bowled, and it's attempted flip over the stumps. It almost lands on the stumps. And the wicketkeeper who tries to slide and take it out gets it all wrong and ends up getting his pads almost torn down his leg. And eventually they get through for a single, but Zabe trying to do that reverse ramp, which he didn't manage to successfully do either in the start of the innings. He's still hobbling about a little bit, but they get through for a single. Zabe on to 136 off 99 deliveries, 31 off 16 required. Again, a good start from Jamal Richards. 2 runs off the first 2 balls. Sales on strike. Richards in, steps away to the leg stump, carves it away through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice pick-up, gave himself some room. Well directed as well in between cover and the man at mid-off, and away for 4 runs.
Yeah, placed to perfection by James Sales. I say there wasn't a big gap to thread it through, but again, gave himself a little room, take a step back towards the leg side, and slotted it in the gap between mid-off and extra, and it raced away for 4. 27 off 15.
Sales is 19 off 20. I'm just checking the cut-off time, make sure they're 33. Can't hang around too much here.
No, cut-off time's 41, isn't it?
Yeah. So they've got to be starting that last over by 41, right? As Jamal Richards on the pads this time, turned it away into the leg side. It could be 1. Not going to come back for a second, though. That's 26 required of 14. So they've got to start the last over in just under 8 minutes. And there's still 2 balls remaining of this over.
We're in danger of having to get the old Arthur Jepson Old Trafford story out, because the moon is rising, as you can see, over Abington Park.
Jackson, Zabe on strike. Moving in now. Richards round the wicket, and he gets away with that one, actually. It looks as if it's come off the back leg. And it's picked up by the wicket-keeper, so it's not a wide, and there's no run either. So 13 balls remaining, 26 still required to win.
That is, I think, one of my favourite stories about the whole business, when that match at Old Trafford, Lancashire, Gloucestershire in 1971, when they were still playing at 9 o'clock, and one of the fielders moaning about the light.
Richards in, that swung away into the leg side. He's not got all of that. That's going to be a catchable height, and it is caught. And Zabe goes for 136, 318 for 7, caught in the deep. I think that's Josh Rymel. And Richards has had an excellent comeback in the second half of this innings, having been targeted in his first 2 overs. Wesley bravely brought him back towards the end of the innings. He's repaid the faith with 3 tight overs, and now the wicket of Zabe.
Yeah, it's really, really good from Jamal Richards. And full credit to him, and Nathan Bucky's coming out to the crease, the self-proclaimed happy hacker. Can hit the ball a long way, and a terrific round of applause for Safe Zabe. A standing ovation from some of the spectators here at Wantage Road as Safe Zabe heads back to the pavilion. It was a brave try to come back out again. And I say, thumped the first ball he faced of his second innings, if you like, for 6, but in the end, just the lack of movement a little bit too much for him. So he's been back to the dressing room, and now have Northamptonshire fired their last bolt, as it were, 26 off 12. Just to finish that story, because it is a wonderful one, but let's say it was 5 to 9. Fielders complaining they couldn't see the ball. And the old umpire Arthur Jepson saying, "What's that up there?" It's the moon. How far away is the moon? I don't know, 250,000 miles. Well, how much further do you want to see? 318 for 7 here. Light is not a problem, although we say the moon is starting to rise over Abington Park. 12 balls remaining, 26 runs required. Chance for somebody to make a hero of themselves on either side. And it's going to be Snater for now, running into bowl 2. Sales wide outside the off stump, signalled a wide. Nathan Buck was thinking, well, might we be able to run for it as well, but not necessary. James Sales wasn't going anywhere, so 1 onto the total. 319 for 7, 25 to win. 12 balls remaining, the asking rate, well, 12 and over, just over 12 and over. 25 off 12 balls. Here's Snater. In bowls wide outside the off stump, and it's another wide. And Snater doesn't look terribly chuffed about that. I must admit, having seen that on the replay, well, he's mildly disgruntled, I think, is probably one way of putting it, but there may be others. Anyway, wide has been called. 320 for 7, 24 needed off 12. Long off now, dropping back onto the boundary. So long off, long on, both back. Deep extra cover on the boundary, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Snater in bowls and edged by Sales for 4. Goes for a big drive, takes the outside edge. There's no third man, it races away for 4. Has this match got another twist in the tail? 324 for 7. Sales to 24, 20 runs to win, 11 balls remaining.
Worst start to the over from an Essex perspective, just 1 ball, 6 runs off it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Snater. Buzz around the ground as he comes into bowl 2. James Sales. Sales drives straight back down the ground. It's not going to go for 4, as it is going to go for 4. I thought there were 2 fielders. There were 2 fielders converging. Long off and long on. I thought one of them's got to get there, but he'd placed it absolutely to perfection, straight back past the bowler. Neither of them could get a hand on it, and it goes for 4. 328 for 7, 10 balls left, 16 to win.
Momentum swings again.
Well, crikey, what a game this has been. What an astonishing game of cricket. Here's Snater. In again, bowls to Sales, who's gone for a big whoosh, missed this time. Slower ball from Snater, well bowled. Which Sales was through his stroke much too early. If he'd connected, I don't know, it might have gone onto the player's balcony, but he didn't. 9 balls left, 16 to win. Sales on 28. Well, Nathan Buck will have memories of earlier this season in a second team game when Northamptonshire needed 5 off the last ball, and he hit it into one of the gardens in Clark Road for 6. And then had to sign it for the people into whose garden it was deposited. Different circumstances. 328 for 7. Snater in, bowls to Sales, drives over extra cover, more runs from here, running out towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? No, it's not. Well fielded, just in front of the new pavilion, but they're going to come back for 3. I think some of the spectators there may be suggesting that that should be 4, but it's all right to where we're sitting. But it's 3 to Sales, who goes to 31. 13 needed, 8 balls left. David Brett with the last over.
More worried about the time if they're going to be strict on it. It's 18:40, cut off at 18:41. So
yeah, they've just had I think they may, because the batters were then having a little consultation, so I think the umps may have just said, come on. Right, Nathan Buck on strike. Snater in, bowls to him. Buck's gone aerial. Is it going to clear long off? It is going to clear long off for 6. And the happy hacker comes to the party. First ball he's faced, he deposits over long off for 6. Northamptonshire 3-3-7 for 7. They need 7 to win. 7 balls remaining. Nathan Buck, well, what a day he's had. 5 wickets with the ball. Now the umps
something here
indicating something. I think it is time, so they have to bring somebody in. I think they've said about the time, and that means they have to bring another fielder.
I'm glad they
into the
enforce
circle.
it. Too often I've seen that rule not really strictly enforced.
Yeah, that I think is the gesture from the umpire. So they've had to bring in deep cover in from the boundary. Jamal Richards, his Snater in, bowls to Buck, who has opened the face and run it down to third man for 4. There is no third man. 10 runs off 2 balls from Nathan Buck, and it leaves Northamptonshire needing 3 runs off the last over. 23 off that over. And well, those of us that were at York on Tuesday will remember that Lewis McManus hit 23 off and over from Ben Code on that occasion. It was to no avail. Will that prove decisive for Northamptonshire? They still need to get 3 more runs to win. We've already had 1 tie in the round of matches today. Could this be another? Last over coming down. Northamptonshire need 3 to win. James Sales is on strike on 31. Nathan Buck, 10 off 2 balls. And to bowl it.
To bowl the final over, and the last of his 10 overs from the Wilson Centre end will be Aaron Beard.
It is Aaron Beard.
A happy hacker with a deft touch. That was a beautiful
It
form.
was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ran it down like Prince Ranjit Singh with a late cut.
Aaron Beard at the top of his mark. Feels like the game's up for Essex. 3 off 6 remaining. Sales on strikers. Beard bowls full, and that's LBW appeal. And there's a shot at the stumps as well, and that's almost got a run out as well. There's a dot ball is what it ends up as. Extraordinary stuff. So LBW appeal. Just watch the replay on that. Oof, it was full, and he wasn't too far outside off stump either.
Yeah, it was very, very full. It may just have been thinking he was going to slide down, but it was tight.
And then Sales almost forgot where he was with the ball in Buttleman's hand, trying to shy at the stumps, and it just missed. 3 from 5 remaining. Beard in again, bowl, slower ball delivery this time, crashed away through the offside. That's just going to be a single though. Oh no, it's a misfield. They're going to come back for a second run, so that's scores tied. That was a difficult ball out in the deep there. It had a horrible amount of spin on it, and obviously with the grass, the way it's scorched out there, it's dirt, and it really gripped. And unfortunately, I think that's Cushy out there.
It is, who's done such wonderful work out there this afternoon, including that fantastic catch to get Tom Taylor. It's an unfair game sometimes, David, isn't it?
It is. It's an unfortunate misfield, but it means that the scores are tied. which means they've got 1 to win off the next 4 deliveries. So Northants heading for victory here. Beard in, bowls, straight through the batter, and
Wide. Oh, there's some great cries of wide for a ball that shaved off stump.
I should have said, would you like to bring this home? Sorry.
No, you carry on, David. No, you're doing a grand job.
Beard skulking to the top of his mark. Is there any other twists left in this game? 1 from 3 required. Sales on strike. Here comes Beard, bowls. That's turned away into the leg side, and it's well stopped at mid-wicket, but they will run through for a single, and that's an excellent win from Northants. A fabulous game of cricket. Well fought right to the end. The twists and the turns. Northants win it with 2 balls remaining and 3 wickets in hand. And it was that 6 off the first delivery of the Slater over, which probably cost. We had the 2 wides and the 4, and that made it a lot closer than perhaps it might have well been. But it was an excellently fought match. Everyone put in 100%, and Northants coming out the winners.
Well, what a stunning game, David. You just have to say the record attendance for a Royal London Cup match here at Northampton today, with people paying £2 to come in. And well, if I was better at maths, I would work out how many pence a run that is, because we've seen 687 runs scored today in just shy of 100 overs. So they've been the scoring rate between the two sides has been very nearly 7 and over. We've seen fantastic 100 for Firoz Cushy. Tom Westley as well played so well. Wonderful little cameo from Robin Das, 47 off 25 balls. 5-wicket haul for Nathan Buck then in reply. Northamptonshire hitting early trouble. Fantastic innings from Saif Zabe, 136, his maiden list A 100. 81 from Will Young, but then they just looked to stall, run out of steam until Sales and Buck brought the ship home. And I say, terrific day for Nathan Buck with his maiden 5-wicket haul in List A cricket, and then 2 balls, 10 runs. And Northamptonshire getting home by 3 wickets with 2 balls to spare, and that'll turn them in good heart across the Solent on Tuesday to play Hampshire on the Isle of Wight. Not sure who Essex have got next up, David, without consulting the fixture list, but well, for Northamptonshire at least it means they're off the mark. 2 points from 2 games. But what a game of cricket. The bowling figures, for those of you who know, like to keep your books up to date. Jamie Porter, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 55. Aaron Beard, 9 overs and 4 balls, no maidens, 3 for 65. Shane Snater, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 73. Aaron Nijar, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 58. Tom Westley, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 51. And Jamal Richards, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 37. James Sales finishing 34 not out off 29 balls. Nathan Buck 10 not out off 2 balls, 1 6 and 1 4.
Essex are home to Kent on Thursday, and then home to the champions Glamorgan on Sunday, but still searching for their first win in the competition.
The Battle of the Bridge, I think it's known, isn't it?
Battle of the Bridge, absolutely.
Essex against Kent, and then of course Northamptonshire have got the champions Glamorgan on Friday here at the county ground after the trip to the Isle of Wight. David, thank you so much for your company. It's been great to have you.
Been a pleasure. Thank
here
you,
at
Andrew.
Wantage Road. Hope you've enjoyed the day, and well, what a terrific game of cricket this has been. Northamptonshire just getting home in the end by 3 wickets. From me, Andrew Rad, from David Brett, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you'll be on air next time. We have BBC Cricket, Royal London Cup, same for Northamptonshire on Tuesday against Hampshire, and then Essex playing Kent in what's always going to be a juicy local derby. From David and from myself, a very